Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1617 of the War News stream. And you might notice we're going live early once again tonight. It looks like the U.S. is launching humongous strikes on the Iranian coastline. It appears to be that B-1 bombers are likely involved, along with fighter jets, and also HIMARS launchers in Kuwait and the Gulf states are currently all simultaneously attacking the Iranian coast, and we're seeing explosions all over the place, and we are expecting that Iran will retaliate imminently in the coming hours. And also in the midst of that, we are tracking an active attack on Russia, apparently in the area of Penza, where we're seeing major drone hits. And also, in addition to that, Belarus got caught infiltrating a NATO country today, and now there's a huge scandal with that. But it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the breaking news as it is coming out live on air, as we have been able to hear a significant development within the Middle East as U.S. Armed Forces and CENTCOM's area of responsibility have now once again resumed strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran for the third phase of the conflict, striking along the coastline with the multirole aircraft from the United States Navy and Air Force Air Arms within CENTCOM's area of responsibility, including the high likelihood of B-1 Lancers that just took off from RAF Fairford recently being involved in the ongoing operation. Currently, the number of aircraft that are airborne and functioning is such a large number that E-11 communications and command and control aircraft are currently airborne to be able to control the air traffic of the U.S. Armed Forces that is currently within the area. We have been able to hear that strikes have been conducted along the entirety of the coastline, including Sirik, Bandar Abbas, Kish Island, as well as the area around Nurabad and several locations within the Khuzestan Province. As we understand it, U.S. Army and U.S. Marine Corps ground forces may also be heavily involved, as well as M142 HIMARS have been firing ATACMS missiles from the territory of Kuwait against the Islamic Republic of Iran in the very brief moments before we went live. Additionally, we've also been able to see that explosions have been reported within Erbil and Suleimania, most likely by Iranian militias targeting Kurdish forces within northern Iraq, and we've also been able to see that airborne tankers have been spotted over Najaf, Iraq, as a part of the United States Air Force's aerial refueling operations, which are currently being conducted right now. Earlier in the day, we also were able to get reports that the Islamic Republic of Iran conducted a drone or missile strike against some sort of a U.S. Oil and natural gas asset within the Republic or the nation of Egypt within the port of Damietta. We have also been able to see additionally that apparently China is alleged to be sending 400 man-pads to the Islamic Republic of Iran here within the very near future, and we also have major breaking news coming out of the war in Ukraine, as right now, major strategic long-range drone attacks are currently being conducted by the Ukrainian Armed Forces, and several major impacts have been reported on the Wildberries facility in the city of Penza, and we are highly expecting that further strikes and damage will start to come forward during our show and our report, which we'll be making live on air. Before we even continue on with our summary, we actually have breaking news that's coming out at this moment right now. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so let's start off with some breaking news right now. This will be breaking news for quite some time at the beginning of the stream tonight because we are tracking the active attacks by U.S. forces using a three-pronged attack vector on the Iranian coast. Right now, we just got word that apparently there's a brand new round of explosions happening at the Bandar Abbas port inside of Iran and also on Qeshm Island, which is near that toll booth that the Iranians currently operate to toll the ships going through that area that they have near their coast. So we are hearing that right now. Apparently, two major blasts on Qeshm and also more blasts at Bandar Abbas. Now, I do want to emphasize that so far, these attacks tonight, while they are large-scale attacks and they're very significant using bombers and all kinds of other assets, we have still not seen Tehran get hit or any inland targets. It appears to be mainly limited to the coastal regions of the Iranian regime. So that appears to be what we're seeing right now. But Enforcer, if you want to start walking us through the footage we've gotten so far, these missile strikes, by the way, folks, are very fresh. These are happening within the last 20 minutes, and we have a whole bunch of footage showing HIMARS launches, apparently from Kuwait, and also some other strike footage coming out of Iran as well. So we can start walking through that, and then we'll keep jumping back to the breaking news as it keeps coming out.
In the aftermath of yesterday's attacks conducted by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps against the Muwafaq Salti Air Base within the Kingdom of Jordan, we have seen that the United States government has apparently been incredibly infuriated and enraged over the conditions that currently stand with the Islamic Republic of Iran, the ongoing blockade, and also the Iranian refusal to attempt to negotiate. We were able to see that as of today, a decent amount of statements did come out, apparently from U.S. officials, that were starting to make the situation largely appear that the United States of America was very unhappy with the ongoing situation. We were able to hear that the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Brad Cooper, did issue an internal warning to U.S. troops on operational security and stated that their top priority is the well-being and protection of over 50,000 American service members, and largely dissuaded them from publishing any sort of damage reports or picture and video evidence of damage to U.S. forces online. We also were able to hear that earlier this morning, as a result, the Admiral Brad Cooper of CENTCOM Area's Responsibility started to prepare an option for a punishing air campaign against Iran that could take up to 2 weeks, according to people who are familiar with the matter. We were able to hear that Admiral Cooper then added, if the U.S. wants military action to be effective, the U.S. must step up its air attacks, significantly blunting Iran's missile threat to try and break the stalemate. This go big approach, which among a series of options he has developed, would reduce the need for the U.S. to use defensive munitions because Iran would have less capability to conduct offensive actions for the defensive munitions to be used. Israeli forces could be included in a possible major U.S. attack if the current administration decided to return to major combat operations, according to some officials, and in outlining the operations for an intensive air campaign, Admiral Brad Cooper has drawn support from the current Secretary of Defense on those war plans and trying to get them figured up. We were able to hear that not long afterwards, about an hour ago, U.S. airstrikes started to begin against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we were also able to hear that the strikes were quite significant. The United States of America also announced that they were not pursuing talks, but moving us on out of the broader, wider arcing story of the day and the strategic bird's eye view of the situation as we were able to see it from the statements and talks of U.S. government officials, we were able to see the actual on-the-ground tactical developments in the larger strategic picture. Earlier at the beginning of the strikes, we were able to note that an E-11 command aircraft had taken off and was airborne from the area of the Prince Sultan Air Base just south of Al-Kharj in Riyadh within Saudi Arabia, suggesting that this aircraft is most likely, highly likely involved in operating the significant U.S. airstrike campaigns that we're currently seeing against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We also were able to see that a large number of tankers were airborne as well, and additionally, we were able to see that the Saudi airport of Riyadh was also shut down as well around the same time, as it's believed that there may be a high likely missile threat coming around at some point here in the near future, and runway 15 left and 33 right were closed as a result or a consequence of that action, and we were able to see those aircraft were in a holding pattern. Additionally, we have also been able to see that right now as we speak, the amount of U.S. tankers that are currently airborne with their transponders on is a fairly limited number. We are not seeing the U.S. tankers that we do know are present and operational within the Gulf of Oman and near to the coast of the United Arab Emirates, as it appears that they've shut off their transponders to be able to allow for the Iranians to have less visibility of these armed forces that are currently conducting combat operations in the area. However, we can see KC-135 tankers throughout the entirety of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and also the E-11 command aircraft, which appears to have actually returned back onto the ground at the area of the the Prince Sultan Air Base just south of the Al-Kharj Governorate. Additionally, we're also seeing several aircraft that appear to now be returning to Tel Aviv, and a high likely rotation of tankers that are currently operating in Iraq, of which none of those tankers also have their transponders on as well, meaning that there is a large number of U.S. air power that's currently present and operating within the theater that we are not able to account for or visually display on Flight Radar 24 due to them turning off their ADS-B transponders for operational security reasons. Outside of that, and the air situation that we have been able to see within Saudi Arabia, we have been able to see a significant number of reports that have already been coming out from the U.S. strikes that have been conducted along the coastline. It appears that these attacks are largely preliminary from what we can tell, and are the prelude to larger military actions, and this is the attempted knee-jerk operation or knee-jerk strike actions of the United States Armed Forces after the Iranian surprise attack on the Muwafaq Salti Air Base just yesterday. Strikes started to come out, or strike reports more so, started to come out particularly around the naval yard in Sirik. We believe they have hit the surface search radar probably for the 7th time, if I'm not mistaken, in this area, or they may have hit the actual naval yard which holds the IRGC fast attack boats within that naval facility. But before we move on into the rest of that, we actually have more breaking news coming out right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so we are seeing a brand new wave of strikes is now taking place on Iran by U.S. forces. It looks like 2 more huge blasts are being reported in Avaz right now in the Khuzestan Province of Iran. That's taking place right this minute. Of course, Avaz is home to many IRGC command posts, and also nearby to Avaz is a very large petrochemical complex that Iran uses to support their regime and their country's economy as a whole. So some very big targets in the Avaz area, and right now 2 major explosions have been heard there and confirmed via 3 different independent eyewitness reports. So that's a pretty big strike happening right now. I would suspect that this is going to continue for a while. CENTCOM just announced the beginning of the strikes about an hour ago, or just roughly about an hour ago, and we'll probably be seeing these go on for, I would guess, another 30 minutes to an hour would be my assumption here. But some pretty big ones happening right now, waiting on footage of it.
And it does appear that Avaz within the Khuzestan Province is getting hit quite heavily, which, speaking of the strikes that we were able to hear of around the Sirik area, we were also able to hear that those were generally joined with a first round of strikes on the city of Qeshm on the island of Qeshm, as we were able to hear that around 3 explosions occurred around the city, most likely as a result of U.S. airstrikes. Further down the coastline, around the same time, we were also able to hear of our first round of strikes within the area of the city of Avaz, as reports of loud explosions did come from the city around that time. And additionally, we also were able to hear of large explosions within the area of Abadan, which these actually had video and picture evidence following with them. So without further ado, here's the very little picture and video evidence that we have, at least right now, of the actual U.S. strikes that are being conducted on the ground in Iran. Well, you see, it almost appears to be a carpet bombing that's been conducted in the distance. From what we understand, the U.S. air power that's currently being used within this area is not just multi-role aircraft of the United States Air Force and Navy that are currently operating within CENTCOM's area of responsibility. We also understand that B-1 Lancers just only hours before took off from RAF Fairford, and we actually were able to see a picture here, we believe taken by UK Aviation Movies, showing one of these B-1 Lancers taking off from RAF Fairford Air Base just several hours earlier, with its afterburners fully on, usual takeoff procedure, as it was leaving the area of the facility. We can also note, importantly here, that it actually does have the laser targeting pod attached to it at the front of the nose cone on the right-hand side of the aircraft's fuselage, which suggests that the aircraft was most likely loaded up with laser-guided bombs of the GBU variety, which could be allowed to target and strike locations with the laser targeting pod that we can see mounted onto the B-1 Lancer at the front of the aircraft, meaning that it is highly likely that the footage that we just saw here of the strikes near Abadan, considering if we look at it without any audio here, it looks to be multiple explosions, almost in a perfect line. It could be highly likely that there was some sort of a carpet bombing conducted with laser guidance using GBU guided bombs. Moving us on from that footage and out of the area of the Khuzestan Province, at least briefly, and getting us back into our sequence of events of the strikes that we were able to hear along the coast, 3 large explosions were heard on Kish Island as well. There was around 2 to 3 blasts, according to eyewitness reports, which is giving us an understanding that IRGC facilities and naval ports were most likely targeted and hit once again around the area of Kish Island. We do understand that IRGC forces are generally sporadically placed along the coastline in low-density formations, and there is usually a present number of IRGC fast attack boats and other IRGC naval facilities and vessels in almost every small fishing harbor and port along the entirety of the Iranian coastline. U.S. strikes that we've seen around Kish Island and other small disbursements of IRGC fast attack boats usually consist of M142 Hellfires or other smaller guided ordnance somewhere along those lines, or small diameter bombs, which is another sort of an ordnance that we've seen used. It's highly likely that a lot of the explosions that we're hearing of around Kish Island and also around the area of Qeshm are highly likely these M142 Hellfires or some form of a small diameter bomb that's being used against these targets, as they're generally small in nature, incredibly small in terms of the cost of fielding these units, and therefore the munition that we would most likely use would be fairly smaller in size. We've also seen a large amount of CENTCOM video and picture evidence in the first and second phase of the war to also be able to confirm and corroborate that smaller munitions are highly likely the ones being used on the Kish Island area. Not long afterwards, another round of strikes hit Qeshm Island, largely when we were just going live on air, as 2 more blasts were heard within the Qeshm Island area, although these blasts were not apparently at the city of Qeshm. We believe that these blasts may be somewhere in between Qeshm and Shib Daraz, as we do understand that most of the IRGC forces that are based and operating out of Qeshm Island are based along the southern coast of the island of Qeshm between the main city of Qeshm and Shib Daraz. Additionally, we also were able to hear that explosions just recently were reported, also when we were going live on air, around the area of Bandar Abbas, around 4:35 to 4:37 a.m. local time, or about 18 minutes ago, our time, as we're on air right now. So quite literally right when we went live. And additionally, then further than that, we were able to hear that another round of strikes has just hit Avaj, with another 2 huge blasts being reported within the area, showing that Avaj has been hit twice along the area of Qeshm Island, and we also understand that the strike campaign is now expanding a little bit further inland as well, as we were able to hear that the area around Nurabad has also suffered some explosions as well. These are some of the first explosions that we were able to hear out of, so these are largely outside of the sequence of events that we've been laying out so far, but according to eyewitness reports, they claim that at least 8 local reports, 8 locals report multiple explosions in Nurabad in the Fars province around 2:19 a.m. local time, with residents describing 3 heavy blasts near a ground forces base, and windows were shaking in the surrounding villages. Additional explosions were reported around 2:24 a.m. local time farther away, suggesting that separate targets were hit only minutes later. That's generally the strike campaign that we're watching, at least at this moment, of the confirmed impacts and explosions that we're seeing, but we have only covered so far the U.S. Air Forces, or the combined Air Forces, of the Air Force and Navy's operations within the area. And this has largely been removing, at least from the story right now, the actions of the U.S. ground forces, either of the United States Marine Corps or the United States Army, which is currently operating within the outskirts, or more so the desert regions, of Kuwait, as we were able to see a decent amount of video and picture evidence intelligence confirming that ground forces using M142 HIMARS MLRS artillery systems were also conducting long-range attacks with ATACMS missiles from the territory of Kuwait, which we could see in this clip right here. We see several of those ATACMS missiles being launched in the distance. But before we continue this clip, we actually have more breaking news that's coming out right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so some more details about these strikes we're currently hearing about by U.S. forces on Avaz, Iran. It looks like the locals are describing the repeated blasts are about 4 to 5 blasts, so it's been continuing ever since. Also, the reports are being centered on city center inside of Avaz. They're claiming that these strikes are landing right in the dead center of the city, which take that with a grain of salt. This is according to eyewitnesses right now. But enforcers show us what city center Avaz looks like, and like I said, we are simply going off what the eyewitnesses are claiming that they're hearing and seeing on the ground. I'm also getting some early reports that maybe the power's been cut off in Avaj as well. It sounds like maybe a power plant might have been affected by this, and they might be having a bit of a power infrastructure issue right now too. So something major is happening right now in Avaj. I'm not sure exactly what the U.S. is targeting, but I mean, if they're talking about city center, what are we looking at here?
It looks like largely we're seeing what appears to be a built-up commercial district, highly likely within this area. We can also see that the city courthouse is within this area, which also appears to include possibly a jail complex attached to it. There's also a central post office, and more importantly, I would say as far as anything with strategic pertinence is concerned, we can actually see a large Iranian State Railways rail yard and also railway maintenance shop within the area, along with a government office nearby, although there isn't really any explanation as to what governmental department or office is operating out of that building near to the rail yard. But from what we can tell right now, if anything was to be hit within central Avash, it probably would highly likely be this rail yard right here, as that's really the only target I could see of any true strategic value in the area, unless if there's something that we're missing. Actually, there might be something we're missing, because right up here, this looks to be, from what I can tell, some sort of an Iranian army base, actually very close to the central area of the city. If we zoom out, we can see that that's very close to the geographical center, and right up here, we can see what appears to be the Nike Martyr Army Hospital, right here as a part of this larger part of an army base, and we can also see a large number of barracks and helipads as well.
You really don't want to go to a hospital. It's called the Martyr Hospital. Like, that's probably not a good start, like, for your medical care. Probably want to choose a different locale. But I've heard, though, that Avaj is home to several different IRGC command posts. They have a pretty decent amount of infrastructure located here in the city. I think that might be part of it, the part you just pointed out right there, which that might have been the target, because that would technically, if you're an eyewitness and you really weren't sure where the blasts were coming from, I guess you would report that as being close to city center. So maybe that's what's being hit right now. Also, do you see any power infrastructure anywhere around here? Because they're saying that the power is going off and on inside of Avaj. Do you see that anywhere nearby, like a substation or possibly a power plant or something?
Not really off the top of the quick search around the area. I did find a couple of things further, though, while you were talking that might be possible targets. We can actually see that the seat of government for the whole Khuzestan Province and its administrative headquarters is right here in this building, which could have served as a possible target, as we do generally understand, folks, that governmental facilities like these can serve as military targets in some cases and in some decisions that are made. So there's a possibility that this could have been a target. And we also can see some sort of a larger military base in motor pool for the besiege or the IRGC that exists quite literally right outside of the Khuzestan government headquarters building. So to be entirely honest with you, man, I'm going to be moving us away from the rail yard as far as what's possibly been hit, as it looks like it was most likely the army base or the governmental headquarters of the entire region, or possibly the small motor pool for the besiege or the IRGC that may have been targeted and destroyed in this current U.S. airstrike, considering that all of those targets are not directly within the geographical center, but they're very close to city center.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that, certainly. Also, by the way, what is the proximity to Avaz, to that petrochemical complex that's sort of around the same region here? Do we know the proximity to it? Because that rail yard in the center, I'm not sure if that maybe serves the petrochemical complex or what, but what can you tell us about the location of that?
It's a tremendous distance away. I believe by the crow flies is about 60 miles. Yeah, it actually is about roughly 60 miles. So it's a pretty good ways away. If there are any strikes trying to hit there, directly. That would most likely be hit separately, but the rail yard may have service to it. And not to spend too much time doing this here on air, folks, but to figure that out, I'll have to pull up the Iranian State Railways map. So let's see, the Iranian State Railways map, and hopefully I'll be able to see if we can get a detailed enough one to see if there is rail access that goes from Avaj. And actually, it does, smack dab on the nail. Here's the map of the Iranian State Railways, and we can actually see that the rail service or rail connection within Avaj right here actually goes directly down in a straight line to the ports of, I believe it would be Bandar Khomeini and Bandar Mashahar. I'm not exactly sure where the rail yards are down here, but the map clearly does show that there is railway access into this area. Actually, here's the rail yard right here, along with the railway station as well. So let me see if this serves the port directly, because if it does, we may have just gotten important information that they're now hitting another major rail terminal. They hit one in the further north of the country, a major rail corridor heading into Turkmenistan, and it looks like they might have just hit a major rail yard, possibly that's traveling into this petrochemical facility. And
That's what I was wondering.
it actually is.
Man,
Like this connects directly to the oil access.
I had a very strong hunch about that because I knew that petrochemical complex, which, by the way, I think this is the largest in the entire country of Iran, by the way. So it's a very significant facility. It produces all kinds of different petro-complex materials for the Iranian regime. So it's critically important for their economy. And without being able to use that rail yard, then they can't get the stuff into mainland Iran. It stays on the coast and it gets stuck there for the most part. So that appears to be a pretty significant infrastructure strike, too, if they did hit the rail yard.
It does appear so. Also, another thing that I have to point out, folks, is that we saw a significant carpet bombing that we just saw on film a brief minute ago, directly along the Iraqi border at Abadan. And Abadan also has a direct rail access, from what we know, to the Republic of Iraq, and that also is served by the rail yard within Avaj. Avaj is generally the choke point of this area of the Khuzestan Province in southwestern Iran as far as freight rail access is concerned. So let me go over here really quickly to Abadan, and let's see if we can find a rail yard within this area. I'd also see if it would seem to line up at least a little bit with the kind of strike profile that we're seeing. So let me see if I can find the railroad here really quickly, folks, because if we can find that and get some further information on that, that'll be greatly beneficial for us here on air. So let's see here. Any rail yards within this area that I'm able to spot? There's a bus headquarters. Looking for the passenger rail station because it will connect on into the rest of it. And let's see here. I'm not really finding this railroad particularly easily. Might have to go back up to Avaj and trace the railroad down into that area. So let me see if I can do that instead. So there's the railroad. And sorry, folks, y'all might want to look away. This might make you nauseous here if you're not one for quick-moving cameras, because I have to trace this railroad all the way into the area to see where exactly the rail yard is. Because there is a significant rail yard within Abadan, then we may get an understanding that they're actually conducting strikes against the major rail yards of the country instead of any significant military forces. And really quickly, while I look for this, we actually have breaking news coming out.
Yeah. Yeah, well, while you're looking for that right there, we do have some breaking news. It looks like we're currently getting footage here of what appears to be a residential neighborhood on Qeshm Island, which Iran controls. It looks like maybe a residential neighborhood might have been struck, maybe by, I'm not sure if it's intentionally or by accident, by the U.S. forces. It looks like Iranian state media has a camera crew out there, and they're walking around the rubble right now with a whole bunch of rescue crews. Also, by the way, the power is completely down on Qeshm Island. It looks like the U.S. might have hit the power infrastructure on Qeshm, which, by the way, is a very critical island that Iran uses to control the Strait of Hormuz. So if this is the case, it looks like the U.S. might have struck a major power plant that serves Qeshm Island and possibly maybe hit a residential neighborhood on top of it as well, which is kind of a interesting thing to do. I'm not sure if maybe the power plant was close to the neighborhood, maybe it just got some collateral damage to it or what the case was, but there appears to be video evidence showing that it got struck, if you believe the footage. So that's pretty significant as well. I'm very curious, though, like, where's the power plant on Qeshm Island? Is there a power plant there, or do they serve it with cables that go across from the mainland?
I'm not entirely sure. I think it might be decentralized power access to where there are smaller energy grids along the whole island and they're supplied by their own small power plants. I think it operates similarly to how the Alaskan electrical infrastructure works.
Let's see here. I'm trying to find out real quick because that would be very pertinent to figuring out whether or not this was collateral damage or not. So it says here it hosts the Qeshm Combined Cycle Power Plant. So there appears to be a couple of different plants, but that's the biggest one, the Gadir combined cycle power plant. Can you like generally type that in and figure out where that's at? You're probably much better off typing that in, I would guess, and just searching across the whole thing.
Yeah, probably. And how do you spell that again?
It's the Qeshm combined cycle power plant.
Combined cycle power plant. Let's see here. Combined cycle power plant. Where in the world is this? This is near to the town of Goddard. So if we can find Goddard, we'll be able to most likely find this power plant. So let me see here. The Goddard power station. I'm trying to see, folks, how I can get a direct map for this and see exactly where it is. So it is on the north coast. So let me bring y'all up there and I'll show y'all where this power plant is, because it doesn't really look like there's a neighborhood around here. But this is the area of the Qeshm combined power plant. You can actually see the marker for it right there. So it's somewhere within this complex, and there doesn't really appear to be any settlements nearby to it. So it looks like it might have been one of the smaller power plants in the area, and it might have been very close to one of the towns.
Yeah. It might have been. Try the Pasargad plant. Be ready for it. It's Pasargad plant, and see where that one is real quick.
Let's see here. Where is that one? So 300. Let's see. Qeshm Island developed. Let's see. Where is it? Location. Let's see this one. Let's see here. Let me see if I can find any information on this one, folks, because they're keeping this power plant under wraps. They don't even really have a picture of it online. So. Oh, let's see here. Do they have it here? So that one's not near any settlement either. It appears to be in the middle of nowhere as well.
Okay, so I did a quick check as well on the other two real quick. It does not appear that any of the power plants are within the distinct distance of a residential neighborhood. So if that footage is accurate, it looks like the U.S. might have accidentally hit the neighborhood or maybe intentionally targeted it possibly. It's kind of hard to tell. But the footage shows a lot of damage. Now, once again, the Iranians have staged stuff before. It could be that this was already damaged before and they're trying to act like it's new. It's kind of hard to tell, but you can take a look real quick at a couple of the clips here or images and see what you think.
So it generally looks like there's a decent amount of debris. There's also a lot of people out and about in the streets as well, apparently attempting to conduct some sort of relief or first aid. Sadly, folks, we can't show you all the entirety of the clip due to some copyright concerns, but it looks like there may have been some sort of a strike or significant collateral damage that was conducted within a neighborhood on Qeshm Island. And at this point, it's a little bit unclear whether or not that strike was even conducted, and if it was, whether it was deliberate or unintentional, at least from what we're seeing right now. But it does look like there was highly likely a strike that just hit somewhere within the island of Qeshm within one of the populated areas. Not really sure where, though. Beyond that, the details become a lot more murky than we're seeing just from the video and picture evidence at the moment. So moving us on out of that breaking news within the Qeshm Island area and bringing y'all back into Kuwait, let me show y'all some of the clips that we have here of the M142 HIMARS conducting their ATACMS launches against Iranian forces. And so without further ado, here's the clip. And we see the ATACMS missiles being launched and flying on their way into the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we see a large number of them being launched simultaneously. Before we move on into our other clips of these M142 HIMARS launches, we do want to make sure to get to the more breaking news that we have coming out at the moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So we have a lot more details right now about the attacks on Qeshm Island, which is the video that we just saw a second ago and was taking a look at it. The Iranians claimed that a residential neighborhood was hit. Also, now the Iranian state media is now putting out some more statements about what they believe was struck on the island. They're saying that it appears to be that the U.S. launched missile strikes on the power grid on Qeshm Island. Now, that's notable because, there had been rumors that maybe the U.S. might try to do some ground incursion on the Iranian coast, and Qeshm Island was one of the prime candidates for a possible ground incursion using either special forces or a landing operation. This appears to be a direct, concerted attack against the entire power grid on Qeshm Island. The Iranians are claiming they got the power turned back on in most areas, but I would take that with a grain of salt because based on the images we're seeing right now, there appears to be huge plumes of smoke and massive fires that are taking place on the Qeshm Island itself, which appears to indicate that maybe the power plant took a very, very bad hit. And I just sadly can't tell from these images that we're looking at right here where that is on the island. It's very vague. There's not enough visual cues to clue us into where that's actually located at. But Enforcer, what do you make of that? It sounds to me like they're starting to hit power on the islands in the Hormuz.
It looks like they possibly are. Also, this is a smoke plume that we're seeing, and if we were to try and geolocate this properly, the sun is just starting to rise over the area of Qeshm Island, so it seems that the likelihood of this being accurate is decent or very high. There's someone in the side who's saying that this is from Avaj, not Qeshm, but I don't really know how credible they are or how they know that. They just reposted one of the pictures and didn't really show any geolocation to prove that. So we're generally going to be assuming for now, until proven otherwise, that this is from the Qeshm Island area. If they're attempting to hit power within the area, that may also be an attempt to try and deprive IRGC coastal and maritime forces from their abilities to conduct attacks against merchant ships within the area of the Strait of Hormuz. That could be a likelihood, or it could also be the opening for a U.S. ground invasion of the surrounding islands within the Strait of Hormuz to try and create some form of a limited air defense barrier where U.S. forces on these islands would be able to detect and intercept any incoming threats before they were able to make it to the larger merchant ships traveling through the strait. Either one's likely at this moment, but that seems to be the larger situation of what we're seeing. Also, by the way, Matthew, just circling back to another story that we really weren't able to round out too well because we got to more breaking news. I did trace the rail line that headed into the area of Abadan, and it appears that is actually in the city of Karamshahar further north, but it also seems that this is a major rail access, from what we can tell, into possibly the Republic of Iraq, showing that they may have just tried to hit some sort of rail access by hitting the Avaj rail yard, if that was the target that we saw getting hit. And it looks like they may have also destroyed some sort of rail access heading into the Republic of Iraq simultaneously to possibly stop provisions of arms and supplies to the Popular Mobilization Front's members that are a part of the IRGC's pro-Iranian militias within Iraq. So that seems to be a part of the strikes that we're seeing, at least at the moment, which looks to be depriving Iranian militias from any sort of opportunity to be rearmed, and also looks to be trying to knock out access to the Bandar Imam Khomeini and Bandar Mashahar ports and petrochemical facilities. But we now have major breaking news that's coming out on air once again right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now I'm tracking an entirely different situation. Right now, Poland appears to be under a missile attack from Russia at this very moment. It appears to be, and take this with a grain of salt, I'm trying to get more details on this at the very moment right now because this is very fresh. We're getting some early allegations that maybe 1 to 2 missiles are currently en route inside of Poland right now, about 20 kilometers deep into Polish territory, and they're not turning back, according to what we're hearing right now. But I want to emphasize this. This is very early. We might have to make a correction on the story because right now I'm seeing one source saying that, and I've also seen some other ones also speculating that this is the case. So we're going to be watching that one very closely, to say the least. I'm trying to get some more information very quickly about that because obviously mentioning this, that's obviously a huge bombshell piece of news if that is accurate. Also, we're seeing, in addition to that, by the way, let me try not to get too confused here with what's going on. There's a lot of stuff happening right now. There are more B-1B bombers taking off from the UK right now en route to Iran. So these strikes are going to be very long tonight on Iran. More B-1 bombers just took off literally right this minute, apparently from Fairford, once again, it looks like. So very significant. I'm going to repost that, Enforcer. We cannot show that picture or that video, though. It is copyrighted, but there is a post showing the Lancer leaving Fairford right now. So mainly, let me try to get some more info on that Poland story real quick because I know that's got everybody riled up, and obviously that's a huge story if that's accurate. Okay, so it looks like it might be accurate. Poland has allegedly scrambled jets to intercept Russian cruise missiles. Polish F-16s are allegedly airborne due to Russian missiles in the country's airspace. Ukrainian radar systems have lost track of the missiles, meaning they've went out of range or they've impacted in Poland. So it appears to be, at least for now, there appears to be decently credible information that those two missiles might have actually gone into Poland as of right now. But I'm still trying to get more confirmation. The Polish government's not put out an official statement about that right now. So obviously, with something this large of a claim, we would prefer to have more backing up information about that. But Enforcer, what do you make of this? It looks like Lublin might have been the area the missiles might have been heading for.
Well, I would not say that it's really close to being confirmed. We don't have any air raid alerts that have come out within the Republic of Poland, which would be one of our strongest indicators that there is something in the airspace, at least from what I know yet. If we can possibly see if we can find that, or at least some statements from the Polish government that there is an air raid alert or an air raid threat currently in the air, that would probably help us to really lock down whether this is actually happening or not.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We don't have any official confirmation from the Polish government. Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm just making sure to say that, though, because a second ago you're saying it seems quite likely. I was like, well, it may or may not be, because right now all I'm seeing is this one picture of a large red missile going across the board. So I'm not entirely sure if that's accurate or not. But beyond that, though, I would say that it's fairly concerning. This isn't unheard of. We've seen this before with a large number of Russian drones crossing over the border. But if these are two Russian cruise missiles, this would actually be the first time that we've ever heard of or seen Russian cruise missiles crossing the border into the Republic of Poland, which would, of course, be a significant airspace violation, not unheard of as of late, as we have seen a large amount of drone incursions into the state of Romania's airspace. But it would be a serious escalation, especially if these missiles start to land or hit the city of Lublin at some point here in the near future. But once again, folks, I'm not going to be saying that that's a 100% verified story, at least to the moment, because all we have, at least from what I can tell, to work off of right now is a map with a large red missile on it. So that might just be hype from someone. It might not be. We're still going to be waiting for further confirmation. So it's an unverified story right now, but we'll be trying to see if it's going to be debunked here very soon or whether that's a legitimate verified story. So outside of that, Matthew, do we have any other breaking news that's coming out of the Middle East at the moment?
Yeah, so give me just a second here. I'm trying to get some more information. Also, by the way, I was saying that earlier. It's unverified. I wasn't trying to say it was confirmed or anything like that. I made that perfectly clear when I spoke about it earlier. But jumping into some more details we have about this, check Flight Radar 24 real quick and see if the airspace is currently cleared out in that area of Poland, specifically near the Lublin area, and see what that looks like while I try to get some more details from the Polish Air Force.
So it looks like there are still aircraft that are traveling through the Lublin airspace area. We're seeing that most of them are avoiding the border, but that generally is an area that has had a NOTAM issued for it for quite some time, along with most of the Belarusian border as well. So that's not really largely out of the picture. But it does appear that aircraft are still well within that area and still passing through generally. But we can see that there is a Royal Dutch Air Force A330 Voyager refueling tanker that's currently airborne, most likely as a part of the NATO air defense campaigns, which have been ongoing for a little over a year at this point, within the Republic of Poland to help defend against any possible Russian attacks. So we can see that there is a tanker airborne, but it doesn't really appear that we can see anything that would suggest an abnormal NOTAM, at least for now.
So it looks like Poland did put out a statement less than an hour ago, and they said that the F-16s were airborne in the area. So it looks like they are confirming that Russia was conducting long-range strikes very close to the border, and they're saying that military aviation operations commenced in Polish airspace, but they're not confirming that anything was shot down. They're also saying here that, let's see here, they're saying it's of a preventative nature. So this was an hour ago. This was before the allegations of missiles going into Polish airspace. So Poland has not put out any statements whatsoever about intercepting any missiles from Russia or anything like that. But at the same time, though, we wouldn't expect them to be that quick with it, because it sounds like it could be an active situation if this is accurate. And well, hold on a second here. Let me check something else. Let's see. Let's see here. Actually, let me toss it back to you for a second here. Let me do some research on something real quick. I might have another piece of detail here that might make this a little bit more clear what's happening right now.
In the meantime, I will read y'all generally the boilerplate statement that was put out by the Polish Air Force. And the reason why I'm saying boilerplate statement, folks, is that usually whenever an attack is conducted by the Russian Federation and a missile or a drone appears to be heading anywhere into the far west of Ukraine, near to the Lviv area, generally they scramble their Air Force and conduct an air patrol during that time, or a combat air patrol, to make sure that if anything does get through or make it to the Polish side, that it'll be shot down fairly quickly once it crosses the border. So here's the statement that was made by the Polish Air Air Force as of late with the ongoing attack against the state of Ukraine, which I do have to remind everyone has been ongoing for a brief amount of time as Russian strategic bombers, the Navy, and also ground forces have been involved in firing a significant number of cruise ballistic missiles and drones into the airspace of the state of Ukraine. Attention, due to the activity of the Russian Federation's long-range aviation, which is carrying out strikes on the territory of Ukraine, military aviation operations have commenced in Polish airspace. In accordance with the applicable procedures, the operational command of the armed forces has activated the necessary forces and resources at its disposal. Fighter aircraft and an early warning aircraft have begun operations, while ground-based air defense systems and radar reconnaissance systems have reached a state of readiness. These actions are of a preventative nature and are aimed at securing and protecting the airspace, particularly in areas adjacent to the threatened regions. The operational command of the Air Forces is monitoring the current situation, and the subordinate forces and resources remain ready for immediate response. So this is generally the standard statement that the Polish Air Force usually puts out during a drone attack. This one appears to be very similar to many other prior statements, but he is giving us the understanding that as this story has come out, that we're still trying to verify or debunk at the moment, that there is a major airspace situation occurring within Ukraine, because we can confirm and have been able to confirm before the show ran live that there was a major drone and missile attack being conducted by Russian forces across the whole of Ukraine, particularly the city of Kyiv once more within the northern part of the country. But Matthew, have we been able to find any further information to either verify this story or debunk it, or at least give a couple of additional details in the meantime?
So I've seen some different Telegram posts here from different monitoring channels. It appears to be that a majority of the monitoring channels believe that the missiles did enter Polish airspace. It appears to be, it looks like a Ukrainian monitoring channel for the most part, or maybe possibly a Polish one. I'm not really sure. But there's a different reports out there seeming to claim that missiles did enter into Polish airspace. But right now, though, that's all we can say is what the monitoring channels are saying about that. Now, I will say, generally speaking, most of those channels are usually pretty accurate. That's usually how we get early warning about Lviv and other areas in that part of Ukraine being hit. Once again, like I said earlier, take this with a grain of salt. We might have to issue a correction about this on this preliminary story right now, but it sounds to me like something has happened. But right now, the problem is that we have no official confirmation of it, so we can't say it with 100% certainty. And actually, I would say right now, I'm kind of 50-50 on the fence about it, based on what we're seeing at the moment. But the fact that there's a huge rumbling about it across different monitoring channels, that's definitely something to watch.
That is certainly something to watch, but I want to make it clear, folks, that right now we're reporting this as a uncorroborated slash unverified story. It appears that some sort of a tip or some sort of a large story is starting to emerge on the internet that cruise missiles have entered into the Republic of Poland's airspace, but we're not entirely sure whether that's an authentic story or not. We're still going to make sure to run it by y'all, at least for now, just in case if it ends up being a verified story. But also I have to say, folks, that additionally, this could easily become an unverified and debunked story that had absolutely no merit or meaning to it. So I want to make sure to make that clear, at least for right now, that from what we're understanding, this could go in either direction.
So it looks like the air raid sirens are going off in Poland. It looks like. I got a video here from Bren Ukraine, who's a friend of the channel, by the way. It looks like he posted a video. Let's take a look at this real quick. Sadly, I can't geolocate this. I'm having to rely on the geolocation right now, which is probably accurate, but let's see what we hear in the video.
It could be from Lublin. Britpunk UA is saying that it is from Lublin, so we're going to take this now generally at face value. It looks like there may be some sort of an ongoing air raid right now, so we'll be putting this down as air raid sirens in Lublin. So just so that way we can track this as it keeps developing, because it looks like we may be seeing an ongoing airspace violation.
Also, while you put that down on the map, let's return back to Flight Radar 24 real quick. Let's take another look at the airspace around Lublin, since that's generally the area that we're seeing the allegations that sirens are going off. So is this the commercial filter also turned on right now?
This is everything in the world.
Okay, so is there anything happening at Lublin Airport, or is it completely silent?
It is completely silent, at least for now, and let me see if I can find us any of the latest events. It appears that the airport's actually closed, at least for now, so there's no flights inbound or outbound for us to really know if the airport is operating normally or not, but we can see that one aircraft that's flying from Moscow to Bodrum, which I believe is in Turkey, is starting to take a general direction that's heading more westerly, more towards the Warsaw area than other flights that we saw recently, including Air Serbia Flight 137, which flew generally just west of the city of Lublin. So it looks like some aircraft
Yeah.
may be diverting, but can you see, Matthew? I don't know if we have the ability to do this, but can you see if there are any NOTAM alerts that have been put out, generally just blasted across the airwaves to see if there is a NOTAM over Lublin right now?
So let me check here. Also, by the way, it looks like the airport is currently. Let me get a translation real quick. I'm having to translate, also check sources, and do all this at the same time. So bear with me, folks. Let's see here. So it looks like the status of many different flights going at the Lublin airport is currently up in the air right now. So I can't tell if they're officially closed or not. I'm trying to check and see if they put any
Oh,
closures on their site.
just to clarify, the airport's closed until like 5 in the morning. Like it's kind of like Birmingham Airport where we used to live, where it closes at like 11 o'clock at night and reopens at 5. It's a similar thing there, so they're not even open right now.
Interesting. Yeah, but I mean, they're not even putting up a status for their flights right now. I mean, it just has a dash across it. There's no status saying on time, on schedule, or anything. It's just a dash. So I'm not sure what that indicates. I'm not sure if that's normal or not, sadly. So I'm trying to check and see the NOTAMs real quick. It's going to take me a second to check that. But let's see here. Okay, right now it's 3:58 a.m. right now in Lublin, Poland. So it's very early in the morning hours right now, just to make the time clear about what's going on there with that. So let's see here. So the siren video appears to be getting corroborated for the most part. I'm seeing a lot of different. Oh, we got another video showing sirens going off here. This one's from Global Military Info, actually, which is usually very accurate for the most part. So let's take a look at that one.
And here's the audio of that clip.
Sounds like World War II.
It does actually.
I got another video too that just came out as well.
So we are confirming at this point, folks. This is now a verified story. It does appear that 2 Russian cruise missiles have apparently crossed the border, and as some form of a precaution, we are now seeing that air raid sirens are being sounded in the area of Lublin City, and a large number of videos from the citizens are coming out showing that the air raid sirens are currently going off. So we can understand that Poland is currently under a cruise missile attack threat, at least at the moment. So let me put this one down on the map for y'all, and then we're going to get to our third clip here that is now showing us the air raid sirens going off from another citizen of the city.
Interesting. So I would assume that it's the case as the missiles. Actually, I would assume it is. So if we take the report at face value, which right now we still don't have any confirmation of how many missiles allegedly entered Polish airspace, this might be the first time that missiles have been directly targeting Poland. Because before, when Poland was attacked by Russia, it was a drone attack. I don't think there was missiles involved in it, if I'm not mistaken.
I didn't know there was no missiles involved in it. As a matter of fact, from what we understand from the last drone incursion into the Polish airspace, it was drone based only and mostly had nothing but decoy drones inside of the wave that flew into Poland. So none of them even had any active armed explosives on board of them, but they were decoy drones, very similar in design and construction to the Garan 2, or as many people would know it, the Shahed 136, which has been used quite heavily by the Russian Federation. On the other hand, to kind of map this out for y'all, because this is an interesting evolution here that we're watching. And also, we do not know if these cruise missiles are trying to target and hit something inside of Poland. That's unclear yet. But from what we are understanding, that was the first drone incursion of a major form into NATO airspace at any point, which was conducted in 2024, where a large number, it was around, I believe, 15 to 20 Russian decoy drones flew across the Ukrainian border and flew as deep as they could into the Republic of Poland's airspace. After that, we then started to hear of a large number of drones of the Russian Federation flying through Romanian airspace to make it to targets in Ukraine, or just flying deep into Romanian airspace and then conducting a loop and flying right back in. Recently, those incursions changed to where a Russian drone actually flew across the border, flew about 10 miles into Romania, and exploded onto the top level of an apartment building within Galati. And then we saw recently that another one attempted to make it all the way to Bucharest, and it was armed and was shot down by the Romanian Air Force. Now we're actually getting more developments on the situation within Lublin. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so just to reiterate this, I think we've gone over this a little bit fragmented before, but the cruise missile and maybe possibly multiple missiles that might have entered Polish airspace apparently disappeared from the radar more than 20 kilometers inside of Poland. It's believed to have gone somewhere in the area of Lublin. That's currently the preliminary reports I'm hearing, but we can't really confirm that. It's unclear, according to Geo Insider, if it was intercepted, if it crashed, or made an impact inside of Poland. Now, like I mentioned earlier, the Polish F-16s were patrolling in the area. Also, a NATO refueling aircraft is seen on ADS-B information, currently flying around that general vicinity. So I would imagine the Polish probably have F-16s that shot them down. That's my personal guess, because they were obviously right there in the area, and they had radar currently running to track stuff like that. Also, by the way, there were massive explosions that Russia was firing apparently at Lviv, Ukraine. We saw a whole bunch of video come out of that as well. It's about 3 or 4 posts down on the Twitter page showing these massive explosions happening in Lviv.
And here are some of the clips of those explosions within the city of Lviv.
Which, by the way, is around the border with Poland.
And let me go put that one down on the map for us here really quickly because I didn't have that one a minute ago. But Lviv, folks, is about approximately 30 miles away from the Polish border. So it's incredibly close, and that's why we understand that there was a Polish air alert that was ongoing earlier where the Polish Air Force scrambled and the air defenses were primed, but we do not know if any air defense activities were conducted against the cruise missiles that have entered Polish airspace that we've now largely confirmed at this point did enter, as we did hear that the air raid sirens were going off in the city of Lviv, which is showing that the Russian cruise missiles truly did enter the airspace. So let me put these down as explosions in Lviv that happened just recently along with the strikes that we just, well, not the strikes, but more so the incursion that we have seen within the area. And we've also been able to hear, folks, that the air raid sirens have stopped sounding within Lublin in Poland. And also, sorry, folks, I was saying Lviv a minute ago. It's actually Lublin in Poland. That was the one that was under threat and had the air raid siren sounding. So we do understand that the air raid sirens have gone off. I believe, Matthew, that they have to wait for another tone to sound afterwards, several minutes later from the sirens, to sound the all clear, and I believe it's a single tone instead of the fluctuating one that comes when the air raid alert is sounded. So the sirens ending doesn't really indicate, at least for now, from what we would know, that the threat has ceased. It is just showing that the air raid sirens' usual run has ended, and we understand that the air threat may still be ongoing at this point in the Lublin Voivodeship. So we actually have more breaking news coming out right now. What do we got?
Okay, so the Poland situation right now, we're simply waiting on more details about that. If there were missiles that entered the airspace, which right now, based on the air raid sirens going off and also all the Ukrainian monitoring channels claiming that that did occur, it looks very likely that that was the case. But once again, we're waiting on official Polish government confirmation of that incursion to get the details on it. So that whole situation is currently on the back burner as of right this second. Luckily, it doesn't appear to have been extremely serious, although, I mean, arguably, NATO might have just been attacked right now. It's kind of hard to tell. So moving back to Iran for a second, because in the middle of, over there, NATO possibly getting attacked in Europe, we're getting more details about the ongoing attacks that the U.S. is conducting and also ramping up at this hour on Iran. It looks like the city of Avaz is still getting hit. They're still reporting extensive strikes in that city. Near constant explosions are being reported by eyewitnesses. And also, we just got word 5 minutes ago that a unusually large explosion just took place in Avaz as well. So Avaj is once again the major target of the airstrikes tonight. For whatever reason, I would assume maybe they're hitting the infrastructure, also the army bases there, and things like that. So Avaj getting hit still constantly as of this moment.
And we are seeing that at the same time as the air raid is currently ongoing within the Republic of Poland, and we're not exactly sure of the developing situation in that regard, we have also been able to see, additionally, that U.S. Air Forces in CENTCOM area responsibility are continuing to conduct armed attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran's armed forces and strategic infrastructure sites within the city of Avaj. It's still unknown at the moment what exactly the targets are and what's getting hit, but it does seem that we're generally getting an understanding that most of the explosions are coming from the central city area and appear to be hitting either the rail yards or governmental and military facilities that are all largely focalized within the same spot just to the west or the north of city center. So that's generally our understanding of the situation that we're hearing of the airstrikes right now within the city of Avaj. I'm not gonna lie, folks, I'm kind of getting a little bit on edge at the moment. I don't know about you, Matthew, but the Polish situation is leaving me somewhat concerned that we're kind of having to leave it on a cliffhanger right now because from what we're hearing at the moment, folks, the cruise missiles entered 20 kilometers into Poland and then were apparently lost on radar, at least for the Ukrainians. So they don't really know if the missiles were shot down, whether they've impacted something within Poland, or whether they were just out of range and they may be continuing deeper on into Poland, and they may,
Yeah.
well, generally no one may have any idea of where they're at right now. So we'll be hopefully getting some further details on that one.
Also, by the way, hold on a second. Let's see here. Well, before I get to this real quick, by the way, real quick, just to give people an idea of what Poland was going up against right now, what is the average speed of a Russian cruise missile that Russia would have fired at the Lviv area that would have crossed over into Poland? Basically, it went, according to the reports, it went 20 kilometers into Polish territory. So the speed of the missile would tell us how much reaction time Poland had to it, and that would give us an idea of how likely an F-16 shooting it down would have likely been.
If we're talking about the Caliber cruise missile, the Caliber cruise missile, much like many other cruise missiles, travels in the transonic range of speed, generally close to the speed of sound, but not quite, and it generally tops off at a top speed of about Mach .8. This is generally the missile that is the most ubiquitous cruise missile platform that the Russian Federation has used in their war against Ukraine. So this is the one that we would highly likely expect, or at least the two of them that entered Polish airspace minutes ago.
So they wouldn't have had much reaction time. I sadly I can't do that math that well in my
About a
head
minute.
about that, but for so yeah, it's not very much time at all. Now, granted, the F-16s were in the area, but I mean, they would have to have pretty quick reaction time to actually shoot an interceptor at that missile and take it down. So I'm not really sure. Like my gut's telling me they probably shot them down, but there's just no way to know for certain. Also, with them moving that fast, I mean, that might be a little bit tricky.
These missiles usually move at about 620 miles per hour. It's roughly within that ballpark range. Some of them move a little bit quicker, some of them move a little bit slower. There's a small margin of error there, but it usually be around 620 miles an hour. So if it traveled 20 kilometers, which I believe is about 12 miles into their airspace, they quite literally had no reaction time at all. It was far less than a minute in reality. It may have been just a matter of maybe a half minute or less in reality, if I'm trying to do a rough approximation of that in my head, which would give the air defenses quite literally no time. That's honestly so little time. They can't even lock the missile onto an air defense radar and fire at it in 20 seconds. It usually take a little bit longer than that.
Yeah, I would say so. Also, I'm trying to see here. Got another video here of the sirens going off. It's just so surreal. Like I got to say, like taking a minute here just to say like a thought about this. It's surreal hearing the Polish air raid sirens going off, which are almost like vintage air raid sirens. It sounds like it's like I wasn't in the war, but it's like giving me flashbacks to World War II videos and clips that I've seen in the past. So certainly ominous and kind of a little bit chilling to hear that, especially in 2026. But we had been hearing that Russia might try to do a provocation against Poland. I personally don't think this is it. This appears to be not that wild compared to what I was expecting. So I don't think this is the big one, but it's certainly a provocation.
I would have to say this is probably about well, it's not probably, this is serious as it gets. Like without them directly hitting something in Poland, of which, folks, by the way, we have no clue if they've even directly hit anything in Poland yet. We just know that they've disappeared off of the radar. That could mean that they've impacted something. They could still be in the air right now, traveling even deeper into Poland, and may have passed the Lublin area at this point. They are traveling at low altitude, by the way, folks, so tracking them on radar will prove in some areas of the country to be somewhat difficult, as while we do generally have advanced radar systems here in the West these days, sometimes cruise missiles can see that there is some sort of ground cover or foliage, like forests, that are able to cover a radar's ability to cover an area, and that may stop them from being detected in some regions. And also the Polish Air Force might have lost them as well. Or it may be that they've actually impacted something and we just don't know what they've hit yet. So I would say that this is actually the most serious thing that could happen outside of the Russians literally walking across the border and beginning the Third World War with NATO. This is as serious as it gets. But moving us on out of that and into this video, here's another clip of the air raid sirens from Lublin.
Also, this is a nice neighborhood or apartment complex, whatever this is. Pretty nice.
Yeah, that's actually very nice. I was thinking that myself. But that is also, really quickly, let me take this. You know, Matthew, that is, they say it's from Avage. I don't know where that is, but you can see some sort of industrial smokestack there. maybe involved with a refinery. We might be able to geolocate that here in a minute once we get the chance. But that was another clip of the air raid siren going off. I'll make sure to put that one down on the map as well, folks. That way, if you'll want to, you can click on the link in the description below and look at all of these clips at your own speed and your own time, as we always custom make this map every single day of the week for y'all to be able to look through and see what's happened over the course of today and all of the prior days of this week. So we can actually see that more air raid sirens videos are coming out. What do you got?
Also, isn't Zelensky currently in Poland right now? I mean, I just remembered that. Isn't he in Poland?
I don't know, actually. I think he might be.
Let me check that real quick, because I don't think he was in Lublin, but let's see where he was at. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm trying to get some information. So Zelensky visits Poland for the first time since historical dispute strained bilateral talks. Oh, now okay. Now I give some more context. I forgot about that. I forgot about the ongoing spat that Poland was having with Ukraine. So today was the first day that Zelensky was mending the relationship with Poland, and he went to Poland to mend that relationship. And now this evening we see Russia launch probably about 2 missiles into Poland, according to what we've seen so far. So I think he might have still been there actually, but I think he was in a different city, though. I think he was in a different one. Sadly, I don't know which city he was in right off the bat. Let's see. I think he was in
Probably
Warsaw.
Yeah.
No, whoa. His plane landed in Lublin. Hold on a second. Wait a second. So his plane landed in Lublin, and he was there to hold talks with the Polish prime minister. So apparently he landed in Lublin. So were they trying to target Zelensky in Poland?
Maybe. I mean, that would
There's
be
no way
that
the
would be
Russians would be that
outrageous if they
bold.
did that. I mean, that would be an Article 5 invocation, and also Ukraine's going to go off on them, Zelensky or not. If the attack was successful, they're going to go off on the Russians. I mean, they may as well go and expect the Kremlin to get blown up at this point. So, if they were trying that, that's absolutely insane. But I don't know. I mean, like, the fact that they were going to Lublin, I mean, that kind of leads credence to the idea they may have been trying to attack Zelensky while he was in Poland, but that would be extreme. That is an Article 5 invocation at a minimum, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking right here. I just reposted it right now from next to Poland right here. There's a picture of the presidential plane on the tarmac right there inside of Lublin. I think it's still parked there, I think, right now. So that appears to be where Zelensky is at during this attack. He's in the city nearby to where those air raid sirens were going off right there in Lublin. So that is something else. Also, by the way, I mean, this was not a good thing for Russia, by the way. I mean, the fact Zelensky was showing up to mend relationship with Poland, Russia was loving that Poland was starting to get at odds with Ukraine, because Poland's one of the biggest providers of aid for the war against Russia for Ukraine's side. Poland's one of the biggest supporters of that. So obviously, I'm sure that had Vladimir Putin very pissed off that Zelensky was mending that relationship. So that might explain why they did something so drastic like this tonight, because he really was not happy at all about Poland mending that relationship, maybe. But I don't know, man. I mean, it's starting to look really, really odd that Zelensky, his plane's literally in Lublin, and the missiles went toward Lublin. The sirens went off in Lublin, all after this happened today. That looks very odd, to say the least.
It does look quite odd, but I'd also have to ask, because I think this might be the case, isn't Zelensky's A319 always in Poland? Because it's not safe to operate out of Ukrainian airspace, so he takes a train across into Poland, and then he hops on this aircraft to travel around. Because I think that might be the arrangement, and I'm not sure if it stays in Rzeszów or Lublin normally.
Well, it's saying here that his plane landed in Lublin, according to Next to Poland, Polska. So they're saying he arrived there and landed on the plane. That's what the report is.
Interesting. But what I'm asking though is, like, where in the world is the aircraft normally stored? Because I'm pretty sure it is in Poland usually. But it's either here or Rzeszów. So it might be that Zelensky isn't even here. He might have met with Naroki and also Tusk, and then hopped on a train and went right back into Ukraine. So it may be that he wasn't even here when the attack was conducted. It's just that the plane was here, because this is its normal, possibly storage location, or Rzeszów is. And the Russian cruise missiles are happening to cross the border and head into this direction coincidentally, but I would have to say that'd be a wild coincidence if that was the case.
Yeah, I sadly I can't say anything with certainty on that one, because I'm not really sure where his plane stays normally. I'm not sure about that detail. So sadly I couldn't say. Also, by the way, let's see here. I hate to do a whiplash on y'all, by the way, so I know this Poland story right here is massive, to say the least. But I'm currently getting more breaking news out of Iran right now. Also, by the way, there appears to be an all clear that might be issued in Ukraine right now. But once again, if you're Ukrainian and you're listening to this, listen to your government officials. Don't take our word for it. Listen to your people about that. Don't take our word that the all clear has been given. That's just our guess based on OSINT information. But it looks like the attack could be over right now that Russia was conducting on Ukraine. But in the meantime, though, it looks like CENTCOM has issued a statement. Thank you to Scott Baldwin for letting me know that real quick. Let's see here. CENTCOM. Oh, they haven't posted it on Twitter yet if they put one out. Let me go check their main page here and see if it's maybe. Oh, there it is right there. It hadn't popped up in the algorithm yet. So yeah, they're saying CENTCOM saying they finished the strikes, but we gotten a lot of footage coming out right now showing a vase that got hit very strongly and also other areas near Qeshm. So take a look at the statement. It looks like they have another like cookie cutter video for us as well from CENTCOM, and let's see what they said.
At 10 p.m. Eastern Time on July 29th, the U.S. CENTCOM AOR forces successfully completed a heavy wave of strikes against Iran in response to yesterday's attempted missile attacks on U.S. forces. CENTCOM assets struck dozens of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps targets in Iran, including military command centers, missile and drone facilities, coastal surveillance and defense systems, and maritime capabilities. The strikes aim to further diminish threats posed by Iran and its proxies to American forces, commercial shipping, and neighboring Gulf countries. On July 28th, IRGC forces launched multiple ballistic missiles from Iran and an attempted surprise attack on U.S. forces based in the Middle East. All Iranian missiles were successfully intercepted. More than 50,000 U.S. service members are currently deployed to the Middle East and remain highly vigilant, focused, lethal, and ready. And so here's the footage provided by CENTCOM's area of responsibility of the current actions and strikes that were conducted this night. We can see here that F-18 Super Hornets are now getting ready to launch from the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln or the USS George H.W. Bush. And we now see those F-18s leaving the deck and making their way onto their strike targets. We can see what appears to be a mobile command center getting hit and destroyed, along with another mobile command center getting hit and destroyed as well. We can also see an unidentified target due to the low fidelity of the camera and several IRGC attack boats getting hit within a fishing port, much like we were anticipating with the strikes around Qeshm and Kish Island. We can also see what appeared to be the hole to the gates of hell also getting blown up. I don't know what this is, but we can see it took a direct GBU and appears to have suffered a direct hit. And we can also see what appeared to be possibly an electronic warfare system or some sort of an air defense system also being targeted and destroyed as well near to some form of a paved roadway within southern Iran. But that's the brief footage that CENTCOM's area of responsibility has just shown us, as they have announced, at least for now, the cessation of strikes on the Iranians. But we highly doubt that that's the case. We did just get eyewitness reports literally at the exact same time, nearly, that there were two independent blasts once again heard within Avaj. And we also have video and picture evidence showing a citizen driving across a bridge within the city of Avaj, showing smoke rising from what appears to be the central area of the city. And now that daylight has finally risen over the area, and we can also see the bridge that this person is driving across, we will most likely, highly likely, be able to geolocate the exact area of which the smoke is rising from and where this video is filmed. So let's take a look at the brief clip. So we can see that it's some sort of an arched bridge. We can also see that there are some small multi-story apartment blocks off in the distance, surrounded by trees. We can tell that he's clearly crossing the bridges over the river within central Avaj. And so let's try and find this bridge, and let's see exactly what direction he was heading in and where the smoke was rising from. So this is the river that passes through the area, the Karun River. And we can see that this is the cable bridge, which wouldn't have been the one that he crossed, the Naderi Bridge, which does not have an arch over it. And we can actually see one of the arches right here. This is the Safid Bridge, and this appears to be the one that this person was crossing. It also appears that he was in between the first and second span of the bridge and was passing under the second arch, possibly heading west. But before we say that any farther, let's make sure that we're able to line this up properly and get an idea of exactly what we're looking at here. So really quickly, let me see, folks, if I can find us let's see here. Okay, so folks, we have also, by the way, folks, before I even continue on with the geolocation, not to give you all whiplash, because we're trying to geolocate what really was hit in Avaj recently, because we had a lot of speculation about it. We actually have more breaking news coming out of Poland. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we've gotten our first piece of possible confirmation right now about what happened in Poland. It looks like an individual who's a spokesman for Lublin Vojvod, which I believe is maybe the local. Is that what does that translate to, by
Like
the way? Do you happen to know that? Okay, yeah, I thought it was the government or maybe the municipality of the area, but it looks like a spokesman has allegedly said that they can confirm that they do have a threat of airstrikes, and the information came directly from the government security center. It is credible and confirmed, according to the Lublin. It looks like maybe a government official, possibly, if this translation is accurate. So they were speaking to a Polish media outlet when they said that, apparently, or at least allegedly, according to this Twitter post from AZ Intel. So that's our first confirmation that we have that something has taken place. They didn't say it was two missiles. They simply said there was a threat of airstrikes and that it was credible and confirmed. So that's about as vague as it gets, but that appears to be sort of lending credibility to the idea that there was some type of airspace incursion on Poland. But this is still very early, and we would prefer to have a statement directly from the top leadership of Poland instead about what took place. And I'm sure we'll have that probably in the next 24 hours.
We most likely will. And also to give folks a little bit of credibility and an explanation as to where the statement has allegedly come from, it has apparently come allegedly from Marcin Bubic, who is a spokesperson for the governor of the Lublin Voivodeship, as he is the spokesperson for the Lublin Voivod. And the Voivod in Poland is usually the governor, or well, the best way to explain it, it's like the governor of a U.S. state here in the United States of America. That's probably our best way to explain that, is what a voivod of a voivodeship is, and this is the spokesperson for that voivod. So it does appear that this is largely coming from the governmental authorities of the voivodeship, which is giving us an understanding that this was a confirmed threat, and there was a threat of impacts from the cruise missiles that entered Polish airspace, and we are largely able at this point to say that there is a strong likelihood that every facet of the story that we've covered on air is a confirmed part of the story. I want to say, though, folks, that while we are very close to this being a confirmed and legitimate story, we want to make it incredibly clear that until we get a government statement from Poland, from an official Polish governmental source, to be able to corroborate this information, it's very close. It's like 95% a confirmed story, but it's not a 100% Loctite confirmed story that we have at the moment. We do know that there was an air raid threat. We have a rumor that there were cruise missiles that crossed the border. We are confirmed that air raid sirens did go off in Lublin. We also know that the Polish airspace was in the air. That is also confirmed as well. Or the Polish Air Force was in the air. That is confirmed. The one part that we do not have full-blown confirmation on is a governmental statement confirming all facts of the story. So we're going to be waiting for that for a little bit, but we are largely running with the story as a confirmed story largely at this point. But moving us on out of that confirmation of the story out of Lublin and getting us back into the geolocation of what has been hit within this area, we can see the apartment blocks off in the distance. And really quickly, Maddie, before we get to that poll, let me do this geolocation here real quick. But we can see the apartment blocks in the distance. These actually line up exactly with the video that we saw right here. You can actually see the same small outbuildings, if we want to call them that, on top of that apartment building. So we can confirm that that apartment building, which is around, let's see, somewhere right here. So we have a full-on confirmation, folks, that the airstrike definitely did hit the rail yard. That's exactly what it did. Because to show you all the line of
Oh,
sight
really?
here, yes, so to show y'all here and make sure to break this down completely. So we do know the direction of travel of the driver. He's going west across this bridge. He is crossing the river, and we can see the same apartment building there that we saw from the line of sight on the bank of the river from the east side. The fact that the smoke is off to the left side of the apartment building and generally directly ahead of the driver, that means that it's saddling right between the bridge and also that apartment building, and going further back, that's exactly on the rail yard. So it looks like it was a direct hit to the major rail yard that serves the ports further south and also the city of Karamshahar and Abadan on the Iraqi border.
Wow, so that's actually a very strong hit right there. That the U.S. actually followed through when they said earlier today, because I think there was reports out there that they were saying U.S. leadership was saying they were going to bomb the effing heck out of Iran or something like that. They said that apparently, at least allegedly earlier. So this is a pretty serious strike, actually. I mean, this is going to mess up the petrochemical complex on the coast. It's also going to mess up getting more supplies to that area of Iran for the entire government structure, the regime forces, and everything like that. So that is fascinating. You don't think this is preparations for our ground operation, do you? Or is this simply infrastructure strikes?
I think this is infrastructure damage, because striking a rail yard in this area really wouldn't have much of a strategic impact to a U.S. ground invasion around the Hormuz, which would be the first place that we would conduct one at, and it wouldn't really affect, at least from what we know in the immediate sense, the operational capabilities of the IRGC in the coastal region. So in the here and now for a naval invade or an amphibious landing, This wouldn't really have that much of an impact, at least this strike, but other strikes elsewhere, like on Qeshm Island, that actually could be a part of it, but this appears to just be trying to inflict economic damage and deprive the Iranians of key logistics corridors to keep their economy functioning.
Interesting. So that's still a very big strike. So it actually was in city center, believe it or not, inside of a Vaj. So I wonder if there's any civilian casualties, because that was literally right in the middle of the city right there.
Oh,
So we'll have to find out about that.
also, I need to add this as well. I was looking at the rail yard because to once again show y'all here, let me see if I can show y'all. So here's the driver, there's the smoke plume. So let me try and draw y'all a straight line from here because we can get a very clear understanding of where he was at. He's right here where this white car was at. And so he's looking through the bridge pillars, and we can see that the smoke is rising from somewhere in this direction, as you can see right here. It generally almost exactly lines up with the line of sight that we have right here. But the problem is, folks, that I just realized is that it may not be the rail yard. It may be the military base, which is literally directly in line with this line of sight right behind the rail yard. So once I hate to say this, folks, but we almost had a surefire sort of an answer that that strike was directly on the rail yard. But looking at this again, this may be the IRGC or the Iranian military facility that's directly in line of that line of sight right behind the rail yard. So that's still a little bit unclear. Hopefully we'll be able to get another sight line somewhere within the area where we can easily identify where the filmer was at and what they're looking at, because if we can get that, we might be able to get a second viewpoint and a second line, which would be able to intersect with the other, and we'll be able to know the epicenter of the actual strike. But it's somewhere on the northern head of the rail yard or within the Iranian military base adjacent to it to the west.
Yeah, that's true. It does appear to be the case. Also, I'm not sure if you saw these other two pictures right here. I just reposted another one. Have you seen these other two pictures that go along with the video here?
Uh, let's see here. Let me see. No, actually, I have not. This is fresh. This is fresh and inviting. Let me go to Google Earth here really quickly because this one's going to require some digging. So let me go over here to the side, folks, and see if I can do a little bit of Google Earthing magic to figure out where the second sight line is right there, because we can get we might be able to get our intersection, and we might be able to know exactly where this was in the city. So, oh, let me get a Vaj. Let's see. Here's the city. All right, so not really a lot to work with here, sadly. But I'm guessing that this is south of the strike location. I can't tell that really. But let's give it a shot and let's see what we can do. So, let's see, it's going to be over here. Any parking lots? So I'm going to bring this over on air. And we'll try and see if we can line this up. So sadly, the buildings are not 3D rendered in this part of the world. In America, they are, but over here in Iran, they're not. So let,
Also, just got another video of the actual moment, apparently, of the strikes in Avaz too. Just that got that piece of footage as well.
let's take a look. Some sort of a transformer blew up over there. Oh, that's going to be tough. I don't think we have a good one to work off of, right? Well, wait a minute. There's a big open plot right here. It looks like there's like little allotments down there. Now, that might be locatable, maybe. So let me see if I can locate that. Mm, is it a school? Is there a larger apartment buildings around it that line up with that? No. Um, damn, this one's going to be
Man,
tough.
whatever was hit, even if you can't geolocate it. I mean, all the eyewitnesses that saw these strikes and also the video that we just watched, they were saying these strikes were extremely violent, like more so than usual. And by the way, the people of Avaj, they know what strikes look like normal scale strikes. They've been hit more times than I can count at this point. So they're saying tonight was unusually heavy, the strikes tonight. So either the U.S. like absolutely leveled that army base back there in the back that you're pointing out, or they maybe took out both the railroad and maybe the army base possibly. But whatever it was, they were actually putting heavy munitions down on these targets, whatever was hit.
I would say they probably hit the military base because with the line of sight that we're seeing, if they hit the rail yard, they just hit the northern end of it. And while that could be kind of damaging, generally repairing surface rails is fairly easy. That's one of the great things about it is that it generally is easy to repair and quite quick. So that wouldn't really knock out the rail yard for that long. If they hit the engine houses and the repair shops further south on the rail yard, that would be irreparable for the larger part. That sort of a facility is quite expensive and would be very difficult to replace. So I'm doubtful that it really hit the rail yard. I'm thinking that it probably hit somewhere here within these barracks or this military facility that it appears the Iranian armed forces is operating out of, because we can see quite an extensive amount of structures and facilities here that are right in line. I mean, this area right down here where most of these barracks are at, that's right in line with the smoke plume that's rising from the location of the strike. So I would feel like that would be a more higher priority target to hit, at least in U.S. military logic, than the northern head of a rail yard, where some switches might get blown away, but they probably have maintenance away crews on that and fix that within days.
Yeah. Do you think they used the B-1B on this location here? Do you think that's what it was? Maybe that was why the strikes were so unusually large?
I don't know. I mean, it could be likely. I mean, there were several B1s that were used, and they could have sent one B1 in, one B1 in every direction, or to every target that was getting hit tonight. So there's a possibility of that. But one place I would say, though, like to go back to this clip and talk about this, one place we can confirm that we've kind of underrated in our coverage tonight that definitely was hit by a B1 was Abadan or Karamshahar, because this strike right here, if you watch it, there were multiple independent explosions that were conducted, and it looks more in line with a carpet bombing than any kind of precision guided bombing. I'm sure there was some precision guidance involved, but it looks like it was a large number of bombs that were dropped in a stagnated or more so a staggered sequence is the way to say it. And we can see that in this clip right here if we watch it. See how there's multiple different small explosions happening one after the other in a line? That's definitely a carpet bombing.
And there appears to have been, I would say, based on the footage I've seen from Aria Fairford and also the footage out of the UK, it looks like there was at least 2 to 3 B-1B Lancers that were deployed to this area of Iran. It appears to be maybe up to 3 of them. So it could have been maybe they were deployed all the unique targets possibly instead of hitting the same place over and over. They might have sent them to, like, for example, Abdanan, also to Avaj and these other areas to hit individually.
It could have been. It could have been. I think that's most likely what it was. I think they were sending each B1 to different targets because, I mean, hell, honestly, man, one B1 has enough firepower in it to level a city if it wanted to. So they probably wouldn't need to send more than one to each location. So one of them might have been sent to Vaj. The other one was definitely sent to Abadan. We can confirm that for sure. I don't know where the third one would have gone if there was a third one. But I would say if we're speaking of only two, those two definitely both went to the Khuzestan Province. One hit Avaj and the other one hit Abadan. And if there was a third, I wouldn't be able to really account because we don't really have any eyewitness reports or video and picture evidence yet that really leans heavily into a third B1 out there somewhere that dropped the
Oh
bomb.
yeah, there is.
Oh, there is?
There's a nighttime video of a B1 taking off. We saw 2 of them take off during the daylight hours, and we saw one when it turned dark.
But that one might have been a backup B1. Like one of the B1s might
Could
have
have
run
been.
into a technical issue and then they sent up the backup. And so there might have been only 2 involved in the strikes, but 3 that went up visually. Maybe. Because as far as the B1s taking off, there were 3 of them, but I can only say with definitive certainty for now that there are 2 places that we can say highly likely were hit by a B1, which would be Avaj and Abadan. If there was a third one that struck something, we don't really have enough information yet. Not saying, folks, that it didn't happen. It's just that we don't have enough information yet to say where a third one went and what it might have hit.
Yeah, I mean, it could have maybe been a backup, possibly. I mean, we're having to make a lot of assumptions. Like all we know is that we saw B-1Bs of maybe 2 to 3 of them take off from air bases inside the UK. Outside of that, I mean, the rest is up for speculation. I mean, technically, they could have gone off into the ocean and just flown laps out there. I mean, they could have just been a decoy. You never can tell. But I would say, based on the footage, it looks like at least a couple of them struck Iran because a lot of those footage that we see there appears to be almost like carpet bombing. To a large degree.
It does largely appear so, and we'll have to see, folks, if we get any further corroboration or information on this in the moment. But also, folks, our speculation is probably going to be the best that we're all going to get for now, because if we ever count on CENTCOM for any kind of transparency, or the U.S. government, we will be sorely amiss. They're probably not going to tell us anything of what the B-1s did. They'll just say that the B-1s were involved in the bombing operation and just leave it at that without any further details. So that might be our best guess, and that might be the best we have to work off of, maybe even for years, of what those B-1 Lancers did tonight. So with that in mind, it is now time for us to get on into the poll. We've been on air for an hour and a half already, and if you're joining us right now, big thanks to everyone who is joining us. I hope you all been enjoying the news, and if you're believing that the title sounds outlandish, because also, by the way, Matthew, I changed the title to include include the missile attack that looks to have been conducted or attempted on Poland. If you're joining us right now and you believe that the title sounds absolutely crazy, before we even get into the poll, I can assure you folks, it's not. We were able to see that largely at this point, we have a confirmed story that 2 Russian cruise missiles entered the Lublin Voivod ship, and we were able to see the air raid sirens were sounded, and that story has largely been all but confirmed. The only thing we're missing at this moment is an official government statement from the Polish Air Force, and we've also been able to see that the U.S. has restarted strikes on Iran. So with that in mind, let's get into this poll. Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So, U.S. forces tonight launched retaliatory strikes on Iran's coast for yesterday's attacks that the Iranian regime launched on Jordanian air bases housing U.S. soldiers. CENTCOM claims that all the missiles were shot down, although that's up for debate because there are some images floating around suggesting that maybe there was a direct impact, and right now it's a little bit uncertain exactly what took place when it comes to impacts on possible U.S. bases. So, do you believe that this will work? What's taking place tonight? Will it make the Iranians think twice? 61% said no, Iran will now escalate more, while 22% said it's really all the U.S. can really do at this point, and 8% said yes, Iran will now refrain from more strikes because now they'll be fearful of this happening again. And I'm definitely with the 61%. This is not going to stop Iran from launching strikes. Definitely not. They're going to probably retaliate in the next coming hours, would be my guess. In fact, we'll probably be live to cover it tonight when they start doing it. Now, they could wait until maybe another 24 hours to launch those strikes. It is possible. We have seen that before. But I don't think Iran is going to suddenly start using common sense just because they got hit on the head once again. I don't think so. If anything, they usually take this as an excuse to start going berserk, and they could have started attacking the Gulf states even worse and hitting their infrastructure. That could be the next step that the Iranians take. But one thing is certain to this point, these so-called peace talks that were taking place, I don't think those were ever happening. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that sadly, folks, the pen is not mightier than the sword when it comes to the Iranians. Many people might be surprised by that. I've even heard that some people today are frustrated by that, much to everyone's dismay. Very sad to hear. But I would say that the strikes tonight are probably going to be leading the Iranians to escalate more. We haven't seen that any strikes against Iran have made them de-escalate. They only make them escalate. But the other option is to do nothing and they continue to escalate regardless. So we really do not have any options here, folks. Like we've been saying, our only option is to continue the war until we see a successful conclusion in American interests, which at a minimum requires us to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Anything beyond that at this point is largely more of an idealistic sort of a wish list or a scenario. But the one thing that we have to do is we have to continue on the war until the Strait of Hormuz is reopened. If we do not do that, this is going to result in a cataclysmic U.S. defeat, one of the proportions in the modern day of which we may have not seen really honestly since the end of World War II, such a blistering defeat for a major superpower. So I hope that does address that at least the best I can in my opinion, and I would be with the 61% in that regard. But with that, folks, before we move on into the rest of our coverage, wrapping up everything that we have within the Middle East, because it looks like the strikes have started to die down for now, and CENTCOM's announcement of a conclusion of strikes may have been a verified one, because we're not really hearing of any sporadic or high-intensity strikes, at least at the moment, within the Islamic Republic of Iran. So we're going to cover everything else that we have down there, and then we're going to move back up into Europe and circle back to the Polish airspace incursion story, and then move on into the war in Ukraine in its entirety, as we actually have all of the news for that on the map as well, including the major ongoing Ukrainian attack in the Penza Oblast and out and throughout the entirety of Western Russia proper. But before we move on into all of that, let's get a couple of questions from the chats. We'll be getting 3 of them before we move on. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so our first 3 super chats, where we get right back into our breaking news, which, by the way, we'll probably have some more here in just a second. So if you're wondering if things are calming down, I would not count on that for very long. I suspect that we'll see either an Iranian counterattack, a NATO response to what Russia did. We might see something like that very imminently at this moment. Also, by the way, there was that ongoing Ukrainian attack on Russia that was taking place earlier, and we have some more details about that we will be going over here shortly. But going into our first super chat here, our first one goes to none other than Charles Z07 PC Verified, and thank you very much, Charles, for that very generous
Hey!
$100 support and helping to keep the channel running with that support. Because we always say it like a broken record, but it's the viewer support through the super chats that keeps our streams on the air every single night for 4+ years, and also doing these breaking news streams as well. And we do appreciate that. And Charles said, could we napalm Pickaxe Mountain to heat fracture the surface of the granite, making the granite very fragile, and then hit it with the GBU 57s?
It's an interesting idea. It's just that unfortunately it might not work all too well. Napalm has a bit of a burn time and it does burn quite hot, but the problem is that the tunnel networks themselves are several hundred feet below the surface, meaning that heating up the rocks and debris, or more so the rocks on the surface, 400 feet deep and being able to create a brittle enough sort of a geological surface to break through it with GBU 57s would largely probably be impossible, because the thermal effects probably wouldn't expand any farther than a couple of feet below the ground or below the rock level that this napalm is burning on. So I would say that that probably would not be the highly likely option of success. We're still generally thinking that in a conventional sense, if we're using conventional means, which nuclear means, by the way, folks, tactical nuclear means and even strategic nuclear means would not be able to bust through this facility because it's too far underground. Generally, our best action to make is what's called access denial, where the bombs hit the entrances of the tunnel networks, cave them in at the very entrance, and then we conduct access denial from then on, where we keep a little air patrol floating over here and there with the drone. And if they see that anyone's trying to dig out the tunnel entrances, you hit the people who are trying to dig out the tunnel entrances. And that's really the best sort of a conventional recourse that we have for the moment, because we really just sadly do not have an ability to strike that deep and hit something that far down in a mountain that's about 400 feet deep or so. We can hit the tunnel entrance. That's probably the weakest link of the entire structure. But beyond that, though, there just sadly isn't really a way for us to reliably do that. So I hope that does address that incredibly well. And a humongous thanks to you for support, Charles Z07 PC Verified, and help with this channel to keep it running, because folks like you and your amazing support help us to make this channel possible and keep it running. So that way we can keep covering this news each and every single day. So that way we can make sure that all of y'all know what's going on around the world, the good, the bad, and the ugly, which it appears that tonight, folks, we're getting a mix of everything. So with that in mind, we are on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to WSNT Merly 4077, who put in a 1,000 Swedish kroner support right there, which is about 100
Hey!
USD. And we do appreciate generous support very, very much, WSNT. And he did not leave a comment, though, but we do appreciate that very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say a humongous thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And I gotta say a humongous thanks to you for the support. You didn't throw in the comment, but the support means a lot and helps us to keep this channel on air and helps us to keep this thing running day in and day out, night after night, week after week, month after month, to be able to make sure that all the folks out there know what's going on. And I hope that tonight, folks, we've been doing quite a good job of this. We've been on air for an hour and a half now, covering breaking news continuously, and we will most likely be covering breaking news for a good bit longer throughout the night. And I hope that so far our coverage and our analysis has been top-notch or generally solid, because we always try our best to make sure that the stories are represented in the most factual and accurate way, and also making sure to keep U.S. interest in mind while analyzing the situation. So humongous thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the final question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news that we have for the night. So what do we got?
So this one goes to Old Warrior Fellow, who puts in a 50 as well. And thank you, Old Warrior, also for that support and being a longtime channel legend. He said overtime, undertime, I'm not sure, but take one from the chat.
Hey, and a big thanks to your support, Old Warrior Fella. That was one of the first super chats that came in, and I got to thank you so much for the support. And we don't even know anymore. Undertime, overtime, around time, baking time. We don't know, but we keep the thing running regardless, each and every day. And I got to be honest with y'all, folks. Earlier in the day, it looked like today was kind of shaping up. I don't know about you, Matthew, but I kind of thought it was shaping up to be a very slow day. Turns out that definitely was not the case, because when we were looking at the news earlier this morning, there was basically nothing that had happened by that point. And later on in the day, right before we went live, everything started to happen. And then we got to see in the middle of our stream that Poland was actually seeing an incursion or an attempted attack by Russian cruise missiles, which is quite literally history in the making right there. There's really no other way to put that. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support, and we will make sure to take one from the live chat. So Matthew, what do we got?
So the one from the live chat in honor of Old Warrior is going to go to Brittany, who said, "Why do we keep striking the coast of Iran and not more inland?"
The general reason why is because it doesn't really have a great deal of strategic value, from what we understand, to conduct strikes on anything deeper within the Islamic Republic of Iran outside of transport erector launchers, which is one of the few targets that are generally operated far inland and would provide some form of strategic value. As we generally understand that our current problem, or our larger strategic crux of the situation, generally revolves around the Iranians' anti-ship and anti-maritime capabilities that exist in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, which is causing us the biggest headache because it's stopping global oil shipments from getting out from the Middle East into the countries that need it, which is mostly the countries that we're allied with in Europe. And considering that they can't get oil right now from the Middle East, they're currently having to get oil from here in the United States. And even still, there's just not enough oil to go around because there's such a massive shortage, because all of that Middle Eastern oil isn't making it out into the open world. And so we're trying to find a way to reopen the strait to get the oil flowing again back to Europe, so that way the global oil supply situation generally stabilizes. And so that's generally why we're conducting a coastal campaign, is to try and get that oil flowing so that way the Iranians really don't have any strategic leverage over us, or generally winning the war in that sense. And then we can focus on shifting the war into our favor and conducting strikes on them however we would please for however long we need, to be able to see that we then achieve our strategic objectives that the war was truly started with. Right now, the war is generally, the best way to describe it, in a bit of a uh how would we call it, a regrouping phase is maybe the best way to put it, because we're trying to claw back what we've already lost in the first phase of the conflict, which was the Ormuz, and then work from there. So I hope that does address that live chat the best I can, and humongous thanks to you for support, Old Warrior fella, and helping this channel to keep running, because folks like you have been making this thing possible for years, and we are massively appreciative of old guards and channel legends going out of their way to support this channel and helping it to keep on running. And so with that, folks, it is time for us to move on and into the rest of our news for the night from the Middle East and Ukraine, and we'll mostly be getting more breaking news and developments on the situation in Poland and the Middle East while we're covering everything else. But before we get to that, we actually have a poll about the situation with Poland, and a lot of people are wondering what is generally going to be the result as far as NATO is concerned if the cruise missile attack, or the 1 to 2 cruise missiles that just entered Poland, is full on confirmed by the Polish authorities. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so what do you think NATO is going to do about this if they confirm that these missiles apparently went into Polish airspace? And we still don't know what happened to them. They could have been shot down, they could have impacted, they might have even hit civilians. You never can tell at this point. But it's all depending on confirmation from the top Polish officials. And right now, that confirmation still does not exist from the top level. So, if confirmed, what do you think NATO is going to do? It looks like 32% of the audience said NATO will increase Ukraine's support for the war against Russia, while 27% said NATO will likely engage Article 5, and 26% said NATO will forward deploy forces. And one thing I'm confident about is I don't think NATO will engage Article 5 over this. They're probably going to find a way to worm their way out of a very direct response to Russia. That's my guess. Now, it all depends on what the missiles hit, though. If the missiles were shot down, they'll just chalk it up to, oh, look, it went errant. They'll probably buy the Russian, probably BS narrative that it was an errant missile or two errant missiles, and they'll let it go. But if it hit people, that's a whole nother thing. If it hit people, if it did that, then we have a whole different conversation on our hands at that point. But without knowing that, it's kind of hard to tell. I'm actually with the 26%. I think NATO will forward deploy forces. They'll probably start new military exercises in the area of the Baltics. That's what they did the last time that Poland was attacked with drones from Russia. They launched new NATO military exercises to show Russia what for. So I'm with the 26%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would be with the 26% as well. They probably will start to forward deploy forces and increase the number of air defense units that are forward based in Eastern Europe and inside of Poland and the Baltics. But I generally have a feeling that right now NATO is going to be finding, and Poland's probably going to be finding, the way to play the card, the strongly worded letter, which is basically where you write up a letter that says that you find someone's actions very concerning and it's leading to the world to see escalating tensions that may lead to some sort of a conflict. You fold that up and put that in an envelope and send it off to the Russian embassy, which then immediately puts it right into a shredder without reading it, and the situation continues as it has for some time. I would generally say, folks, that NATO has shown over the years that its resolve is quite low in terms of responding to anything that Russia does. I would say that really the best way to describe the current NATO governance, even in the United States, is generally similar to Chamberlain's government in the lead up to World War II, where appeasement or generally ignoring the situation and pretending like it's fine is the best course of action, which was not the best course of action, but still, for some reason, a large amount of politicians believe that that truly is the best course of action in every case. So we may see the forward deployed forces becomes common in Eastern Europe, but outside of that, I do not think at all they're going to be invoking Article 5 over this.
Unless people are hurt. I mean, unless people got, hit by the missile, which, we didn't see any videos of impact. So I would say the likelihood of people being hit by it are probably low at this point, because if we got all these different views of the sirens going off in Lublin, then it seems like we'd also gotten a video of an impact if there was one.
Yeah, I would say so as well. But I will say though that in the Voivodeship of Lublin, there is a lot of unpopulated areas where there's nothing but small farmhouses. Like, let me see, like this right here. And if one of these got obliterated and a couple of farmers were killed, we're probably not going to know that until a couple of hours from now, maybe even tomorrow, because it'll take a while for Polish authorities to get out there, for anyone to find out that it even blew up out there, and then they're going to get out there, and then they'll finally get a casualty report if there was one, or it could have blown up in the middle of a field, in the middle of nowhere around nobody, and it did impact Polish territory, and it did explode, but it didn't cause any actual losses, which is also a likely scenario given the kind of population density between Lublin and the Ukrainian border. So that's also a likelihood as well. But if it did kill people, we probably would know about that highly likely, because it probably would have hit within a populated area, unless if it hit around a farm. That's the only sort of a caveat that I can give right now, to where the situation might change greatly tomorrow and people were killed. And if people were killed, probably Article 5. Well, there's definitely going to be an Article 4 invocation. Article 5 invocation, still not entirely sure on that. Because we do have to remember, folks, that Romania, which is not the Republic of Poland, but Romania has set the precedent that Romanian citizens can be injured by a Russian attack. And that's not even Article 4 invocation worthy. So they've already laid out that precedent in Romania that citizens can be injured, but as long as they're not killed, the general stance is that there's been no harm done. So if the Polish citizens are killed, I don't even, like, honestly, man, I would like to say that it would be a surefire thing that Article 5 would be invoked, because it would be an absolute travesty if it wasn't at that point. But with how Romania reacted to the Galati attack, it's a little bit hard to say whether citizens even getting killed would be Article 5 invocation worthy.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that, sadly. Also, by the way, notice the context in which this happened. There was huge attacks, and these were very large attacks that Russia was conducting on the border town of Lviv, actually more like the border city of Lviv. It's a pretty decently large place. They were conducting huge attacks there in Lviv. So in the context of those massive attacks, which involved a lot of missiles, a lot of drones, and a lot of Russian munitions, it just happens that 1 to 2 Russian missiles likely crossed over the Polish border, which was in close proximity, and went into Poland toward Lublin. I can almost guarantee you that the Russian narrative is either going to be to deny this completely, that Russian missiles never went into Poland. They could say that as one explanation, or they could say, hey, look, it was a big attack, and 1 or 2 missiles went off course. What are you going to do? Blame us for that? That's just an errant missile. I mean, that's 2 explanations I think they're probably going to go with, and that will give NATO the out that they might be looking for, to say, oh, look, it was just an accident. That's all. We'll write this one off as another, hiccup by the Russians. That could be it as well.
And there were a couple of incidents, folks, just to also add this in, during the Cold War, where there was a direct confrontation between enemy forces or a citizen in an enemy country, and it would result in high tensions, but it wouldn't result in a full-out war. In the 1950s, there were multiple different occurrences over Czechoslovakia and also East Germany, where either U.S. aircraft made an incursion into Warsaw Pact territory, or Warsaw Pact aircraft made an incursion into Western territory. And in a couple of those cases, there was actually a dogfight that would ensue, and 1 or 2 aircraft would get shot down in each occurrence. They were quite rare. It didn't happen often, but every few years it would happen from time to time. And while it would be a significant diplomatic incident when it would occur, it would not result in a greater conflict as a result. We also have to remember that in the times of the later Cold War, I believe this was in the 1980s, there was a situation where a MiG-23 in the East German Air Force was mishandled and took off with the autopilot activated without a single pilot inside the aircraft, and it flew all the way into West Germany, into the Netherlands, and I believe it crashed in the Netherlands and killed a family of 3, if I'm not mistaken, when it crashed after it ran out of fuel. That didn't turn into a larger incident either, although it did result in the death of NATO citizens. So historically, there are examples to where a direct armed confrontation can happen and it doesn't evolve into a complete full-blown war, or where citizens are killed, and that also does not create a full-blown war. And Poland could try and lean on those examples, or really any NATO state on the frontier could try and lean on those historical examples to say, in prior times, this was not worthy of an Article 5 invocation, therefore we don't find it worthy, and so we'll invoke Article 4, but we're not willing to go any further than there rather than consultation. They could try and take that route.
Yeah, it could be possibly. Also, let's see here. I'm getting some more. Also, by the way, folks, since we're on the topic of the Lviv attacks right now as well, that happened to cross over into Poland, it looks like, probably intentionally, if we're being completely honest with that. But the strikes that took place on Lviv, Ukraine, were horrendous. Russian cruise missiles hit residential buildings all over Lviv. We do have a video here to show you all that. And there's civilian targeting happening all over the city of Lviv. So Russia is ramping up their civilian attacks. I mean, these attacks we're seeing right now in Lviv, there is no way in hell you can possibly say that these were somehow accidents. Russia is trying to kill Ukrainian civilians by the dozens if they can. They're completely opening up the taps right now with doing that, and it's getting pretty bad. But here's the video here.
Ooh, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think there might be casualties in Lviv. Unfortunately, I think it's pretty certain. Unfortunately.
Yeah, it does. It does appear that there's probably going to be some significant casualty reports coming out really soon from Kyiv as well, because Kyiv has also been hit very badly throughout the night from Russian cruise missiles. Because, like we've been saying, and a lot like the Ukrainian government's been saying, there has been a lack of Patriots and M104s in the country for the Ukrainians to be able to use, and this has left a Achilles heel in their air defense to where they can easily shoot down drones and a decent number of the cruise missiles, but a lot of the ballistic missiles are still making it through because they have no defenses against them. So hopefully we'll be able to see that eventually that gap can be bridged. Otherwise, the Ukrainians are going to keep taking significant hits, and there's still going to be greater losses of life within the citizenry as a consequence. But I also saw someone ask really quickly, because I don't think I gave a lot of elaboration on the story. Someone said, what do you mean a MiG-23 took off on its own? So to give like the very, very short version of that story, because honestly that didn't sound like it made any sense, in the 1980s in East Germany, a East German pilot was taking off for an air patrol over East Germany, and when he was taking off, he got a false read on his instrument showing that there was some sort of a critical failure with the engine. It, I believe, reported that the engine stalled, or there was some sort of a major situation with the fuel pumps that was leading the engine to result in basically it shutting off right during takeoff. So the pilot ejected out of the aircraft right after takeoff, and it turns out that the instruments were reading faulty, as is usual with any Soviet military system, because it was a MiG-23, and so the MiG-23 actually continued to climb up to its set altitude on autopilot, because the autopilot had actually been turned on in the aircraft, and then it just flew all the way across Western Germany and into the Netherlands, and plowed into a house and killed a couple of people. That's basically the short end of the story, but it's a lot longer when you get into the rabbit hole of it, but that's the gist of the story. So I hope that makes more sense than me originally saying there was just a MiG-23 that just randomly took off out of the blue and went flying into West Germany. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on out of all of this, all of these rabbit holes and whatnot, and also this poll, and time for us to move on into the rest of the news that we have from the world, which we still have quite a great deal of, folks, and we're going to be making sure to get it through that piece by piece. So moving us back down into the Middle East, because we're going to round out everything else we have left down here, and then we're going to move on into the Eastern European situation, and also the little bit of news that we got out of the States. But moving us on and into the area of Demetia, I believe is how that's pronounced, or Demeta. I'm not entirely sure how that's pronounced. We were able to see that the Iranians did conduct a strike today on Egypt, and it appears that a drone struck a U.S.-owned floating liquefied natural gas storage facility within the port in Egypt. It seems that this is the first Iranian proxy or Iranian attack that has been conducted against a U.S. LNG storage facility inside of the Republic of Egypt, which is starting to show us that at the moment, it's becoming the war is starting to expand quite significantly to try and conduct attacks on anything of value that the U.S. has within the Middle East or even outside of the Middle East. This is actually, I believe, the first strike that we know of that has been conducted in Africa. We've also been able to see as well that outside of that, we were able to get a couple of more clips of the U.S.'s HIMARS strikes or HIMARS launches within Western Kuwait, with another small clip showing us some of the ATACMS being launched from their HIMARS here.
هاي هسه حاليا.
And we also were able to see another clip showing missiles being fired as well from this security camera footage. Generally, it's just large blips of light moving across the camera, so we'll move on from that one. And we also were able to see these clips here, probably some of the higher fidelity or HD footage that we were able to see, showing the ATACMS launches from another angle.
There's quite a few. They're using Kuwait quite heavily as a launching base for those ATACMS right there. Like that's pretty much a common feature of every attack that the U.S. conducts on Iran is coming from Kuwait, which might explain why Kuwait's gotten such a bad thrashing over the last week.
It might explain that. It might actually. We're not entirely sure, by the way, folks, if this is the United States Army or the Marines that are conducting these launches, because I believe both branches of the service use the M142 HIMARS and also ATACMS, so it's a little bit hard to say, but generally it's some sort of a U.S. DoD missile artillery unit is probably the best way to describe it. And here's another clip of those launches right here. The moon is bright as hell. I mean, that thing's like a spotlight, basically. It's like the sun in the middle of the night.
Are you sure that's the moon?
Yeah, that's the moon. I mean, this is the middle of the night when these launches were being conducted, so that can only be the moon.
I don't know, man. That's rather bright for the moon. I mean, that's like the sun. I mean, that's like the orb of justice.
1 second. Let me go look at the moon cycle here really quickly. Let's see, lunar calendar. Oh yeah, it's a full moon right now, so that's the moon.
Oh, that's a very convenient timing right there. Mother Nature is helping out with the optics of the situation.
Man, God, that's like the fullest full moon I've ever seen. I mean, hell, you don't even need lighting during a full moon like that. Now, I went and looked at the lunar calendar. It literally said moon visibility 99.9%. I was like, oh, yeah, that's definitely the moon. I was like, man, that ain't no crescent.
I tell you, it's full moon time. It looks like almost like a star shell.
Honestly, it really does. It looks like the Russians trying to defend the port of Novorossiysk.
Well, no, not quite. It's not chaotic enough for that.
Oh yeah, I forgot there has to be like 500 machine guns all firing in random directions, including right back into the city, and then that is the port of Novorossiysk. But moving us on out of that, we also were able to see that allegedly, Iran is expected to receive their first shipment within weeks of up to 400 Chinese-made shoulder-fired air defense missile launchers, according to Reuters. And the attached post from the president has absolutely no context or bearing to the general situation. It's just the president saying, I think it was like a week ago, that China is not giving any weapons to the Iranians and that the pinky promised that they wouldn't. So that doesn't really matter too much. But we are hearing that at least the rumor right now is that there are about 400 manpads on their way from China into the Islamic Republic of Iran. Outside of that, and getting us on into a couple of other statements that we were able to hear on the larger strategic overview of the situation today, we have been able to hear that apparently, according to some sources and U.S. officials, well, actually, according to U.S., European, and Iranian officials, many of them are starting to say that the U.S.-Iran war could drag on for months, with both sides unable to break a deadlock over Hormuz or reach any form of a lasting ceasefire. So that was according to the sources and government officials that spoke to Bloomberg, and according to all sides, they're generally prepping for a multi-month-long conflict at this point in the Middle East. We've also been able to hear a tentative U.S. casualty report, at least at this point, because as the War Horse reports that a newly obtained Department of Defense records provides the most detailed public accounting to date of U.S. casualties during the opening phase of the Iran war, revealing 400-plus casualty incidents between the 28th of February, the start of the conflict, and April 8th, including at least 17 life-threatening injuries. The data shows head trauma was the single most common injury, with at least 170 cases, raising concerns that traumatic brain injuries could become the conflict's defining wound. The Warhorse also reports several previously undisclosed mass casualty events, including 70 casualties on March 18th and 29 casualties on March 3rd that were never publicly detailed by U.S. Central Command. Two generals, Brigadier General Clint Barnes and Major General Brad Henson, were among those who sustained head injuries during the March 1st drone strike on Port Shuaiba in Kuwait. The report also aligns with the Intel Frog's documentation of medical evacuation flights through Operation Epic Fury in near real time, repeatedly noting that the tempo of those flights suggested the number of U.S. casualties was rising beyond the figures publicly acknowledged by the Department of Defense. These newly released records provide independent evidence consistent with that assessment. And we can see that here is included the rank Major General and Brigadier General, which would be the two generals that we just spoke of a brief moment ago, and the fact that they both had sustained some form of traumatic brain injuries as a result of the strikes or some sort of head trauma within the attacks that were conducted on the 1st of March. But before we get on into the rest of our report, not to give you a whiplash again, but we're going right back up and into the area of Romania, as it appears that we're now starting to hear that there may be an air incursion into Romania. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So this is a very preliminary report right now. It's not out of the ordinary because over the last like 5 or 6 days, we've seen Russia apparently try to incur on Romania's airspace using attack drones. We're hearing reports that maybe, possibly, and it's a big maybe right now. I'm trying to get more information about this story as well. That fighter jets might have just been scrambled from Romania to intercept some sort of object en route from Russian territory toward Romanian airspace. Once again, we don't know if they're intercepting an object or not. We don't know that. Right now, it simply says fighter planes were scrambled from Romania. So it may just be a precaution, possibly. I'm trying to find out what the case is with that. But that's certainly interesting that Romania is also having a possible incident, in addition to Poland having a direct incident literally less than an hour ago. So that's pretty big news right there. Also, I see a Geo Insider on Twitter, by the way, apparently posted a video that has allegedly been filmed in Otrox, Poland. The video cannot be verified, but it appears to show a plume of smoke that apparently is emanating from the ground inside of Poland. So, Enforcer, we can't confirm this right now, but we can at least analyze it and see what we think about it, what the odds are that it is real or not.
I don't know. Let me go on the ground here in this town. There's a lot of forest nearby, so let's see if we can get a view. Mm,
How
Well,
deep is Otrox?
Atrox is pretty deep. Like I believe
That's a
this would
lot
be
more than 20 kilometers.
believe this is about 100 miles or more. That's
Yeah, really.
65.
I mean, that's still more than 20 kilometers, though.
That's directly in line, actually, direct south of Lublin in a straight line. So this thing did make it pretty deep. I mean, if this thing had gone in another direction, it could have gone straight into the city of Lublin and easily hit it.
Yeah, if this video gets confirmed, which it appears to be, I mean, the daylight hours match up with when this attack occurred. It was just turning dawn, and the video shows apparently dawn rising right behind the smoke plume. So it looks like the time matches up with the sunrise. So that's a good sign that the video might be authentic. Also, it appears to show Poland, a tree line that looks familiar to Poland in the area, the type of trees that are in the area that we're seeing here on Google Maps. That appears to be the same type of tree in the video that we're seeing here. So I don't know. Like, it seems like it could be authentic.
Well, I mean, I was about to say, I don't mean to be a botanist here, folks, and talk about the flora and fauna of Poland, but a lot of these trees do seem to be quite indicative of an Eastern European environment. Like around the town of Atrox, we can see literally the almost the exact same species of tree right here. Largely some sort of an evergreen tree of a conifer type, generally broad sort of a structure to its leaves and limbs, very similar to the top of the tree that we're seeing in this clip right here. And if they zoom out a whole lot near to the end of the video, we can also see that a lot of these trees seem to be lining up with the ecology of southeastern Poland. So it seems plausible. Sadly, folks, I can't get us on the side streets and everywhere else around here to be able to see if there are any, say, trees that would exactly line up with the line of sight that we're seeing to get the direct sight line that we're looking at in that clip. But it looks like this is very close to being confirmed that this is highly likely inside of southeastern Poland.
Yeah, that means it went a lot deeper than what they were saying. But granted, though, not to like try to say that the people that were reporting that earlier were being inaccurate about it. They said it went 20 kilometers in before they lost radar contact with it. That's what they said. So they don't really know how far it went in. So it looks like this footage right here is accurate, which it does appear to be. This thing went much farther than 20 kilometers in, which indicates the Polish were kind of at a loss to intercept it, and it may have been maybe just debris that fell that caused the smoke and the fire, but it could have been maybe an impact by the missile simply just falling out of the sky.
I think that would be more in line with a direct impact with the ground, I would say, because falling debris, I mean, that's a quite a large smoke plume for falling debris.
Yeah, I would agree. I wish we had more of like a reference in this video to see exactly where it fell. Because it's just we can't really see much. I mean, the trees are all shadowed out because of the way the sun's rising over there.
Well,
But that's
you
about as
know,
good as we'll get for now.
actually though, this is the exact same time of day, like the daylight footage that came from Lublin north.
That's what I
The exact
said.
same time. Yeah, yeah. I was just, but it just clicked in my head. I was sitting there thinking that that's the exact same time of day, so it's generally
Huh.
adding up.
Man, that's what I said earlier, man. You got that little light bulb going off in your head like you're coming up with it or something.
Man, call me Thomas Edison. I'd be stealing them inventions. Man, like, but beyond that, though, man, I was sitting there zoning out. I was thinking about everything else with it because I'm sitting here trying to rake my brain while you were talking of like maybe I can find that place in the trots and see where it is. So if you said that, I legitimately just didn't catch it. It was going right over my head because I was thinking I was like, is there a way I maybe can find that very sight line and see if we can locate it? And I was like, I don't know. And so if you did say that, I just completely missed it. But
Oh, it's all good. It's no worries, really.
you
Also,
forgive
by the
me?
way, yeah, no
Yeah.
problem. But also at the same time, when you get done looking at this area right here, I got a brand new piece of footage from the different area of the world in the Middle East with the hits on a vase. We have a different angle showing whatever got hit apparently on fire.
Let's take a look. This be them students in Khuzestan.
Do you see
Okay,
the rail yard? Is that the rail yard right there in front of us in that open patch right there, or is that something else?
that looks like something else, but this sight line has a tree line in it. And you know what's rare in this area of Iran? Trees. So this might give us a little bit of help. Let's see here. There's the military base. Is that a tree line? Damn, they don't have street view nowhere in Iran. That makes this stuff tough as hell.
Did I say Cuds Boulevard?
Yeah, that's at them Cods Boulevard.
Wow, that's the I think that's the Iranian so-called special forces. Actually, they named the street after the special forces.
Man, they name anything. Look, they even have SEPA Road, like the SEPA Navy.
Yeah, I think this place right here is cooked.
Man, honestly, man, I would say so. But there's a tree line here, Matthew. But getting back to this clip, there's a tree line here. Now I don't see any. There's a highway there and a tree line. Okay, we might be coming on to something here. Um, where in the world is a tree line? I mean, this is the closest I can find to a tree line, but that's not really a tree line. We're looking for something a little bit more solid. There's a tree line, but that doesn't really line up. There's no highway in front of it. Oh, it's got to be around here somewhere. Man, I wish like if folks, if there was ever a genie and I could like wish for something and it wasn't like a messed up genie that screwed up the wishes, I would wish to be the number one person in the world on GeoGuessr because I would love to be able to see a clip like that and be like, that's Wapdet Salim Street in like Avaj, and this is the direct direction he's looking at, and the gerbil's pissing off to the right, and therefore this is the exact spot. I wish I could do that. Sadly, I can't, but it is still from. Well, it actually might be a different strike location. That also might be what's throwing me off. Is that this might be a different area of Avaj that was hit, and it just because we saw the one that was right across the bridge, we might just be trying to have some sort of factual bias to it and say that it's the same site when it could be a different one.
Yeah, I mean it could be totally different. They could have gotten pounded in a different area, maybe or something. But that's significant. The fact that Avaz got hit that badly, I really am anxious to see like videos out of the exact areas that were hit instead of like across town or something like that. I'm very fascinated to see it because whatever was dropped here was a very heavy ordnance. Whatever was dropped here, so it's got to be, in my opinion, I agree. It's got to be the rail yard or that military base back there, and it's got to be either or maybe both, possibly. I'm trying to pick and choose. Maybe they got both.
It's killing me though, folks, right now. It's killing me, I tell you. Because I have a need to know. Like, I really want to know for myself. And also to tell you all as well what really was hit in this area. And I can't. Because every clip that we're getting, it isn't a just landmark area that's really easy to identify and be like, yep, we know where that is. And, go and get it. We can't do that because there's only the one clip from the bridge, which lets us know generally the line it was from there, but we don't know how far away it was from the bridge. So that part's still a mystery, sadly. But anyways, with that, we are going to be moving on out of the Avaj area and out of that new brief footage that we got and on into the rest of our news. Moving us on from that and back into the Middle East, and speaking of the U.S. Developments over the day at the strategic level, we were able to hear that apparently the U.S. is now not pursuing any further talks with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Not really shocking there. And we also were able to hear that according to some insider sources, the president is frustrated on Iran as top national security officials can't agree on strategy per sources. The president allegedly erupted at some of his top officials during a recent meeting, according to NBC. So it looks like there is some friction within the U.S. government, at least from what some people are reporting to the NBC, some anonymous sources that were privy to the matter, that apparently the U.S. administration is getting frustrated at their lack of strategy. And I got to say, folks, they're just catching up. I kind of been frustrated with that for months. So, but apparently they're also figuring that out as well. So moving us on out of that, we've also been able to hear that primary actions had not commenced yet, but they were getting to it eventually. According to CENTCOM earlier in the day, they were definitely going to be getting on into some sort of significant strike campaign at some point in the future. Moving us on out of all of that little bit of news and details, we also were able to hear that CENTCOM did announce the beginning of the strikes earlier on, and we already generally covered all of those strikes, so reading this off is kind of just icing on the cake. Y'all all know that the strikes happened. They've ended at this point. So moving us on out of all the strikes that were conducted inside of Iran, we have also been able to hear that there's still a belief that Ukraine could be attacked by Iran at some point in the future, as officials briefed on intelligence said that they expected Iran to fire a ballistic missile with a small warhead at Ukraine, while others said the target was likely one of the country's Black Sea ports. Iranian officials said that they hoped the conflict would end with a retaliatory strike, and it appears that it has not. So a little bit interesting with that. It looks like the Iranians now might be dying for a deal, maybe. Moving us on from that, though, we have also been able to see that there was reports of explosions within Sulmania, Iraq, and also within the area of Erbil. We believe that these were most likely conducted by pro-Iranian militias targeting Kurdish forces within the area. There was also a brief clip that came out near Najaf showing a U.S. Air Force aerial tanker, a KC-135, flying at very low altitude over the city of Najaf. We don't know why, but it was pretty cool to see. And so, moving us on out of all of that, that is everything else that we had left in the Middle East that we had not yet covered at this point of the stream. So before we move on, folks, and out of this whole situation here, we have a poll. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about the idea of the U.S. officials, of which we spoke a very long time ago? I didn't cover this right now, folks, but to summarize, the U.S. CENTCOM commander is saying that they're looking at a very extensive 2-week strike campaign to go big against the Iranians, and possibly include Israel in the plan. And what are people thinking about that, Matthew? And what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so at least according to the most recent reports, allegedly, U.S. military leaders suggest a two-week so-called "go big" airstrike campaign on Iran, including Israel, apparently getting involved too. So what they're going to do is you're going to send them in, coach. You're going to send them to the touchdown zone. They're going to punt it from the 1-yard line all the way back to the other side of the field in a Hail Mary touchdown run. That's apparently what they're talking about. Of course, we had to use football references because we're from Alabama, and you can't explain something without it. But I would say it looks like 42% said that works. It sounds like a good plan. 39% said not good. That's a half-ass plan. And 13% said I'm 50-50 on that working. And I would say on this one, I'll be honest, folks, we're not going to solve this in 2 weeks. If the U.S. military leadership truly proposed something like this, they're fooling themselves. This is a half-assed plan, is what this is. They're not going to break the Iranians' will in 2 weeks doing that, and also they're not going to achieve all the strategic objectives in 2 weeks. That's just simply not possible. So I would say I would be a lot more relieved to say or to hear something like, for example, they plan on doing a nonstop coastal campaign at a consistent rate for like a period of a month and then readjust then to see how it goes after that. I would be much more at ease hearing something like that than hearing about some wild and loose 2 week go big airstrike campaign like it's a Hail Mary, like, football maneuver or something. So it doesn't sound to me like it's very cohesive. It sounds like it honestly kind of sounds desperate, to be perfectly honest. But Enforcer, what say you?
Matthew, would you like to further elaborate on the 2 week campaign?
Yeah, I don't know why I said that. I was trying to think about my football joke I was trying to make, and I got all tongue-tied.
Well, I mean, here's a 2 week candle. I found one.
That's just wrong.
It honestly does look wrong. I mean, really. But man, when you said 2 week, I was like, man, 2 weeks. I was like, I got to find something that works for that. Like,
I was trying to remember all this stupid football terminology in my head right now. I was trying to remember all that stuff in my head, and it wasn't clicking. I was like, what's that damn thing called? Punt it from the 1 yard line or something like that. I was like, I don't watch football a lot, folks, and also I heard it a lot when I was growing up. And I lived in Alabama and I hated football, so that was kind of weird. I was already going against the grain, and I still can't remember that crap.
all right, folks. So let me really quickly get into my best high school football coach deal here. Let me make sure to get a nice solid beer gut, get that little visor cap on, and start yelling at high school kids like we're going to go to the NFL. So let me go ahead and get in the dojo here. I'm just kidding, by the way. But beyond that, though, I would have to say I'm with the 39%. I don't mean to criticize everything that the upper echelons of the government are doing these days, but it sounds like a half-assed plan to me. 2 weeks is not going to achieve anything. Like we were already talking about in the second phase of the war, it's probably going to take a month to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So what the hell are they going to accomplish in 2 weeks? We just got done watching them conduct a 13-day-long bombing campaign literally just days ago, and it's done largely nothing. I mean, we were seeing some earnest gains during that 2 week campaign, but we were not seeing anything that came close to a total victory over the Islamic Republic of Iran. So why in the world would we go from doing 2 weeks, which we just did, and it didn't really amount to much, to doing another 2 weeks, and for some reason this time it's going to be different? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I would say that I'm generally with the 39%. It seems a bit half-assed to me, and I would feel that we need to be coming up with longer strategic goals and ambitions because this is a war. This isn't a skirmish. This isn't just a hostility. This is a full-blown war. So we need to fight it like a war. Ukraine doesn't sit there and say, we're going to blow up Russia for 2 weeks and then just completely stop everything for like 4 days and see what happens, and just let the Russians steamroll us in those 4 days if need be. The Ukrainians say, we're keeping this war going every single day and we'll come up with plans on the fly until we eventually succeed against the Russian Federation and win. And that's the mindset that you're supposed to have when you're in a war. I mean, we didn't, in the Second World War, to give you an example, we didn't sit there and go, let's go ahead and invade on Normandy Beach, and once we take the beaches, we're not going to push off of them. We're just going to sit there for about 4 days and see what old Hitler and his goons do up in Berlin and figure out what they want to do. No, it's a war. You keep going every day. There's no such thing as stopping and pausing. You keep it going until you win. There's no stopping.
Yeah. And also, it's like, what would be the objective behind this? And of course, we're having to assume that the reporting's accurate about this, that this is actually a plan that's being suggested. We're having to sort of rely that that's accurate, which is sort of up in the air. But if they did propose something like this, it's like, what do they plan to accomplish in that 2 week go big campaign? It's like, what do they plan to do? It's like, there's only a couple of objectives that they could be going for to break the Iranians' will. That's one. They could be trying to maybe weaken their defenses, possibly. But Iran's always going to have the ability to launch drone strikes and also missile strikes as well. So unless it has a strategic point behind it, then it's useless. I mean, that's the problem before. I mean, they seem to be more focused on making it look like it's a big, overwhelming campaign than actually achieving a strategic goal behind it. Which, having it look impressive, that's not really important. It's about achieving an objective.
Yeah, that's the truth of it. And also, I don't know what it is, folks, but they keep bombing Iran like they're ISIS or something. Like it's just like little cells, and if they bomb them, they basically wipe them out. It's like this is a country. Like we're fighting a conventional war right now against a conventional force that fights in unconventional ways in some cases, but right now they're fighting us conventionally, full on, shot for shot right now. So this isn't really, ISIS or Al Qaeda where you drop a couple of bombs on their hideouts and that makes them go into hiding. It's like this is a conventional power that we're fighting right now. That means that we need to fight in a way that's fighting against a conventional power. And I don't really think they're understanding that. I don't know how they're not understanding that. I mean, they get done with a 2-week strike campaign just a couple of days ago. So now we're hearing allegedly that the new plan is to do another 2-week strike campaign and figure out how to do that. Also, another thing I gotta say, folks, is that something I'm finding quite odd is that we're hearing these statements in some circles where they're saying, "Oh, we ran out of targets to hit in Iran, so we're ending the strikes." It's like y'all don't have an ability to come up with new targets on the fly. It's
Who
not
said
like
that?
oh man, that was a report that we had yesterday on our Twitter. I mean, I think you were the one who reposted it. Actually, it was something along the lines of, "Oh, there just wasn't enough. Like we ran out of targets to hit, so that's why we ended the strikes." And it's like that
Oh,
doesn't
that's
make any damn
bogus.
sense.
Yeah, that's complete bogus. Whoever said that, like, it's complete total bogus. I mean, they were just talking about yesterday hitting the power plants and the oil infrastructure. It's like, that's more targets. And not that I would necessarily be in support of hitting, like, for example, water desalination plants. But I mean, technically, there's always more targets. I mean, there's always targets.
Yeah, it's like also it's like what you're saying that like top leadership and the people whose jobs in the military is literally conduct open source intelligence and intelligence gathering and figure out what targets to hit aren't doing their job once the war starts. We basically tell them to take a holiday. It's like that doesn't make any sense at all. That's like if that's the way we've been fight if that's the way we fight wars, how the hell did we fight any war before this? It's like, we just blow up a couple of Iraqis in 2003 and then the whole army stops, literally with the rest of the Iraqi army in front and they go, "Oh, well, I don't see anyone else on the itinerary, so we'll have to wait." Like we'll have to wait for the itinerary to get updated, and then we'll shoot at the Iraqis a little bit more. It's like
Yeah.
what the hell? You don't fight a war like that. That's literally stupid.
Also, Jay Murr said, and CENTCOM has to shut up about that "we're done for the day" post that they keep putting out. Um, well, they got to let us know when to shut our stream off, though. Like, they have to let us know that the strike's are over with. Otherwise, we might stay on the air all night long, thinking there's more strikes coming. I really don't know why they say the strikes are over with, to be honest. Like, it's very convenient for us because it's like, okay, now we know the strikes are over with. It gives us, like, a good cue that there's nothing going to be happening for the rest of the night when it comes to U.S. strikes. But I'm not really sure who else that really helps. I mean, it helps us. I mean, it helps us with our coverage and how we're covering the matter. But I'm not really sure who they're doing that for.
I don't know who they're doing that for either, man. Done for the day, done for the day. It's like you're not done for the day.
I'm done for the week.
It's like why the hell are we done for the day? It's like can't you just launch like sorties in a 24-hour schedule? It's like why in the world like also that's once again leaning into this whole shock and awe campaign thing. It's like do you think the fat bastards in Tehran really care whether all the strikes happen in 1 hour versus all of the same number of strikes happening over a 24-hour period? No, because it's like the same amount of damage is going to be inflicted either way. So why the hell do we have to conduct all the strikes and end them in less than 2 hours every day? That doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah, I don't get it really. I'm just hoping that they come out with some new strategy to. In my opinion, I think the best way to go is to keep hitting the coast. That's the best way to go because the Hormuz Straits, where they're exercising all their leverage right now, and if they keep hitting the coast, eventually they'll take out enough of their offensive capabilities, so that way they can't target the ships with those anti-ship missiles anymore, and they really can't defend their coast. So they keep hitting all the defenses too. So maybe we'll hear something about like Operation Hormuz Pound Town or something like that. Maybe maybe that'll be the next one or something. I don't know, but they need some plan that sounds cohesive.
Oh, I know what they're doing, Matthew. You know why they're announcing like why they start the strikes like kind of like in the early morning over there, and they end them before the morning's over. Do you know why?
Why?
So that way they can wake them up early and keep them sleep deprived. So that way then when they go to sleep at the end of the day, they can give the enemy the nightmares that they're always talking about.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe, possibly. So I don't know. All those like demonic posters they keep putting out with like the president having like these like orbs glowing out of his eyes. and also all these like ghouls behind him that's supposed to be U.S. soldiers. Like our soldiers aren't demons. It's like also like I don't know how they're trying to portray the president like a demon with like the energy coming out of his eyes. It's like I don't know what the hell. I don't understand any of these crap they're putting out.
Man, I gotta see if I can find. Oh, here we go. Man, the AI First War Department, man. Oh my God, manifest destiny that internet.
They
Like,
said manifest. Man, they are wilding out talking about the next manifest destiny. I'm not even sure if they knew what they were talking about when they said that.
man, they're about to conduct the damn what will it be called? Um, what the hell would it be? The Trail of Tears or something on the internet? It's like, what the hell does manifest destiny in the internet mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't even
I
know.
think we look back. I think we look back in our history on that time of the manifest destiny years, and we kind of like I think most people are like, it's American history. We don't want to erase it, but at the same time, it wasn't exactly like a point of like massive pride to say the least. But I mean, it wasn't exactly savory everything that was happening. So I mean, it's just kind of history at this point. It's not something to say let's start another one. It's like what the hell? It's like next manifest destiny. It's like that's crazy work.
Honestly, man, that'd be like going back to what we did in World War II with the internment camps. Be like, this is the next internment camp. It's like that's not really like a good thing to reference, by the way. It's like America's a great country, but everything we've done hasn't been fantastic. There's been some lows. It's like that's one of the lows. It's like you don't really want to say that one. Like, oh boy, it's coming around. It's like, man, it's like of other
Do you
countries.
do you have the one where it's like the glowing eyes one?
I'm
Like
trying.
do you have that one?
Let me see here. It's on here somewhere. I'll eventually get to it. There's all the ones about the Telegram guy being labeled a terrorist in Russia, but that's a no. Oh wait, the enemy will vanish. Well,
They're
it's
gonna
like,
pull out a Harry Houdini trick on him next. I'm like, damn. I'm like, right now, like the only thing vanishing is our defenses. Right now, that's the only thing vanishing. Real cringy, but I want to see that one with the glowing.
man, if they put this much effort into fighting the wars, they do these goofy, like lame looking propaganda posters. We might actually be winning the war at this point. But they're more
Which takes
focused.
no effort. All you gotta do is put a prompt in the AI.
Oh yeah, I forgot ChatGPT. But let me see if I can find the one with the. Oh, here we are. I don't even
There, look
understand.
at this. Well, we got Satan at the front. We got all the demons behind him. It's like I don't understand. I really do not genuinely understand the thought process behind these. It's like I mean, what are we saying here? That the president's demonic? It's like, I mean, they're the ones putting it out from the Department of War. It's like it's not some critic saying it. This is his people. I don't understand. Like, I don't know if he's like seeing these and approving it, or if like this is just some like like 25-year-old like me that thinks this looks cool, which I don't think it looks cool, and I'm 26. But I don't know if it's some immature intern putting this crap out. But I mean, it's crazy.
This gives off trying so hard it circles into like an unbelievable cringe, And also I don't know what the whole thing is with like putting the president in a lot of it, because I got to tell y'all folks, like in like if I'm kind of being frank here, not trying to get political, but an 80-year-old geriatric doesn't really give off the kind of concept of damn, this is scary. Like this gives off like, what the hell is this? It's like he's elected civilian official. He's not really fighting in the armed forces. So how the hell is he giving anyone nightmares? It's like
Really.
I don't even get.
It's like some like poster from The Shining or something like that. It's like, what's it going to do? Like suck the soul out of him or something like that? It's like, what's going on here? It's like, I don't even understand this.
I mean, really. Oh man, and then you got like the soldiers in the background, like there's like a band of wolves trying to eat you in the night. It's like they're not cannibals, damn it. It's like they're U.S. soldiers. They're citizen soldiers of the Republic. It's like they're noble people. Like we're supposed to be portraying them as noble people, not as the boogeymen of your dreams. It's like that's not really what we're aiming for here. It's like if we were aiming for that, I mean, hell, we might as well just become the shogunate in Japan and have them as samurai. It's like maybe that would be more appropriate at this point. The whole propaganda side of things, it's quite silly, really. But anyways, moving us on out of that whole deal, it's now time for us finally, folks, to get on out of the Middle East. So moving us on out of the Middle East, it's now time for us to go to the States before we head on over into Europe and cover everything that's happened over there. We were able to see today that sanctions on Russia is moving forward as the U.S. Senate cleared another procedural hurdler, if that's the way I was pronouncing just a second ago, on bipartisan Russian sanctions packages, voting 84-12 to advance House Resolution 5334, the legislative vehicle for the Lindsey Graham Sanctioning Russia Act of 2026. So, we can see that they are making significant headway, and the votes are now once again largely becoming unanimous on this sort of a deal. So nice to see. We also were able to see as well that the U.S. has awarded, according to the Financial Times today, Lockheed Martin a nice solid $58.6 billion contract and the largest ever PAC-3 Patriot missile deal in U.S. history. Now, if anyone was ever wondering, how in the world will we ever know if we're running critically low on Patriot PAC-3 interceptors, I think this $58.6 billion package is probably our best indicator that we are running quite low on PAC-3 Patriots, because they would not be buying that number of Patriots if we had not run out of them. So
58 billion divided by 4 million.
I think it's like 3,
Let's
actually.
see. It says 4 on Google. I'm not sure that's accurate. I'm having to go with the overview. 14,500. So I mean that's a pretty large order if that's actually how many they're getting. Which I'm not really sure if that's actually the cost of the missile or not, because it's just a Google AI overview. So yeah, it could be 3,700, 3 million actually. Hell, I don't know. It costs a lot of money.
It depends on the batch. Like it depends on the batch number. Because the more that are made per batch, the cheaper they get. So this might actually be a large number of missiles over the course of several years. But also, folks, you know something that I just wanted to point out to y'all. We have given Ukraine over the whole war 90 billion US dollars in military support. And then I think another 30 billion or so in governmental and civil support. This one contract here is equivalent to 2/3 of the amount of military support that we gave to Ukraine over the course of about 2.5 to 3 years. And we just gave Lockheed Martin a contract for that in this 1 year to start pumping out PAC-3s. So if anyone's ever saying, if anyone ever says, oh, it's Ukraine is fleecing us, they're robbing us, remember that we spend about $60 billion right now, basically in a year, on PAC-3s, because we've run out of them. And it only cost Ukraine about, what was it, $30 billion a year to fight a whole entire war against Russia for us, which practically is for free when we're speaking about real military spending figures. Just wanted to remind everyone of that before we move on into Europe. So moving us on over into Europe, it's now time for us to get on into the war in Ukraine. And it's also time for us to circle back around to the whole Polish story, because now that we've been able to get the story a lot more clear, we will make sure to go over it now and cover it with a lot more context behind it. Moving us on into that area, we were able to see that over the course of this night, the state of Ukraine has been under a significant attack by the Russian Federation, including major missile strikes that have been seen within the city of Lviv. We see one of the explosions in the distance in the city right there. During this time, we were able to hear that a report came out that several cruise missiles, apparently 2 Russian cruise missiles, at this moment, that's largely what's being run with, entered into Polish airspace. And we were able to hear that, according to Geo Insider, the cruise missile that reportedly entered Polish airspace disappeared from radar more than 20 kilometers inside of Poland. It's unclear whether it was intercepted, crashed, or impacted with the ground. We then were able to hear not long afterwards another source stating that 1 or 2 missiles entered Poland. And I'm not going to lie, folks, this original post right here was the one that kind of led me to believe that the story may not be incredibly credible, because it was literally just a picture of Google Maps with a big red missile aimed at Lublin in the middle of it. And I was like, I don't know if that's really like a full-on verified story.
That's a big one too. It looks like something else.
Why isn't it pointy? Like it's really like the scene from The Dictator.
Yeah, something like that. It's very sus looking.
It looks like it's something, it needs to be pointy. This is not intimidating. This looks like it's something for a woman. But anyways, moving aside from that, we also were able to hear later on from that air raid sirens started to sound continuously within Lublin for minutes, giving us clear confirmation that there was an ongoing air raid and that some form of an enemy projectile had entered the airspace of the Republic of Poland. I'm only going to show one of these clips, but we have about 5 different ones in the city. The spokesman for the Voivod of the Lublin Voivodship largely has confirmed, at least for now, according to a statement that was told to Wertolna Polska, that I can confirm that we do indeed have a threat of airstrikes. This information comes directly from the government security center, and it is credible and confirmed. And that was according to Marcin Bubic, who is the spokesperson for the Lublin Voivod of the Lublin Voivodship. We also have one clip that we're still trying to confirm at this moment that appears to show smoke rising from the area of Otroks within Poland, which is just about 30 miles south of the city of Lublin. We're still trying to confirm if that is a direct missile impact on the ground near to this village. But that is generally our situation as we saw it in Poland. Now unpacking the story instead of covering it live on air bit by bit, that's giving you all the full sequence of events in real time that we saw with that situation, and we have still not seen an official statement from the Polish government, at least yet, on that situation and what has occurred. We also were able to see that additionally, while that was going on earlier in the day, Lithuanian authorities have now reportedly found a tunnel. This is actually a picture of the tunnel from Belarus that was discovered making its way into Lithuania. The tunnel was found in the Varna district in the southeastern part of the country, and border guards detected ground vibrations indicating possible digging of an underground passage from the Belarusian side. According to available information, the tunnel is about 1 meter in diameter and lies at a depth of approximately 1.5 meters, which is about roughly 4 feet below the ground. So it is very shallow. This is almost right below the surface. We can actually see that some sort of timbers and beams have been made within this tunnel, but it also appears to have some significant drainage issues. It looks like most of the tunnel is actually filled with water, and it looks to be stagnant.
Yeah, it looks nasty. Like it might have some possible nasty stuff in it or something beyond just the mud. But I wonder what they're using this for right here. I wonder if it was used by smugglers or was it used by possibly, agents of Belarus or Russia to sneak into the Baltics possibly. It's kind of weird.
It is pretty weird. We don't really know what this was used for. Right now, Lithuanian authorities have been very tight-lipped on what they believe this tunnel could have been used for, but it is a very interesting development here. And once again, considering that it goes between Belarus and Lithuania, it could possibly have sinister intentions and designs behind its construction and use by Belarusian officials or possibly Belarusian criminal groups. But moving us on out of that situation along the Lithuanian border, just recently we also were able to hear of a possible incursion into Romania from a Russian drone. This would be the 5th time in 6 days from what we generally understand, and we also were able to see that jets were scrambled as a result of this to try and see if they could possibly shoot down these drones if they did cross the border. We've also been able to hear that as a result, due to the low water levels within the Danube, Romania will shut down Reactor 1 at the Cernavodă nuclear power plant starting Tuesday after the Danube reached unprecedented low levels due to severe drought. Cernavodă is Romania's only nuclear power plant, and its 2 reactors generate around 20% of the country's electricity. With Reactor 1 offline, only 1 reactor will remain in operation. The scale of the drought is becoming increasingly alarming. The Danube has fallen to record or near record lows across parts of Romania, Serbia, and Croatia, disrupting commercial shipping, leaving cargo barges stranded, exposing vast sandbanks, and even revealing World War II shipwrecks that remain underwater for decades. Romanian authorities have already held a government crisis meeting as the drought continues to worsen, and if water levels continue to fall, Reactor 2 could also come under pressure, potentially forcing additional operational measures to maintain nuclear safety at this plant. So just giving you a little bit of an update on the situation, it appears that everybody in the world is dealing with extremely high temperatures. They are some of the highest ever recorded on record in most areas of the world this year. Not that that indicates anything to do with, general weather trends as of late, but it is something that is becoming a significant concern and is now starting to impact basic functions like the power infrastructure within most countries in Europe and elsewhere around the world. Moving us on from that, we've also been able to see that Finland apparently is now starting to cut off its internet access to Russia as the Finnish company Fingrid will stop servicing Russian power line infrastructure in 2027 where fiber optic communication lines run. As a result, the cables may be dismantled or cut by Fingrid. These lines began being used for internet transit after 2022 when Russia stopped supplying electricity to Finland. Currently, around 60 to 70% of Russia's foreign internet traffic passes through the Finnish route. Operators say there will be no complete shutdown. Traffic can be redirected through Belarus, the Baltic states, and underwater cables in the Baltic Sea. However, available capacity will decrease, and the quality of international connections in Russia's northwestern region may worsen. This will not affect Russia's domestic internet, and the issue concerns access specifically to foreign services and external communication channels. So that largely is the situation as we know it with Finland and Russia right now over their power lines and possible internet access or the lapse of. The Ukrainian drone attacks have been continuing throughout the day and do appear to be causing significant damage, even as we could tell earlier on in the stream, as we were starting to see as we were going live with our breaking news segment, that there was a significant number of videos that came out of a major attack that was conducted in Penza, which appears to have attempted to hit the wild berries distribution facility in this city. Here's the clip. And there's the foyer.
That's a big fire. Looks like a lot of smoke.
Real smoke show over there.
I don't know about all of that.
I don't know about all of that. But here's another clip. Oh, now we're getting an ASMR.
Hey, stop all that right now. Yeah, stop all that.
It's like, man, it's like,
Man, they had like they're in that movie where you had to be silent or the monster was gonna find you. I forgot what that movie was called, but it was like that goofy movie where it's like if you make any noise, he's gonna come get you or something. All the rest of that, like the drone's gonna get them. Yeah, that quiet place.
Let me pull up that movie. Oh boy. Let me show it here on stream really quickly, man. I'm going to show him a small trailer. I'm just kidding, by the way.
No.
But this was a creature from The Quiet Place right there. So that's the movie we were referencing, folks. It's a pop culture reference. But we also were able to see a fire rising right here in the clip. Folks, I had to give Andy absolutely tweaking on that one. He's like, no. He's like, no. Wait. Man, I'm not goofy enough to do that. Man, we would get sued into a
man. I'm seeing all the money leaving my bank account. I just like flying out like a bird.
Oh man, in the arms of an angel. But we can also see the fire right here. A couple of more clips of it, of course. What tactably? I also were able to see another clip. This was largely a duplicate. Then we were able to see this picture, and lastly this picture. A little bit blurry, but it does show us that there was a successful attack within the area of Penza. Moving us on from that, we also were able to see that within the Perm area today, it appears that a major condenser unit was hit. The AVT-5 unit at the Perm oil refinery sustained serious damage, and at least 3 processing columns are considered critical to its operation or damaged in the strike by the Ukrainian armed forces. Now, here's a little bit of additional video and picture evidence to show y'all the drone nets that existed at Perm, which appeared to have provided no real value against the Ukrainian drone attack, and we also were able to see the fire that resulted from the hit here.
Oh, they call this city Perm because the damage is permanent.
Ooh!
Emotional damage, permanent damage.
Oh, look, a close-up. Also, there's music. That's scary. Man.
That's quite bad right there. It looks like it was a hit around a spot that was quite bad. I'm giving some very top-notch analysis here, folks. This is a bad hit on a bad spot.
Man, Captain Analysis over here. Man, like,
was top tier. Fantastic. Put that in the resume.
Man, Captain man, that was like a real big fire on a really important part of the refinery.
Man, I realized that I said that. I was like, damn, that was absolutely like of no value whatsoever to say that.
Man, you know, I saw a reel on Instagram, man, today. It was like the news articles of history, and one of them was like airplanes forced to land at airport, and then it was another one like dolphins seen swimming in the ocean, and I was like, man, these titles are quite obvious. And then right there, man, he said, looks like a big fire on like a really important part of the refinery. And I was like, man, it's like same thing. Like, I was like, damn. But anyways, man, I'm about to do that later tonight though, so I won't get free from this. But beyond that, we also were able to see that within Nizhny Novgorod, the Russian e-commerce giant Ozon actually painted in what appears to be Russian or Ukrainian, that this is not a wild berries, please fly away. So, this is what it actually says in Russian to let you know how the Russian language is. Это не wild berries, пожалуйста. Or пожалуйста.
Is that real?
From what we know, yeah, it actually is.
It almost was like AI or like some overlay or something. It's like too perfect, like the wording on top of it.
But the less, Matthew, it cannot be. For this was directly from United 24 Media. And why would they post AI made garbage?
Yeah, who knows? Maybe they wouldn't, maybe they would. I don't know. But I mean, it doesn't look real to me.
Well, I'm going to cash in United 24's trust. I'm going to say that they're probably not lying. That's not to say that they may not be, but I'm generally going to trust them. Trust them, bro. If this turns out to be AI, well, that's going to be a problem. But moving us on out in Nizhny Novgorod, we also were able to see that outside of that area and within Ryazan, we were able to see the Wildberries facility continuing to burn down in the city. The lady said a warehouse in Ryazan is on fire. I brought the delivery, but there's nowhere to unload it now. She's very, very observant. I wrote to support. They said you have to deliver the goods to the warehouse or you'll get a fine. Where am I supposed to unload it now? Throw it straight into the flames? That's my question. And the answer to that is yes. Chuck the whole semi into the flames. That's exactly what the company wants, and that's what the company gets. But moving us on from that,
this lady was driving a semi truck.
Apparently she was a semi driver going here to drop off like a delivery to the distribution facility.
Wow, that's crazy. I mean, they're not playing around. Also, why do they call their companies like such goofy names that are completely like unrelated to anything? It's like they call this Wildberries, which is like the Amazon of Russia, basically. It's like their own version of it that they created. Then they call the other one Ozone. It's like Ozone. It's like what's that have to do with anything? It's like what's that have to do with shopping?
Honestly, man, it's kind of stupid. It's kind of like a news channel naming themselves after like a cool video game name that has absolutely nothing to do with their coverage. It's kind of like stupid like that, honestly, when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean that would be insane.
I mean, honestly, man, the guys who ever came up with a name that was not related to actually covering news and made a news channel, those guys have got to be stupid as hell. I mean, like brain dead, honestly.
Brain dead.
Yeah, stupid. Anyways, moving us on from that, we also got another clip of the fire within the Ryazan area. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, this is the inside, and that was very copyrighted. I don't know if you all heard that, but that was the most copyrighted riff I ever heard.
Was that song out of North Korea?
No, man, that's that Rocky Victory song.
I'll have to sound like that song they play in like North Korea. I can't even imitate the song, or people might take it the wrong way, but it sounded like that almost.
Hachimichi machi, ashimamankasi, mambo, mambo.
They have like the electric guitar going off in the background and stuff. It's like nee 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 nee.
Oh. Is it that one?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. No, it's not that one. This is the Rocky song.
Well, it's looking rocky in here for sure. I mean, it's looking real rocky. It's not smooth.
Jeez, folks, property damage. Oh. Also, I have to say, folks, I'm so sad about this. When I was talking about, like the whole YouTube channel that covers news naming themselves about nothing about news, that was a self-deprecating joke against us, and I don't know if it went over everyone's head, but nobody laughed at it. Like I was like, damn. One time we made a joke about the Wildberries name before, and everyone in the chat was like, well, y'all are called the Enforcer. Does that have anything to do with news? I was like, you know what? That's a good point. I'll have to bring that up next time we make fun of them. And then I did it, and nobody was like, like no one was like, ha, that's a good one. So, well, I sometimes they land, sometimes they don't, but that one definitely didn't. That one was a bomber. But you see them just showing off that damage. Well, moving us on out of Ryazan and that tragic news, we also were able to see that in Moscow, it appears that Lavrov gave a very good statement today. Russia is marked by God. When things become thoroughly difficult, help comes from above.
Well, shit, it's been difficult for like 4 years.
Man, I'm just wondering, does God give out like IMF loans, like, or anything like that? I might be missing something.
I don't think he condones the killing of innocent civilians. I don't think so. I have a feeling that he might not be on their side.
Man, I'd have to agree with you. I thought that the whole thing about modern Christendom was about protecting the innocents, and I don't really see the Russians doing that at home or abroad. So it's like, kind of hard to say that they're kind of on their side, But that's
Oh
kind of
yeah.
like the war cry of every country out there, like Iran says Allah's with them and no one else, and so on and so forth. Like every single country that ever tries to lean on religion, they say they're the chosen ones. But beyond that, though,
Russia's got those traditional values. Russia's traditional in every way possible. They just do their war indiscriminately.
yeah, nothing really says like traditional values like having absolutely no values. I mean, honestly, though, when you think about it, man, I mean, basically everybody who preaches traditional values has quite literally no values. They just like kind of pretend like they have any, but they don't. But I guess the Russians are kind of in the same vein as many others. Not throwing any shade, but I will say, folks, like the people who scream from the rooftops that they are the most traditional and the most valued people, in my personal experience, it's like 90% of those people have absolutely no values at all, and they're just trying to
Man,
misrepresent themselves as they do. That's my common experience.
Lavrov's been asking for that face to look a lot less horse-like for a long time, and it still hasn't changed.
Ooh, man, like, honestly, man, that's a face that not even a mother could love. That's a rough one there, man. When he was born, they threw him straight into stables. He was raised by, like, a pack of horses or something. But moving us on from that and out of Russia, we have also been able to see some interesting developments in the war in Ukraine. But before we get to the good developments of the day, I have to bring on to the more unfortunate ones. We have been able to see that the city of Kyiv was hit quite heavily by ballistic missile strikes over the course of the night, including some clips that came out here. We also are able to see another clip here showing more of the missile fires within the area, and even more of them. The missile attack was so significant tonight, many citizens of Kyiv tried to make their way to shelters, and there wasn't enough shelters to go around, at least in the subway, and many people are having to queue out in the streets in the wide open to be able to try and find any place for shelter. Very unfortunate situation. In the meantime, we were able to hear that allegedly, according to Financial Times, the U.S. and France helped Ukraine select targets for long-range strikes against Russia, and they're generally saying that we helped them to target the wild berries facilities here in the States. I don't know how credible that is, but it's definite the U.S. and France is providing intelligence for the Ukrainians to be able to strike refineries and other targets. Not that they really need that help, but we are giving it to them. Moving us on from that and on into our location unknowns, we also were able to see the Russian Kesh report for the past 24 hours. And holy moly! Oh, reagan.
Oh, they got two Bobcats. That's dose right there. They got two of them in one day.
Man, they microdose him. But beyond that, though,
Yeah.
it's a small amount of Bobcats. It's a small dose of Bobcats, like you were saying, so it's a microdose.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so.
Man. Water. But anyways, moving on from that, Misty East and Keeper the Record stated, troops in most losses dropped slightly. Vehicles and fuel tanks, July total of 13,077 is now the highest month. Ground robotic complex total of 286 is also the highest of the month. Still not on this graphic. 9+ today ranks as the 11th highest loss. And that is in the number of ground robotics complex. There's correction there, folks. Whoopsie daisy. But over the course of the past 24 hours, we were able to see that 1,310 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, along with 6 APCs, 331 supply trucks, 1 main battle tank, 60 artillery pieces, 1,468 drones, 3 MLRSs, 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, a pretty good day, and it's nice to see that the Ukrainians are still inflicting significant casualties onto the Russian armed forces. Now, moving us on from that and on into the areas of the Vovchansk front, we also were able to see the 58th Motorized Rifle Brigade taking out Russian forces. We see them knocking away a supply car there, and a Russian soldier. May he rest. And another one. And now we can see them taking out another Russian drone. It appears to be a DJI Mavic of some sort. We can also see that one literally crawling into the bushes to explode. We see another one doing the same. They're quite effective at that. This one did some advanced aerobatics before it exploded. This one hit the roof of a car. This one literally has attack written on the right side. Attackably.
These
And
drones
then-
are stalking people like the Bigfoot allegedly does to people and stuff like that. And, these people are having class 1 sightings.
that mythical creature with that foot that's big, that Bigfoot. It's not big feet. It only has one big foot. The other one's normal sized.
Yeah, it just happens to be anytime anybody sees the Bigfoot, it's just always on a grainy camera.
Man, you know, them Bigfoots. Man, I gotta tell you, man, some people, man, that have been in the news recently, I mean, they would be salivating about over them big feet. I mean, I tell you.
Yeah, those are freaks.
Man, you know, I gotta say, folks, you know, you never really think about it until you look back at it. But when you look at like a lot of the programming, like a lot of the children's programming on certain television channels back in the day, it's kind of interesting how many feet jokes there were in a lot of the shows, like iCarly and the Penguins of Madagascar, like the little like green, well, not the green, but the orange lemur that'd be like, oh, feet. Like it's like kind of weird, honestly, when you think back about that. How many feet jokes and references there were, you know, not really reflective of common society. I don't really know that many people that are that big into feet. But anyways, moving
I
us
don't
on.
even get it. What the hell people are getting all crazy about feet? I don't even understand it. I'm like, even if you put yourself in the mind of a freak, it's like I'm like, not that I go around putting myself in the mind of a freak on a regular basis, but I'm like, I don't even get it.
Oh man, this guy, that guy, you know the guy I'm referencing. A man pulls up on the corner of the street. Chick walks over to the car. He says, "What can you do for me?" She says, "Anything." He said, "All right, I want you to walk around barefoot. Here's $50." It's like, what the hell? It's like a wacko. Like, what a weird freak.
Right. Yeah, I'm like, I see Zadi there said, and that grossed me out so much I get nauseous. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, well, you know, your feet are usually touching the ground. It's like that's not exactly what you'd call like, you know, something great right there. So I don't know. I just don't understand it.
Man, honestly, I don't get it. Also, unfortunately, we were able to hear that a Ukrainian Air Force F 16 was shot down today near the front line. The pilot did successfully eject and has been recovered by friendly forces, suggesting that the F 16 was shot down over friendly lines. But it is the unfortunate loss of a Ukrainian F 16, which we did want to make sure to report. Meanwhile, in the rear line area, we were able to see the Ukrainians are starting to drop petal mines onto the Russian forces. These are very hard to detect and quite small, but they have enough explosive force to generally blow the front part or the back part, depending on how you step on it, of your foot away from your body, where it is no longer attached or it's in small pieces. So generally, these things are posing a little bit of a threat and a risk to the Russian forces in that area. And the Russians are trying to make sure that everyone's aware that these things are out and about. Meanwhile, down in the Novopavlivka front, we were able to see Russian forces getting hit quite heavily in this direction by the 55th Artillery Brigade. We can see the Ukrainian drone knocking out the comm systems.
They didn't need those anyway. It's not like it takes a lot of communication to send the soldiers to the front line to last 20 minutes.
Okay, everyone, we're going to do a classic World War I style over-the-top charge. But first, let me call out the commander to make sure that all of your deaths are approved and accounted for in the bureaucracy. Permission to charge? Boop. Why are you even asking? Boop. Okay, everyone, go. Like it's like, man, that's all they do. I don't even know why they need it.
It's a tough time on the battlefield. Somebody's pushing down from above.
Or better yet,
That's how it always is in the Soviet Union. Always somebody's always somebody pushing down from above. That's just an excuse for their incompetence.
it's honestly true. Listen, I know that the safety regards, if they're overrun, you could kill millions of people, but some guy up top is kind of inconvenienced by this taking longer than a day, so get it done today. All right, Governor. And then they do the stupidest shit you've ever seen.
love. I'm not interested in your excuses.
Honestly, man, that actor did quite well because he made the party officials look just absolutely hate worthy. Like it's like that guy did a very good job at making them look so damn bureaucratic. Look, Dyatlov, words from the top. You gotta blow up the reactor. It's just the rules. Like it's like
I didn't like this Dyatlov guy. He was a shitty guy. He didn't know what he was doing. This Dyatlov, he was a dumbass. He went out there and started all this trouble. Always talking about pushing down from above. That was the problem. Pushing down. That's what he was doing. From what I saw, he was pushing down quite a lot with that weight he was taking on. But he was really a something else. That guy.
oh look, they found a D-30. Oh man.
Just a slog all the time.
Man, I'll tell you, man. I don't know what's going on here, Adrian, but my back's hurting like hell. Man, like I don't know what happened, but it just like shooting shots of
Man,
pain started going up my spine right now.
I'm going to say something very narcissistic, but your back's probably hurting because we're carrying this news.
Oh damn, my money don't jiggle jiggle. It folds. I like to see you win.
Some say I'm the best at the news. I'm going to appoint myself as the best. I'm not interested in what you have to say. I'm going to say I'm the best at news. Some say he's never seen news quite like it. Nobody knows news better than me. I said, sir, it's not the olds, it's the news. That's what they said, sir. It's the best.
Well, I mean, I mean, I don't mean to like just back up the narcissism here, folks, but I mean, we did ratio Fox News yesterday for viewership, so I don't really think it's really that far out of the picture that might
See,
be
now
true.
he's bragging. He's bragging too much.
Oh,
Now. He's bragging about outdoing the ratings of an animal. Fox, we don't even try to compete with animals. It's not a fair fight. It's not fair. They said, sir, leave those animals alone, sir. They're out there trying to mind their business. All we're going to do is take their land from them and dehouse them. That's all. They can be happy after that. They can go live in a place, like, for example, an apartment, fresh housing. That's what they have, sir. Brand new housing. We keep those prices high so the foxes will be homeless. They'll be on the streets out there shaking around a jar, talking about spare change. And it's a strange thing the way those foxes, they just want spare change. It's like they have a thing for it.
That's incredible. That's very deep, Mr. President. We thank you for that. Meanwhile, we were able to see Ukrainian forces taking prisoners in Stepnihirsk today. Or what's left of it, at least.
Someone said I do that so well. Thank you.
Man, Stepnihirsk is looking like hell.
Honestly, it kind of is, really. In the midst of our very cheesy impressions, there's a real war being fought here, which is in its 4th+ year, and it'll probably, unfortunately, go on for more. The sad part about it.
Oh, look, and here comes the Russians that are surrendering. Yeah, man, they kind of
Those
got
are the
them
only
over
smart
walking
Russians.
through no man's land out there.
Yeah, there's no chance you're gonna like try to do a double cross on them out in the field like that.
They said, everything get in this small hole under the stairs, believe it. And now they're bringing him into the basement. Man, this is like those basements from Streets of Tarkov, damn. But they took them as prisoners. Successfully. Moving us on from that, we also were able to see that within Kryvyi Rih was actually hit by Zircon hypersonics overnight. We were able to see one of them making impact right there in this clip. And with that, that's the end of the clip. And that is also the end of the news for the day, actually. It ended up taking us about 3 hours to cover the news today, starting at the very beginning of our breaking news and making it to now. And that is probably one of the longest news segments that we've done in probably about 3 weeks. So not that long we were running news segments about this long or even longer. But with that in mind, folks, it's now time for us to finally round out this news segment, the breaking news and the scheduled news, and move us on into the second segment of the stream where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And I gotta say, folks, that tonight has been one hell of a night, a really crazy night to watch in terms of coverage. It appears that we were able to watch 2 cruise missiles enter Polish airspace, possibly hitting the ground. We're not entirely sure yet. And we've also been able to see as well that the U.S. has resumed its strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran, all in the same vein at the same part of the night. Kind of wild. But before we move on into the rest of our news, our questions, we actually have breaking news coming out right now, right at this moment. So, Matthew, what do we got here?
So it looks like Iran has begun their retaliation right now. We're getting images and also Telegram reports saying that Iran has launched ballistic missiles in response to the CENTCOM strikes that we saw and we were tracking earlier in the stream. It looks like they've apparently launched some. Now, we can't tell where these have come from. There's some reports of allegedly where they might have come from, but all we can see is streaks in the sky, and it does look like missiles are en route to U.S. bases in the region and also partner bases in the region as well. So we'll be on air probably a little while longer, I'd imagine, because this is probably just starting.
Oh, great heavens, folks. Oh, no. We're going to be doing a real ultra marathon tonight. It's already almost a 3-hour show, folks, and it looks like this is going to keep on going. So we will have to make sure to cover it as best we can. As best we can. You see everybody, the Iranians rolled out and they started firing their missiles because CENTCOM announced that the strikes were over. So basically, CENTCOM declared that the skies are safe. You can roll out and start shooting at us if you would like. And so now the Iranians are rolling out into the wide open and they're going to start taking shots at us. If instead of doing that, if we just said that we were conducting air operations 24/7, they'd probably be too scared to come out of their hidey holes. And if they did come out, we'd probably blow them up. But instead, we decided to conduct the strikes in 2 hours of a 24-hour cycle only, so that way they can roll out and do this kind of stuff for the remaining 22 hours. So hopefully we'll be able to see that the U.S. can actually defend itself against these strikes instead of what we saw a couple of days ago where there was a direct impact on MUAFAC again. So with that, I hope we won't see any direct hits that are incredibly damaging against U.S. forces, and we will be covering this as it goes on and develops. But in the meantime, though, while we are waiting for more news to be coming out, we have quite a many questions to get to. Quite a many. It seems like a lot of people have enjoyed the channel tonight and have gone out of their way to support it, of which we're greatly appreciative. Nobody has to support the channel, but the folks who do go out of their way make the entire thing a reality for us and all of y'all who are watching, and also make it a free-to-play game to where you don't have to pay memberships or watch an ad, spend seconds of your time watching an ad. We get to just run this thing and get to cover the news, and y'all get to see it without any barriers. And so with that, Matthew, what do we got here?
All right. So I hope everybody has enjoyed the coverage so far. The coverage is not over yet. I would be curious to know, by the way, folks, because, like OSINT is something that everybody, including government officials, they watch it very closely. Also, there's literally people whose entire job is to be OSINT analysts in the government and the intelligence agencies. I'd be curious to know if people watch this just out of like just the ease and convenience of it in the government. Because if I was in the government, I would be watching this like, have it on the background just to like get some tips about what's going on and then look into it myself beyond that. I just wonder who does watch. Occasionally we get surprised about who's watching the show. I wouldn't be surprised if they had it on somewhere maybe possibly important. I wouldn't be surprised about that, getting a little tip here and there about what's happening, because we're pretty fast with it. Like we get stuff out within 30 seconds of it happening these days based on Telegram posts, Twitter posts, and stuff like that. So I'd be curious to know, but we may never know, though. I doubt they would admit to it. But moving into our first super chat here while we wait for more breaking news to come out, we have our first one, which is going to go to none other than Bobby, also known as LC39A. And thank you very much, Bobby, for that support. And we do appreciate that $100 support. He said, in reference to Poland, yeah, you know what has hit the fan.
I would hope that they have a strong response to this in some way. I'm not saying that they have to go into a world war with Russia to respond, but I would hope that shit has metaphorically hit the fan in some way because of what happened today. If it didn't, this is going to be an absolute shame and an embarrassment for NATO and also the Republic of Poland. There's a point where people have to draw a line and say that enough is enough, and Russia conducting hybrid attacks against NATO in some form or another on a near daily at this point is something that I would say definitely needs to see a line drawn on it. And so humongous things to you for support LC39A. I would definitely agree with you on that, and hopefully we'll be able to see that Poland responds in the strong way that we're hoping. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $100 support from Chris Feilbach. And thank you very much, Chris, as well, for the 100. And we do appreciate that very much. And he said, orb, 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 orb.
And a big thanks to you for your support, Chris, and helping this channel to keep running. And the orb, praise the orb. Everybody loves the orb. I can't believe that was one of the things that we ever went viral for. Like, that was legitimately a viral moment, was the orb of judgment. I mean, that thing, like, I think one of the clips, like someone clipping the stream at it, I think one of them got like 2 million views on it. Or something. Remember that?
Man, those clippers, I tell you, those clippers.
That was wild, man. It was bizarre, really. But beyond that, though, I gotta say a huge, incredible thanks to you for support, Chris, and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so, a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again, Chris.
Indeed. And our next super chat goes to Con45, who puts in a $50 support, and thank you, Con, as well. They said the U.S. blocked $400 million of approved aid to Ukraine until 2029, and Putin has now proposed a new war plan to continue the war until 2029. And it seems that they're giving Putin a chance right here. But what are your thoughts?
I would say, nah, I definitely see it. Like, I know that publicly, folks, the U.S.'s position on the war in Ukraine is changing, and the president's acting like he's turned a new leaf. But actions speak louder than words by a great deal, especially in politics. And the fact that we're seeing that the actions of the president have not changed in regards to Ukraine, it's just the words around Ukraine. I would say generally, it still looks like we're trying to give as much leeway to the Russians as we possibly can in any realm of, I guess you could say, reality or convenience, wherever that
Well,
would be possible.
he is letting them license produce the air interceptors. I mean, that's a material change that has occurred, which is a pretty decent sized one.
But like letting them license produce it isn't as big as actually helping them out like the last admin did. Like that's what I'm more so comparing it to. And the last admin didn't even do it that well either. So the last admin was just kind of like slow rolling support into Ukraine, which was a problem because it wasn't the support they actually needed. It was just like some, but not all. And then the current administration has completely stopped it. They're refusing to hand over even $400 million, but they will allow license production. And we don't even know if that's going to hold because you never know at some point in the future where the president's going to go, Zelensky's a dumb bastard. We're revoking it and they need to stop or we're going to have problems. That could happen at some point in the future because, he could wake up and just be on the wrong side of the bed or something and decide that. And someone's about to go TDS. Well, he does that every day, so it's like I don't know what to tell you, but he does that on everything every day he wakes up on foreign policy. So he might do that to the Ukrainians at some point in the future. So I'd honestly say like the whole license production thing is nice, but it isn't really a humongous help. It's basically just telling Ukraine you can reverse engineer and produce the Patriots if you want to. So that'd be my 2 cents.
Yeah, maybe so, possibly. I wonder what are the odds are that the previous administration's the Department of State officers are still hanging around and giving advice. I wonder what the odds of that are.
Probably pretty low.
You think?
Yeah, probably because you know, like
You know,
anyone who
that type of stuff that kind of stuff right there transcends the whole political thing. By the way, all those Department of State people are buddies, even if they're in different admins.
it's true, but the current guy is coming, and he's saying you gotta literally delete everybody who's not, dead on, just, a big fan of me, so they gotta go. So, it's like even if that is the case, they might have to go, I'm sorry, and then let him go.
I mean, oh yeah, but I mean, they're obviously not like hired, like they're not employed. But I mean, that doesn't mean they're not still lurking around, giving advice or like conferring with people and things like that. They could still be. I have a hunch that they might be.
But the thing is that even if they are doing that, Rubio is the Secretary of State. What does he do? It's like, does he go into the Oval Office and actually tell the president what he needs to hear? Or is he telling the president what he wants to hear? Or just going along with whatever the president wants to do? And you and I both know that he's either telling the president what he wants to hear or he's just doing what the president wants, regardless whether it's a good idea or not.
Maybe so, possibly. It seems like it's just a hodgepodge of a whole bunch of different stuff that's not really a good strategy that's being employed right now. I can't tell if the like prior like officials have a hand in it, or maybe it's just the new ideas of the people in charge now. I can't really tell. It seems like occasionally I see a couple of like old old ghosts of the old administration kind of showing up in some of the strategic stuff happening with Ukraine occasionally. So I don't know. Like it seems like it to me, maybe. But also, by the way, we do have some more breaking news right now out of Iran. It looks like we have gotten a video showing the ballistic missiles making their way through the skies from the Iranian cities of Tabriz, Yazd, and Homein, targeting the Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan. So it is apparently going back for Jordan once again, which is a very concerning sight to see because it seems like there's been some pretty bad, lack of interceptions at the Jordan Air Base. So hopefully we don't see casualties this time.
And here's the small 3-second clip showing the launches, and there's another picture of the streaks of the missiles being fired. So the Iranian response is underway, and it appears to largely be attempting to target the Muwafaq base in Jordan, at least at the moment. So I hope that addresses that the best we can, at least with what we have for now. And we haven't been able to hear of any impacts or interceptions over Jordan, at least at the moment, which we'll be expecting that it has to be happening within a few brief minutes of now, because these missiles have been in the air for a minute. So I hope that does address it the best we can. And a big thanks to you once again for sharing that breaking news with us there, Enforcer Matt. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
And our next super chat in the meantime is going to go to Jess9593, who put in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Jess, for the 50. And we do appreciate that very much. They did not leave a comment, though. But once again, a big shout out to you. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, Jess9593. Because if it wasn't for folks like you who helped this channel to keep on running, we would not be able to make this thing possible. And I gotta say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative of folks like you and your support. Because while you didn't throw in a comment, it does help us to keep this thing alive and going. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $50 support from Cerberus3, and thank you, Cerberus, as well. They said, hello all, and I hope everybody's staying safe and taking care of yourself and others. I'm late again, but got solar panels set up for the workshop power. An idea for the LSA symbol, check out the Navy CB icon. But go Marmot, and take 2 from the chat since last night.
And let's see here, Navy CB. The Navy CB. Let me see if I can find that logo here. That CB is a wild creature. Let me see if I can get a bigger one of it. Ah, here we go. Oh, man. Let me see CB's symbol. Let me see here. One second, folks. I'm trying to get this thing up close. Here we go. The U.S. Navy CBs.
Look at that. That's a thug bee right there. He's got that Tommy gun. He's
That thing thugging it.
Dang, that thing. It's got a lot of arms.
Man, that thing going gun you down, torque you up, and hammer you down. Like, man, this thing's got all the slogans up in this bee.
Man, it's coming out to give somebody a tune-up.
Man, this thing's coming out to give someone a fade. Like,
Man, you trying to catch a fade? Man, what you mean? And then he pulls out some clippers. No, I mean like a fade, like, like a high-end fade.
Man, this thing say you want to fade, shoot your ass, and then hammer your ass, and then tweak your ass. Like, it's like this thing ain't playing. It's got all the tools in the toolbox, I tell you. But beyond that, though, I would say honestly, a marmot kind of an idea that'd be an interesting one. I'm kind of thinking of doing like a marmot, like the Watchtech bear. Like, let's see, Watchtech the bear symbol, kind of like this. Like a marmot carrying a shell. I thought that would kind of look cool. Like, that's something I was thinking in the back of my head to do with the marmot, is make it the Watchtech of the or Wojciech of the LSA. I thought that'd be kind of cool. But honestly, the CB symbol wouldn't be that bad either. That wouldn't be that bad of an idea. And I saw Crispy say that's gangster. Like, it is kind of gangster. The CBs do a lot of interesting stuff. In World War II, they were the guys who would roll up in the Pacific on an island once the beachhead had been seized. Like, and when I mean like seized, I mean the battle was literally still ongoing right off the beach, and they would roll in with construction equipment and start setting up camps immediately, and turning it into a usable facility. So kind of wild when you think about that, because I wrote, well, I didn't write, I read the book. I believe it's War in the Pacific by E.B. Sledge back in the day, and he was talking about how the CBs literally would be setting up their construction equipment and building stuff while they're under fire. Like, bullets would be getting shot through the canvas of the tents they were setting up, and they would still be setting them up in the middle of the battle, so that way they would have all of the facilities ready to go even while the battle was still ongoing, literally just a few hundred yards away. Really crazy stuff they do back then. Nowadays they're still pretty wild too, but it's an interesting idea.
It's like the Army Corps of Engineers, too. They're pretty solid. I saw a documentary on them yesterday. They're, like, frying the fish up there at some, like, Great Lakes or something like that, trying to keep the carp out of the Great Lakes, and they're frying the fish. Yeah. Man, honestly, it's pretty smart, though. They're not trying to kill the fish. They're trying to shock them away from the Great Lakes.
Yeah, I don't know where that thing is. It's like somewhere on these canals, but they're trying to stop the Asian carp from moving in from the Mississippi into the Great Lakes. And eventually I think they're trying to come up with a plan of how to exterminate them in the Mississippi, because they're an invasive species. But yeah, they fry.
Those things are dangerous. Those carp are dangerous. If they flop out of the water, they'll kill you. Like, those things will just straight up kill you. They'll flop out of the water and beat you in the head and knock you clean out.
Man, honestly, man, I hate those damn carp. And also they
Oh,
destroy
those carp.
oh, those damn carp, man. But they're destroying ecosystems in the riverways of America all over the place. Like they're such a destructive pest. We should wipe them out. Like truly, like quite literally exterminate them. I mean, like I like honestly, folks, if you went out there, and also I think this is. I don't want to say that this is a fact, but I think this is the law. I think you can literally go out there and just wipe carp out all day long, every day if you wanted to. Not all the other fish species, because you have to have like a fishing license for all that and whatnot. But if you wanted to exterminate carp, you can go out all day and just wipe carp out, and I think they're
I
inedible
don't know
too.
about that.
So, well,
Probably gotta have a license or something, I'd imagine.
let's see. Do you need a fishing license to catch invasive carp? Oh my god, you have to have a fishing license even for the invasive species? Man, like I thought it was kind of like the hog rule where you could go out there and literally
Oh,
just
no.
wipe out hogs.
You can't do that either. You can't just go around doing that. Yeah, you can't do anything when it comes to hunting or fishing without a fishing license or a hunting license or something. That's going to get you jammed up with the game warden.
Wait, are you sure about that? Because I'm pretty sure there's like a kill on sight law in most states for white like feral hogs.
That's a private land.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like even on private, I don't think on private land you can hunt deer outside of hunting season. I think that's like, of course
Probably not.
they don't want vigilante like hog slaughterers, wandering around the nation like on people's private property just clearing out hogs. But I don't think you can kill most game animals outside of hunting season. But I think that you can wipe out the hogs most any time of the year, from what I know in some states. I think Alabama was one of those cases where you could literally just go out in the woods, start blasting away hogs, and really no one would care.
There's probably something about that. I mean, but probably there's always something.
Do you need a hunting license to hunt feral hogs? We need to find out. So it depends on the state, but out here in Utah, they are very restrictive. You actually have to have a hunting and a combination license to be able to even hunt down the feral hogs. But in some states, you don't. Texas being one of them. Texas being one where, as long as they're on your private property, you can just start blasting away and no one will really care or question it. But still, those damn carp. The Army Corps of Engineers, speaking of which, though, moving on from that, actually has a really wild water redirection system down here in Louisiana. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Because it is a very wild. Oh, here it is, right here. It's the low sill control structures, but the Army Corps of Engineers runs this as well to keep the Mississippi River down here flowing in the right direction.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, wild stuff. I mean, the Army Corps of Engineers is involved in a whole lot of stuff throughout the country. They were also involved heavily in laying out the first transcontinental railroads and surveying the land to find out where they could go. So, I mean, really neat stuff. But we actually have breaking news coming out right now. So, Matthew, what do we got here? What do we got?
So we've gotten our first eyewitness reports of a crater, apparently, in a field that's been found by residents in the Polish village of Tarwalski or Targowisko, I think is how you say it, if that's how it's pronounced. They say they see a massive crater in a field, and apparently this followed the reports of the cruise missile entering, and the area has been secured by the Polish authorities. That's about 58 miles into Polish territory that this crater has been found, apparently.
Here's the crater, by the way, folks, right there. That does clearly seem to be a crater from a cruise missile. That looks like a direct impact on the territory. But it also looks like it hit farm fields. So this will most likely result in a strongly worded letter, unfortunately, folks. But this does confirm that a cruise missile did enter Polish airspace and it did explode on Polish territory. It's just that luckily nobody was injured or killed in the process.
Well, that's just one. Like, it could have been multiple. Like, we heard reports it could be up to 2 cruise missiles that entered Polish airspace and might have hit. So this is one of them. We could hear about another later.
We could. We still aren't getting word on that one that apparently, allegedly, was around the area of that village of Otroks right here. So we might be getting further word on that one at some point in the future if it was there. But with that, I hope that covers that little development well. And with that, a huge thanks to your support, Cerberus, and helping this channel to keep running. And also, we will have to take 2 from the chat, man, because I believe we missed his live chat last night. So what is the first live chat from the chat tonight?
So the first one goes to Beeve, who said, "What would realistically happen if Article 5 was activated over the missile incident in Poland?"
Technically, we are now in a state of war against the Russian Federation in a defensive setting, which could involve offensive actions at that point. But technically, that just means that NATO is combined in a collective defense against the Russian Federation, meaning that we're coming to the defense of Poland and we're now at war with Russia. That's basically the short and simple of what it would mean. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one from the live chat.
And this one's going to go to Mark Hooper, who said, "Would the European NATO members have total faith in the U.S. participation if Article 5 is enacted?"
Most likely not. Currently, the U.S. in foreign policy doesn't really have a clue of what it's doing. And also, we're very tied up in the Middle East. And considering how heavily tied up we are and how it seems to not be going all too well for us, the U.S. would probably be more than happy to use that as an excuse to generally stay uninvolved in a Russian European conflict. So, unfortunately, I have a feeling that they'd probably be a little bit unconfident in whether or not the U.S. would get involved because of those two reasons. So I hope that does answer that question incredibly well. Good question, by the way, Mark Hooper. And with that, a huge thanks to you for support, Cerberus, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us to keep it rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a super chat from Robert Bedencourt, who put in a 20. And thank you, Robert, as well. He said, "Chinese CTOL at EAA venture with Euro certification, cap cut by POTUS."
And I thank you for the support. Unfortunately, I think I'm missing a little bit of the nuance there, but I do thank you greatly for the support, Robert Bedencourt, and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
I think he might be referring to maybe an aircraft or something. Sadly, I don't get the reference either, Robert. But if you'd like to clarify, though, and let us know in the comments, we might be able to return back to it. But sadly, we're not familiar with what you're referencing right there. But we also have a 20 from Trister1. And thank you, Trister, as well. He said, "A chat question, please."
And a big thanks to your support, Trista. And we will make sure to get we get one from the live chat in I was about to say a couple. It's only one. It's only one. That's the rule. But with that, what do we got from the live chat? No, Trista1.
And this one goes to Shadow, who said, "I heard about a Saudi strike in Iraq, and was that real or something, or just trying to save face?"
Oh no, that was real. That actually happened yesterday. It was a U.S. Saudi airstrike campaign in eastern Iraq, mostly centered around Basra, but there was a couple of other targets hit just to the east of Baghdad. But it was a Saudi U.S. airstrike campaign. The Saudis actually did join in overtly in strikes in conjunction with the United States. So I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you once again for sponsoring our live chat and helping this channel to keep it running, Trister1, not Twista, Trista1. And with that, we're on the next one.
We've also got a 20 from the Jeff Rule, and thank you, Jeff, for the 20. He said, "No questions, just a thank you for the continuing coverage, and you guys have become my nightly update and entertainment."
And a big thanks to your support, Jeff Rule. And I gotta say, we're always honored to know that we are most people's sources of news and entertainment. We always like to make sure to mix it a good bit because we never want the news to be so serious that there isn't a fun moment to be had in it. Because like we always say, and we've said for years, you can either laugh through it or you can cry through it. But no matter what you do, the world's going to keep turning, and it's turning however it is. So we always like to laugh while it's turning because what the hell else are any of us supposed to do? Damn, I tell you.
That lined up perfectly.
Why'd you womp with me, man? Why'd you do it?
He just said, "I mean, what else can you do? You can laugh or cry, and I would rather laugh. It was like a cope."
Honestly, man, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, are you? I mean, it basically is kind of a cope. But, humor is necessary. We have to get through this every day ourselves. And I think a lot of people, I actually think a lot of people don't think about that, Jeff, but a lot of the stuff that we see off air is a lot worse than what we show on air. And so if you'll think, folks, oh, it's brutal what we're watching on air, believe me, folks, we've seen about 5 to 10 times worse most times every day before we go on air. And then we have to kind of just, try and ignore that and get to making sure that everybody can handle the news and tolerate it while they're hearing it. So a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, the Jeff Rule, and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $20 support from Wee Little Turtles. And thank you very much, Wee Little Turtles, for that $20 support. We do appreciate that. And also a big shout out to Marion Deemer, who also put in a $20 super chat. We appreciate both of you very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thank you to Wee Little Turtle. Wee! Thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, Wee Little Turtles, and Marion Deemer, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. It wouldn't be running right now. It would be somewhere else. It would be in oblivion. It would be in the darkest depths of hell. And we thank y'all greatly for supporting this channel and helping us to keep the lights on, because y'all help us to be able to keep the lights alive for everybody out there in the Western world, for them to be able to hear news that supports American Western interests, but also takes a neutral stance on foreign policy, calling the shots for what they are: the good, the bad, and the ugly. And so a huge thanks to both of y'all so much. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Bradley Barrows. He said, good evening, and take one from the chat.
And a big good evening to you, Bradley Burrows. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing quite well. I know we're doing well. And we will make sure to get one from the live chat. So a huge thanks to you for support. And what do we got?
So the live chat question is going to go to none other than Ada, who said, what if it was a hit on a specific train inside of Iran in the city of Lavaj? Maybe one that might have been carrying Chinese armaments.
It's possible, but I don't know. Like, it's a little bit too hard to say with any certainty. It could have happened. I am not saying it's impossible. It's just that we don't really know exactly what's been hit for now, and so we can say it was the northern end of the rail yard, or it was the military base, but we're just not entirely sure. But it's not out of the question they might have hit a train, like an actual train carrying some sort of a specific cargo. So big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Wee Little Turtles once again. And thank you very much, Wee Little Turtles, for that support once more. He said one more. Last super chat was my first super chat. And also thank you, by the way, for that, by the way.
Thank you.
He said, so wasn't quite sure how to do it, but here's number 2. And thank you, Enforcers, for all you do, and mad respect.
Mad respect. I'm just kidding. Like, that's not real mad respect. Like, I'm just kidding with you, wee little turtles. But I do thank you greatly for the support. And also, thank you so much for enjoying everything that we do and having mad respect for it. We greatly appreciate it. And I also got to say that we thank you for your second super chat and helping this channel get running. I also got to say we're very appreciative to know that you enjoy the channel so much you go out of the way to support the channel, or a channel really, for the first time ever. That's very high praise, that folks would be willing to keep the channel running, and we thank you greatly for being a part of that. Now, you're a part of helping the gears to grind behind the scenes to keep the whole show running, which is basically just keeping our lights on, paying the bills, and stuffing food down our gullet when we're off air. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed it incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Not me. I'm fasting personally.
Man, he's on that modern American diet, that one piece of chicken and the one piece of broccoli.
No, that's what I call it when I go down to the restaurant. I call it getting there fasting.
Man, that's a good one.
That's what I call when I'm driving down there in the car, going really fast, trying to get down to that fast food at In-N-Out Burger. I'm like, look at me, I'm going down here, I'm fasting right down to this drive-through. Look at that.
Man, fasting right down to it, man. They going fast as hell. Like, man, man, I gotta say, honestly, I'm always an observer of fasts, like Lent, Ramadan, any of them. I mean, I'd be going fast down that highway to stuff my food, stuff my food in my car and get back home. I tell you, folks, I tell you. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Man, the very few times I've ever ordered Uber Eats, which I don't do anymore because the fees are too much. I don't like feeling like I'm getting ripped off. But I used to, like, they would deliver to the door, they drop it there, you get the little notification on your phone or whatever. I'd go downstairs, I would open the door just enough, very slowly, where it'd like creak open and go, ring. And the door would just be open for like a solid minute. All the people outside would see is a quick hand go out, grab it, snatch it, and pull it back in, slam the door shut. It's like, man, I tell you what, I felt like an animal ordering Uber Eats, like a caged animal. Oh, just some food shows up sitting at the door, just reach your hand out there, snatch it inside, and you're running back inside. It's like, man, I got it. I can't do this anymore. And also, these fees are killing me.
Man, honestly, man, getting Uber Eats being like a domesticated dog, man. Like, they just give you dog food, like in your bowl, and then you eat it. Like, honestly, that's what it feels like, man. You get the slop direct. But man, honestly, man, I will say that there is a bit of a positive to it, that if something's like 15 miles away, then you get someone to bring it. And that's the only time I use it is if, like, for some reason I'm like, you know what, I feel like having a good meal. Usually I do it like once a week, and I'll look around. I'll be like, what's a really good place to eat? Like nothing extremely expensive, just something a little bit better than like junk. And I'll be like, where is it? And usually it's like in downtown, so then I have to have it delivered because I sure as hell do not want to drive on Interstate 15 downtown. That would be like absolute
Oh, you're not
terror.
close to downtown, are you?
Oh no, no, man, I'm down here in
Oh.
Lehigh.
Oh, I see, I see.
Yeah.
Man's unintentionally walking into that one.
Man, like, but anyways, with that, I mean, hell, man, everybody knows we're not in downtown, man. I mean, hell, you told them we took the train up to downtown like a couple of weeks ago. I mean, like, hell, man, like, we're
I
clearly
mean, well,
not.
no, I took the train round trip downtown and from around town, uptown.
You see, folks, Matthew just clearly took the trip, like on the 4th of July when he was telling you all that we went to Freshies. We clearly just rode the train out of downtown where we lived, down south, and then back north, because clearly that makes a lot of sense. Like, it's like clearly, to rewriting history, that makes a great load of sense. Like, I'll just tell you, folks, I mean, Salt Lake's a giant place. We live south of downtown, but beyond that, I'm not going to say where. So anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Not that I'm worried about anything, by the way. It's not like, it's not like we just like leave the doors unlocked or something like that. It's not anything like that. But moving on to our next one here, our next super chat's going to go to Chris Fieldbach. And thank you very much, Chris, for the $20 support this time. He said today's orb word of the day is euphorbia. This orb word is a genus of plant. Per Wikipedia, some euphorbias are widely available commercially, such as poinsettias at Christmas.
Ah, those beautiful poinsettias. I remember that Jimmy Durante narrated Frosty the Snowman so well. Do you remember that, Matthew? Where like Frosty the Snowman, he melted in that greenhouse full of poinsettias. Like you remember that?
I think so, but are you sure you're pronouncing his name right?
Yeah, it's like Jimmy Durante or something like that, or Jimmy Durant.
Yeah, I think it could be.
Let me pull it up. How to pronounce Jimmy Durant. So here it is. Here it is. We've got it.
Jimmy Durante.
It is Jimmy Durante. I got it right. You got
Jimmy
it wrong.
Durante. It's like, what an arrogant sounding thing. Jimmy Durante.
But he was the guy that was known as the Schnozzler.
I've seen him, but he looks like the character.
Bro, man, he literally was the character. Here's another picture of him. The Schnozzler.
Holy moly. Now I know why they called him that.
He had some joke, man, where he's like, I know I'm ugly, but what's 1 opinion against a million or something like that. Like, man, he honestly was a pretty funny guy. Like, he was like I watched like a lot of the caricatures of him and the deal he did. Like, he had like this whole singing routine and whatnot. Pretty funny guy, actually. Like, he was a comedian of his time. But he also did, let's see, the Jimmy Durante Frosty the Snowman deal. And you definitely know that because we watched that like together growing up as kids, but that was Jimmy Durante in the Frosty the Snowman. I mean, honestly, man,
Bro.
the resemblance is uncanny.
Oh gosh. Those bastards did him wrong. That's crazy they did him in the cartoon like that. That's crazy.
You know, man, he actually signed off on this caricature. Like, they gave him, like, I think 5 to pick from, and he picked that one.
That is crazy right there.
Oh man, that must have been some magic. Y'all know the crap. Like it's like a classic, basically. What was this? A Rankin Bass? Like I think it was. Let's see here. Was it a Rankin Bass?
This isn't really a measuring contest. Ranking bass. I mean, if you catch a fish, you catch one.
Man, that thing was about this big. But like, let me see if I can type it in. You know what I'm talking about? Rankin Bass, like.
Yeah, it was the animation studio, I think.
Yeah, Rankin Bass. Like they did like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, you know, Heat Miser and Snow, like Miser and all that stuff.
They were a stop motion firm, actually, I think.
Yeah, you know what's even more interesting about them, man? But I did a deep rabbit hole on them like a year ago. All of their little like puppets are actually made out of paper and wood. And they were all made in Japan and then shipped, I think, to the States, or it was filmed in Japan, like the stop motion stuff. And then they sent it over for editing to the States or something like that. It was a whole weird arrangement that they had.
Hi, that is interesting.
Yeah, like really interesting stuff. And I think Frosty the Snowman was like one of the few like legit animated ones that they did that ever hit it. But they eventually went under, I think, in like the late 70s or the early 80s or something like that. Like they just kind of like stopped production. It wasn't like
I
financial
like
issues.
I like Hanna-Barbera a lot better, but they did like actual like real animation, not stop motion.
But dude, these are Christmas classics. I mean, like Hanna-Barbera was great for all times of the year, but this is Christmas classic stuff right here.
Yeah, I love that Christmas classic stuff. It's not a good business model to only have your business revolving around one part of the year.
Let's see. Mr. Meisterburger. I gotta go pull this guy up, man. Mr. Burgermeister. Here he is.
What the hell?
I don't know what the hell the other guy is, but
Really? What the hell's that other thing? It looks like an office manager.
dude, this guy. Honestly, man, I think I know someone. Like, I think, like, I'm just saying, like, man, like, but beyond that though, man, Mr. Burgermeister Meisterburger, man, the
Didn't they
legit
portray
one.
this guy as a Nazi?
Basically, yeah. I mean, like, you know, he was there'll be no more ties to the king, you know, and that was him. Like that was
Yeah, I remember that was haunting. Like, like when I was young, I even got the reference. Like, even when I was younger, I was like, "Damn, that's a bastard right there."
Like,
Look, look at that. He's got the soldier right next to him right there.
with the pickle hava and everything, bro. Like, and then you're pretty on the nose with this one. I wonder how this sold in the foreign markets in, I don't know, Germany. I wonder how they felt about this back in the 60s.
Do they celebrate Christmas?
Yeah, they celebrate Christmas like every
I
European
thought they had
country.
like Krampus or something.
No. Like, you know, of course the Germans have to, like, you know, mess with the kids and like F them up mentally and stuff. So they have like Krampus, but they also have like Father Klaus, I think they call him in Germany. But, you know, they also have like, if you're a bad kid, you don't get caught. You just get like tortured by the demon from hell and they drag you down into the depths. Like, man, it's like I don't really know if that's a good thing to tell kids. But, you know, every German story's like that for the kids, you know. It's like, you know, Hansel and Gretel, they were, you know, naive little children, and they got invited into a house by a stranger, they got poisoned and cooked into pie. It's like, well, that's kind of messed up. But that was what they tell the kids. I mean, like, every single Disney story, man, you know, like Cinderella and all that, all of those are German stories, and if you read the real German stories, they are, like, effed up beyond belief. I mean, like, Disney had to do a lot to whitewash them.
The Germans are very practical people. They don't mess around when it comes to terrorizing. Like I'm not like making any jokes here. Like they're very pragmatic about their horror films and stuff like that. There's no joking.
Man, this movie is not a laughing matter. Man, that's like how you know, I'm very fascinated what comedies are like in Germany.
Well, I'll leave that one be.
Well, wait a minute, what do you mean by that?
I don't think they have comedy.
You know, honestly, folks, I haven't seen a lot of German media. I've seen a little bit here and there, but I've never seen a German comedy. Like, I've never seen one. I've seen British comedy. I've seen some French comedy. I've seen Israeli comedy even, but I've never heard of German comedy.
Heard of a German tragedy?
Yeah. Yeah. Tragedy. Yeah.
Also, by the way, I got nothing against the modern Germans. By the way, like we don't talk about the war. You know, it's like Mr. Foltz said, it's for forgive and forget type deal. You know, the modern people can't be held accountable for the other ones, and you know everything like that.
You sound nervous as hell saying that, like someone's holding you at gunpoint. Regular, I have nothing against him. I really don't. It's like, calm down, man. It's like, it's okay. It's okay. It's like, it's
man, I think I'm about to get canceled.
No, you're not gonna get canceled.
Oh, thank you.
Oh no, yeah, I'm giving you a pass. Like, man, it's like you're not gonna get canceled. You're good. But I see some people in the chat like actually saying I'm from Germany, and there really is no comedy here. Now, I have seen one German comic, but he's in America, though, and he does his routine here in America. But even still, it's, like, really demure comedy. Like, the British have dry humor, but you can tell they're really leaning into it. Like, I don't know what it is about, like, the German comedy thing, but, like, the one comedian that I know of, which is the guy y'all are talking of in the chat, like, I don't like the German way of speaking just doesn't really invoke, like, the comedic, funny tones in their speaking. Like, it's very interesting to me. But I would like, you know what, now I'm actually getting fascinated. I'm gonna have to look for German comedies once I get off air and take a look at them. But anyways, also saw someone say, how about a German cooking show? I haven't really heard of those either. Have you?
No.
Man, I have, like, come to think of it, I have never heard of a German cooking show. Like, I've heard of every other cooking show but a German one, and probably a Polish one as well. I haven't really heard of any Polish cooking shows before either, or any Polish dishes on a cooking show.
Yeah, I don't think they're big into that.
Yeah, I don't think so. But anyways, with that, big thanks to you so much once again for the support, Chris, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Steve T, and thank you, Steve, for the $20 support as well. He said, in a war on an economy, would it be illegal to, whoa, wait a second. Let's see. Steve's asking a question. I've never heard anybody ask this question, Steve. This is a new one.
I don't think it's against
Oh,
YouTube's terms of service at all. I don't think they even cover
I
that.
don't, I don't think we can. I don't think we can talk about this though. Is like hypothesizing something possibly illegal. I don't think they're going to take too kindly to that on the terms of service right there. I know what Steve means well by it. I'm not saying he's trying to like get us in trouble, but I'm not sure if YouTube's going to misinterpret that.
So basically, what he's saying, folks, is that if we fund the Contras and we give the money to Iran, I'm just kidding, by the way, but I honestly don't know if we can cover that either. I know that YouTube's terms of service doesn't state anything explicitly about that, but it might fall under another category. And we always got to tread carefully, folks. And so I do thank you greatly for the support, Steve T, and help with the channel to keep running. I just don't know if YouTube would allow us to actually answer a question like that. But I've been listening a lot, folks, lately to what's his name? Louis Theroux's like little shows that are on YouTube. And honestly, a lot of the stuff that he would say in his shows or other people would say in his shows, like they get on YouTube and they're fine with it. But I don't know if
It's
they're
the
gonna
old
have to.
days. It was the old days. He was uploading those like 14 years ago. Like on here, like that was a whole different time period.
No,
It was the
man.
Wild West. Like anything went.
No, man. Like the ones I've been seeing, man, have been like uploaded by like a BBC syndicate on YouTube, and they're like only 2 months or 3 months old from upload date. And I was like, hell, I mean, if they're uploading it around then, I bet we're probably fine to talk about some of these topics. But I also have to say, YouTube might have an arrangement with them, or something along those lines.
I
I mean,
mean, I don't know.
well,
Who
I'm
knows?
I'm not saying anything like that. It's just, it's like they understand that that's their broadcasting content, so it's clean and it's safe. Other things like this might be a bit up in the question. That's why we have to be careful. But big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from the Vladinator, and thank you very much, Vladinator, for that 20. He said, I always thought the U.S. would maintain air superiority and destroy anything that's a danger, but random strikes won't do anything.
I completely agree with you. Random strikes don't achieve absolutely anything, and they just keep conducting random strikes with no large strategic picture. And it's completely possible to do it. It's just that they're not willing to, and I don't know why. But a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Blind Man, and thank you, Blind Man, for that 20. They said, hello, enforcers and LSA. We got cost estimates. The Army increased Lockheed funding for the PAC-3 interceptors from $4.7 billion to $58 billion. And the DoD also asked for an increase of PRSM from the other companies. And we also got a $35 billion for THAAD interceptors.
Yeah, it's looking to be a little bit pricey, a little expensive, this whole war here. And a lot of people don't like to ever think about this, but war is costly. War is very expensive. And while a lot of people say that war makes money, in reality, war does not make money. War is a money pit, because you build a bomb. It's not like you can farm with it. All it can do is blow up. So I do think you
You
greatly
can mine with it.
with a PAC-3.
I mean, you could repurpose it. Like, you know how they use like, all that like info and stuff like that to like blow out the mountains to like get to the copper and the rocks and stuff like that. I mean, you could just like repurpose it.
Nah, man, we don't do that to get to the copper. We just put a couple of tweakers on the job with some shovels. I mean, they'll get to it
Yeah.
eventually. Like, man,
Maybe.
man. Yeah, you don't have to be scared. You can lean into it. But beyond that, though, I do
That
have to
doesn't
say,
sound moral, ethical, or good.
illegal, moral, or ethical. And honestly, I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, like, it's a good joke though. But beyond that though, I do think of his support and help this channel to keep it running, Blind Man, and it definitely isn't cheap these days. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Blind Man once again, and thank you for the second support. They said, on top of that, the ISV and the ISV heavy contracts awarded to GM Defense, Ford, and BC Customs. Also, M130 ISVs are going to $330,000 each, despite production costs being somewhere lower. They're looking for 649 of the M130s and 9 ISV heavy prototypes.
And I'd have to say, honestly, that's pretty damn sad that an ISV is going to cost that much. How the hell does it cost that much? It's literally a stripped down Ford, basically. I mean, like, have y'all seen one of these things? Let me pull up an infantry squad vehicle. Squad vehicle. Here we go. How does this cost $330,000?
I want one of those tactical Polarises.
You know, those things are pretty cool, actually. Like, they are really
Show by
neat.
give him a picture. Give him a picture.
A tactical Polaris. Pull one of these up here.
Side by side.
Is it this one?
Give me a better picture of it.
Is it this one?
Yeah, that's it right there. I want one of
Hey.
those things right there. You can just load that thing up with a couple of the boys and head out. That's what we were talking about.
Walk with your boys.
Damn, son, where'd you find this? From the
Honestly,
military industrial complex.
it's cool, but the ISV is better because it can carry a literal full squad of men, which I think these days is about I think it's about 9 or 10 men in a squad, which if y'all know the real meaning of squad, it means like a group of 4. Hence the whole quad in squad. But these days, squads are usually extremely huge, like they're like 10 people or 12. But this thing can carry a whole squad and also all of its equipment with them. So it basically is like a little battle taxi. They roll up to the battlefield, they unload a little bit of the equipment they need for the fight, and they can keep their packs strapped down onto this thing. And whenever they run out of anything, they can just come right back to the ISV and pick up ammo and whatnot. So it's supposed to make the infantry a lot more maneuverable and a lot more self-sustaining because they can carry a lot more equipment with them on this thing. But $330,000 is a ripoff. I mean, like, this is basically just a stripped down Ford with a basic like wire frame. There's no way in hell that thing costs $330,000.
Hey, you could buy a Lamborghini Huracan for the price of this thing.
Yeah, it's like, why don't why don't we at that point? It's like, you know, just get one of those damn
Put a lift
off-roading
kit.
or Lamborghini Huracans and ride those
Yeah,
around.
really. Put a lift kit on it and have the soldiers flying in style. The UAE would love that. That's what they do with their police.
Man, honestly, with the prices these days on this kind of stuff, I mean, this is basically, like, I'm not gonna say it's gouging, but it feels like gouging with that kind of a price. I mean, it's like, how the hell does it get that expensive? And I don't really think there would be a good answer if we tried to find out. But beyond that, though, I will say it's neat. But $330,000, damn. I mean, like, my God. You know, like, civilian vehicles, like a Ford F-150, that's the closest thing I can think of when I look at this thing. What are those right now, Matthew? Like $70,000, $60,000?
No.
Well, what
Like
are
the
they?
work version of that truck, I think it's like 40, like for a work version of like a basic F-150
Damn.
with all like the basic crap in it.
And this thing doesn't even have an actual body to it. It's literally just like a chassis with a front hood and a wire frame, basically. It's like, well, more so a wire body to it. It's like, what the hell is costing 330 grand on that?
Because it's built to exacting standards for the warfighter with the high testosterone in him.
Oh, yeah, that high T army. Like, oh, yeah, I forgot.
It's got extra bowel room for that high T.
Man, you know, it's time for us to all get into this weird Norse paganism shit and act like we was Vikings, because that's in vogue these days. I don't even know, like, that's ridiculous, though. But a huge thanks to your support, Blind Man, and helping this channel to keep running. Sheesh, these things are expensive as hell. Oh, look, the Shuna can carry 2 of them side by side. They're that light. Here's a whole squad loaded onto one of them. See, the
Well, it really
troopers
looks
look
janky.
happy.
It really looks janky when it's loaded out. It looks like a junky, like, little truck.
Is this him ever flipping me off? Oh hell no!
No. He's doing the other type.
Oh, he's doing the one where you can get away with it. And look at this guy right here, man. This guy, he's
That's the one they built extra bowel room for right there.
This guy back here, man. He's like, I want to go home. Like he's like,
jeez, man, he's looking really sad back there in the back. That's sad.
oh, poor guy. And let's see, this guy, he's just looking around. He's, you know, let's see, what about the guy over there? Oh, he's just looking ahead. Man, they probably told him, okay, everyone, sit in there and just like do something so we can take a picture. And this guy in the back, man, he, I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. It's like, man, it's like poor guy. He's going through a lot. Definitely not terrain, but he's going through a lot. Let's see. Also, here's one equipped with a laser protection system. That's kind of neat.
It's modular for the warfighter's changing capabilities on the dynamic battlefield setting.
Oh man, you're getting like that military corporate speak down to a T almost, man. Like it's getting close.
Hire me for your voiceover for your latest overpriced military vehicles.
Man, they do look cool though.
As you can see, they move gracefully down rugged roads on tough battlefield terrains. Not even the best soldier could ever outperform the vehicle mechanics of this suspension.
You know, man, honestly, man, I liked it when they, like, did the news or, like, the sales pitches back in the day, like, in the 1930s and the 40s when they weren't trying to be like, "You've gotta be tough as shit jacked up on roids." Like, they were like,
Wow, look at that thing going right over the bump. Look at that. Easy and smooth like a dud.
you know, it's like, why can't they do that these days? Like, why in the world does it have to be so souped up, super manly? It's like, it's just a damn car, basically, that's moving around a whole bunch of dudes. It's like, that's not really, like, badass or anything. It's like doing a basic function, you know? Like, I don't
And
really...
if you act now, you'll get 2 for the price of 1 on America Badass Days, too. You get low financing at a nice 2.99% APR, and you might get yourself a little 2-for-1, 3-for-1 type deal.
Nah, man, better yet, man, this is how it really works in the military industries. If you buy it now, you can get 1 for the price of 3 with a 20% APR. It's like, damn, it's like, sign me up. Give me 1.
If you buy 5 today, they'll make sure Jody stays off your girl back home.
Man, that Jody shit. Man, like, man, that, golly, man, they don't drop that, do they? Jody's back with your girl. It's like, well, I mean, like, you know, yeah, you know, all right. It's like,
I
all right.
like it. I like it though when they bring in like like the MBA type people. The business majors. Like they got their MBA degree and all that stuff. They'll bring in them. They'll have no clue what they're talking about because they're not from the military environment and they haven't ever dealt with it. But they get hired for their like so-called business acumen, and they'll get in there and they'll be so clinical about it. They'll be like, this brand new vehicle here is really developed for the very discerning warfighter, and we're trying to make sure we're working hand in hand with those in the military leadership to make sure that we're delivering upon our promise to deliver more lethality for the military forces in the United States of America. And they'll have like the little like polo shirt on. I wear those all the time, by the way, but I don't look like that. But they'll have like the polo shirt on. They'll have like the khakis on. I wear those too, but I don't sound like that.
Man, honestly, man. Man, I'll be honest with y'all, folks. Like, I gotta say this. I wish folks in the military, and I know the folks in the military, whenever they go on a video, I wish they all didn't speak in that same way. Like, I don't know what it is, but when people are in the service, like in each specific branch, there's a specific way that they're like taught to speak. And I don't know why, but it never comes off, at least to me, like when I'm listening to it, it doesn't come off well because I think a very important part of speaking, no matter what you're doing, is coming off sounding like normal or something along those lines
No.
where you're coming off more natural. But whenever they sit them down, it's like someone literally told them off air, if you say anything off of this damn script, I'm shoving this broom up your ass. And then they sit down, they're like,
Damn.
they're like, we had to make sure that the enemy would be dispatched properly. And it's like, why can't you just like it's like nobody else in any other era of the military had to do that. Why do they have to do that now?
But in sales though, like you appeal to your audience. So if your audience is like, I got tough hands, you talk like that. So that way they relate. It's just the way it works in sales. Like you blend in like a chameleon in sales. Like whatever you're selling, you got to just sort of like run around and adapt to it to a certain degree. Which is why salespeople don't exactly get a good rap most of the time because they're kind of phony.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Also, Ella McWheels Nava said sincere. That's really more so the way I put it. Like, that's the better wordage of it. Sincere sounding. Because, like, like when you listen, like when I listen to the folks from like Vietnam and Korea and World War II, and you listen to them back then and now when they were making the interviews, they would sit there and talk like normal people, even when they were in the service. They'd be like, oh, there was like some like guys up there on that hill, so we got a machine gun and we like raked them down, or something like that. They just talk how they talk. Nowadays, they gotta be like, we saw a couple of enemy tangos bearing 330, range 300 yards, and I told my, so it's like we don't have to talk in technical terms like that. It's like, you're not like on the field. You can just, say it like everyone else has said it from long ago. I don't know what it is, but like nowadays, there's like a real heavy emphasis on saying things a certain way. I don't know why. Like,
Because they're
just be yourself.
machines. They're machines, man. They're not individuals. They're a part of the machine now.
But I mean, back then everyone was a part of the machine, and they'd still have like the sincerity about them when they talked. I mean, they just talk the way it was. They talk through their emotions and tell you, I felt like this, I felt like that. And then nowadays it's like everyone's like got like this rehearsed thing down of like, how did you feel? Well, I felt like I was doing my job. And it's like, well, it's like if you ask anyone from Vietnam, you'd be like, I was shitting my pants. Like I was like terrified, but I had no option. I had no choice. It's a much more sincere way of talking.
Not all of them. Not all of them. I've heard some come back and they weren't exactly like, "It was traumatic." I've heard some come back and it sounds like they're, like, having nostalgia.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, there was a couple of them. I've heard one like that, man. He was like, "Yeah, like, I sat there, and I just started thinking about my girl, and I was like, wow, this is very similar to that, and with how it makes me feel." I was like, "Huh, like, I don't really think there's a guy like get cut out for the service." It's like, are we sure? Like, I was like, huh, like I was like sitting there listening to that, and then the guy got into a
I
lot
want him
more
in my
details.
squad.
I mean, not I wouldn't want him because like what if that ends up you know getting out to the press and then everyone in your squad, including yourself, gets brought up on war crimes. It's like I wouldn't want him around.
It was
Me
not a war
personally.
crime to fight. That's what it paid for.
Well, I mean, it is a war crime, to cut off people's fingers after they surrender. It's like that's
Well,
a
I
war
didn't say to
crime.
do that. I didn't
Well,
say to
that's
do
what that
that.
guy was doing. He was like,
Oh, I don't
man,
know nothing about that.
yeah. Well, I was listening to a guy that was interviewed in the '80s. He's like, yeah, man, just got so much pleasure from it. Yeah, I would sit there when they'd surrender. I get out my K bar and I start carving up their fingers. I was like, okay. I was like, this guy, like, I don't know if he should have been there. It's like I don't want like it's not great to bring people there that are terrified, but it's like also to have like someone relishing and like inflicting suffering on other people. It's like it's like that's not really great either. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 once again from Cerberus 3. And thank you, Cerberus, once again. He said, "I can't get into my MOS, but we are normally advised to keep to ourselves and keep our mouth shut." And I know exactly what your MOS is, but active service members, you want to work hard and play hard with a good group of people and find CBs and Army Corps engineers and LSA.
And I gotta thank you greatly for the support, and that is true. You always want to get people that work hard, and play hard. You always got to have that kind of camaraderie going on. You really have to have that kind of camaraderie with anything, that you do in life. It's very important that people get along and that they can trust each other and rely on each other as a team, because it's always the team that makes the dream work, folks. That's always the truth. Even here behind the scenes, it's the team that makes this possible, not an individual. But beyond that, though. I do have to say a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another $20 support from Blind Man. He said the Navy awarded $76 billion contract to GM and the Newport News shipbuilding for the new Virginia class and Columbus class submarines. And I said I'm not a fan of the F-45 or F-47 NGAD design, but I prefer dorsal stabilizers. What about you?
Generally, I don't really get a lot. Like I used to get heavy into like what looked good and what didn't look good. Nowadays I've kind of gotten down to the clinical side of if it meets the parameters that are required for the new doctrine, then it's good. Like it's good enough. Even if it doesn't really have the style points behind it, because I'm not really a big person on style. Like as long as they're finding some way to overcome the shortcomings of say dorsal stabilizers and whatnot, then it should be fine. Like that's generally how I look at it. Because a lot of people always talked about the F-35 when it was rolling out, and I remember that even as a kid, all of the gripes that people had, oh, the F-35 is this and that and the other. And the F-35 has generally become one of the best fifth gen multi rolls. It's really the only one out there in the world that we've seen yet. And so after that kind of experience growing up and watching that evolution and also learning a lot more about it, I was like, you know what? I'll take a step back. It's like I won't get too opinionated on whether things look good or not. It really just matters if they perform well in their actual role. And so I don't know. Maybe the F-47 will be good when it gets put into service. But considering that it's the first of its type within the next generation, the truth is that it's probably going to have a lot of teething issues because the F-22, which was the first of its type as far as stealth air superiority fighters, has had a great myriad of teething issues. One of the biggest problems being stress fractures within the fuselage, and that's also leading a lot of the F-22s into early retirement as a result. So it had a very significant problem, but there was a lot of lessons learned from the first iteration of a fifth-gen fighter, and so hopefully we'll be able to learn from that and continue to improve our future designs of fifth gens, like any future variants of the F-35, which probably won't be coming around that much more, or any future sixth-gen iterations as well. So a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep running, Blind Man. But me personally, I'm going to wait until it gets rolled out and actually see how it performs, and then I'll make a judgment probably then. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another $22 support from Blind Man once again. He said, "I need to clarify, it's not much better, but the M1301 ISV 330,000 contract includes the vehicle itself, combat training, specialized parts, maintenance training, and specialized troop training for combat repair training."
Oh, okay, that might add a lot to the price. Like that would probably add a lot to it. But a big thanks to your support and sharing that with us, adding a little bit of additional information in there. And a big thanks to you once again for helping this channel to keep on running, Blind Man, because it is folks like you who help to make this channel possible and help us to keep this thing running. And so with that, we're on the next one.
I'm surprised the U.S. military doesn't like, well, while they're giving out the free T testing and stuff like that. I'm surprised they don't sign them up for Hustlers University too for all the new PFCs coming in the military. Gotta learn how to hustle when you're in there. But moving on to our next one, this one goes to Mark Dixon, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Mark, as well for that 10. He did not leave a comment, but also a big shout out to Crispy too, who put in a 10. And we appreciate you, Mark and Crispy, very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say a huge thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And we're always entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that folks like you enjoyed the channel enough to support it to make this thing a reality. And with that, we're on the next one.
Are you still cracking up about the Hustlers University comment?
Honestly, man, that was a pretty good one. I heard they kind of got hustled by a certain law enforcement agency.
I don't know nothing about all that. I don't know.
I think it wasn't the institution. I think it was the guys who are associated with it. If you know what I mean.
Maybe so. Maybe possibly. I mean, they're telling me, but I see a lot of people laughing and stuff like that. Hustlers University and all that. You gotta get in the military and say, "What college you Bugatti?" And what's funny is the military soldiers, they play with equipment that's way more expensive than any Bugatti that this dude's running around with. It's like, what color is your Bugatti? It's like, hell, what colors? I won't go there, but anyway.
And honestly, folks, that materialism junk is just so stupid. Like, to be a man, you have to own a car. That's like, and if you take the car away, what are you? Just like, honestly,
a degenerate.
It's like a slime bag. Honestly, it's like it's like what the hell did the car do for you? It didn't do much of anything. I mean, it's like putting gold on a turd. It's like, is it still a turd?
Paint on a pig.
Yeah, putting lipstick on a pig. It's like, that's basically what it is. Like, it's like, I tell you, I tell you, that was a really bad one. You're trying there. It was just close. But it's like,
what, paint on a pig?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you paint the pig. I mean, it's like, it's like, why are you painting the pig? What color are you painting, anyways?
It's like all these landlords that go around. They try to rent out all these old nasty places that are out of shape. They'll go grab a paint can or a 5-gallon bucket from the paint store, and they'll come out there and slather it all over the walls, all over the kitchen cabinets and stuff like that. There'll be holes and jagged edges all over. They'll slather that paint over there just gonna fix it.
Man, honestly, man, but I'll tell you, folks, never
be slopping that paint too. It's not even brushing it on there. It's like just flinging it on it.
They got giant bubbles of paint. Like, you can go over there and still dry a year later.
Man, they'll be flinging the paint on the rental properties like those Russian pastors where they're slinging around those brushes with the water on the gas pumps, trying to get them to get more gas.
Man, true. But getting us back to the moral of the story, folks, never fall for those folks who are trying to sell some whole deal of if you pay for my monthly course, you'll learn how to be a man. That stuff is a ripoff. You're not gonna learn anything from it. And it's just completely dumb. It's pointless.
Man, they're signing up for the course about being a man. It's like, you just took one step back, you just got punked.
Yeah, it's like you just got fleeced. It's just you're paying monthly. You're paying monthly to figure out something that is kind of stupid, and then they'll tell you stupid stuff too. Like it's just dumb stuff like women belong in the kitchen. It's like, well, how does that make the guy a better man? It's like, what does that help him out with? It's like, I don't even get that. It's like, that's just an opinion. It's like, man,
first lesson is man course right here. You just got punked. You shouldn't have bought it.
Man, it's like, if you want to learn how to become rich and successful, pay for my $500 a month course. And you give me $500, and then I tell you, all right, here's the secret to getting rich. It's running an online course program that people pay monthly for, and you get rich on other suckers like you. It's like, man, what a trick. It's like, this is great. It's like, it's like an unlimited money glitch. You just tell people that if you pay them, they'll figure out how to get rich, and you're getting rich off of them paying you and wanting to figure out how to get rich. It's like, this isn't, you know what, folks? I gotta tell you, folks, I just realized honesty doesn't get you far in this world. You know what, folks? Everybody needs to learn how to not be string beans here. And if you pay $50 a month to the advisors, you too can find out how to be a successful that multi-billionaire or whatever. I don't know what they even say, but don't fall for that crap, folks. That's a whole bunch of bogus. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Star, who puts in a $10 support. And thank you, Star, as well. He said, I'm going to be real. I think this is going to end with the United States dropping a nuke on Iran. I think they want that.
I hope not. That would be pretty bad for what the world would turn into, but you never know. I have to end everything with this group these days with you never know. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. With that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to the Shaznit, who puts in a 10 and said, did you end up checking the paper? I thought you two would have an interest in part 9 and the appendix. You two probably know more of, showing all the facility production that's been hindered in the strikes in LSA. And I did see you send it on Twitter, by the way. We definitely got it. We just hadn't had a chance to read it yet. But thank you for that support as well. And Enforcer, what say you?
And sadly, we haven't gotten a chance to read it. Neither of us have, but we will hopefully get around to looking at it here soon. And so big thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from the Becca Fly, who said, I love you guys. And thank you, Becca Fly. They said, thank you so much for going live early. And I was checking the channel all day, like a jealous girlfriend, afraid of it all going live without me. And love you, LSA chat, and so grateful for you all.
Oh, and thank you so much for the kind words. And you know, today was not really that exciting of a day at the start of it. Like Matthew sent me, like we send text to each other when we don't make a video on our day, and Matthew was like, "No video," and I was like, "Damn!" I was like, it took him that long to do that. I was like, I didn't see nothing, and like he sent it a little bit like late. Usually we send it at a certain time in the morning. Like there's like a window where we send that to where if there isn't one being made, we say there's no video, so if the other person wants to make one, they can, if they see something to make a news video out of. But I didn't see nothing. I don't know about you, Matty, but this morning was slow as Christmas.
No, I saw stuff. It's just I was like, well, I'm like, this is better to say for the stream actually, because in the algorithm it messes up our stream. Like the YouTube doesn't really promote it as heavily if we did a video on the same topic earlier in the day. So sometimes I'm like, I'll sacrifice the video so that way the stream doesn't get deprioritized in the algorithm. That's the way I usually think about it.
You know, honestly, I just didn't see a lot myself. You know, that's what I was thinking. And so
I have the vision. I saw the vision. Like, occasionally I'll be like, hey, make that video, man. Here's what it is. You'll make the video. But oh my God. Like some days I just have it and some days I don't.
man, yeah, I guess you get the magic touch, don't you? You get the magic touch.
Yeah, I've got
don't
the
you?
magic touch, the Midas touch.
Man, you wouldn't want that. That's a course.
I am. Oh.
Yeah, if you touch everything that turns to gold, man, like you could touch your loved one and they turn into
You
gold.
gotta
when they
love
die.
turning it to gold. You gotta love turning stuff to gold. That means money. That means cash. That means wealth. Generational wealth. That's what they say, sir. Generational. It's something you take from the last generation and give it to this generation. That type of generational wealth. It's called taking it and not giving it back. That's what it's called, sir. It's called something like make the toilets gold. You gotta have the shitters gold because it's really sanitary, of course. It's really great the way they do that with those toilets. It's not Toto, it's gold. That's better.
It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Good golly. But beyond that,
Damn, that's painful.
man, it was painful, actually. But beyond that, a big long live the Lee Spring Army to you, the Becca Fly. And we will make sure to get one from the live chat in ya honor. So, Matthew, what do we got? Oh, Briaga.
And the live chat question goes to Christopher, who said, can missiles be sent into the entrances of those underground sites in Iran, then do denial bombing to those entrances?
It would be very hard to get a missile into the entrance. There isn't really a lot of missiles that are designed to do that. Not impossible, though. It would just be very difficult, if not near impossible. So it's like a 1% chance. But access denial is probably the easiest direct thing to do. So big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running, the Beck and Fly, and sponsoring a live chat and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from the Vladinator once again. It said, great work and keeping your support for Ukraine and Slava Ukraine.
Oh, and thank you for enjoying this channel. It's important. It's that way we can keep this thing running. We're always happy to know that a lot of people enjoy this channel and want us to keep it running. If it wasn't for all the amazing folks that went out of their way to support the channel and help it to keep on running, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running, if y'all catch my drift here. And so I got to thank you incredibly once again for your kind words to Vladinator and helping us to keep on covering the news from around the world, including Ukraine, every day. And so long live the Lee Spring Army, long live the Republic, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Barry Pies, who said, I just woke up and I missed a couple of live shows, half to sleep. And that is true. It's always good to do that. I said, but I always catch up later. And have you heard the Salt Caves SPR are getting damaged from frequent use?
I have not heard that actually. That would be news. That would be news to me. I'll have to look into that. Well, I just had a bad voice crack there. Oh, goodness. I'll have to look into that and research that a little bit because that's the first I've heard of such. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 10. Well, actually, before I move on, by the way, I want to mention this real quick. It just popped in my head. I was told by a viewer earlier today, a friend of the channel, I was told about something about Twitter. Also, by the way, I want to say apologies to anybody that sent a message to our Twitter page, by the way, over the last few months. I just found out yesterday that there's a separate folder in the DMs that goes hidden off on the side. It's like a message request or something like that. And I don't know why Twitter was routing those messages over there, but I just found that the other day and I saw all these messages in there. I was like, oh my God. I was like, there was 60 something messages in there that we haven't seen or responded to. So I spent the other day going through every single one of the 60 messages, literally saying apologies for not seeing this earlier. Because apparently they routed into this other folder over here. So found that out. And also X did a new update where they split on mobile, the post from the repost, from the replies, and etc. So you have to go look at each individual tab to see what we're posting and then what we're reposting on a different tab, which is an awful design, by the way. It's legitimately objectively bad design, in my personal opinion. I don't know why they did that. On desktop, it's still on one feed. You can see everything, our post, repost, and all that on one feed. But on mobile, you have to go to different tabs to see all the different stuff separately, which I don't even understand the logic behind that.
Oh, man. Do we understand the logic behind anything anymore? Do we? I mean, on anything? Man, I don't know. I don't even know anymore, really. I'd be frank with you. None of it makes sense. I mean, Patreon had an update recently where they freaking slaughtered the user interface on our end, where it's almost impossible to find the damn chat at this point. I don't know what's going on with that lately, but it's stupid. But beyond that, though, I do thank you greatly for the support, Barry Pies, and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Cerberus3, who said, no armor, exposed battle members for that price, and you got to be shitting me. And that's an expensive easy drone and sniper target. And can we finally get a Pentagon financial audit since auditing everything?
Oh, they never pass the audits. They never will. I don't think they ever will pass an audit. Sadly. But well, kind of fortunately in a way, and sadly in another. But beyond that though, I would have to say that, it's like, well, as far as the infantry squad vehicle though, they're not really made to be armored because armor is kind of going the way of the dodo, at least as far as the military's looking at it for now in the new doctrine, because drone warfare has made armor, at least for now, obsolete. So it's more about denial systems or defense systems than it is the armor. So we're kind of shifting back to what we kind of did in the 60s a little bit. And we're more focusing on mobility and also carrying ability for the ISVs. So that's kind of the reason why they look like that and why they're designed like that. But according to the old doctrine, it's a ridiculous design. But according to the new doctrine and the new modern war, it seems to make sense, at least for now, until we see a 300,000 damn truck built off of a Chevrolet get blown up, and then I'm gonna be like, okay, it's like, why did they cost that much? It's like, I just don't see it. I cannot ever see that. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that I've addressed it the best I can, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Game Theory, who said, and I also have to generalize this one a little bit because it mentions a specific company, but they're making the point that there's allegedly some high markups on some of this military equipment being sold, and can the U.S. deter adversaries while contractors drain the defense budget?
Yeah, we just got to get a handle on that kind of stuff. And a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that it does address the best I can without it getting into anywhere that might be dangerous territory. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also another 10 from Game Theory, who said World War II Chicago build massive social networks just to maintain troop morale, but does today's U.S. have the domestic unity needed to sustain a protracted war against near-peer adversaries?
I don't know. I don't know really to tell you. I mean, with how this is going in Iran, I don't really think it's even about the war industry. I think it's about the top leadership at this point, which seems to be quite deficient in many a way. And then the war industries are another problem. So I'd honestly say there needs to be some significant reforms for us to be able to achieve anything of success these days, because it looks like we're starting to suffer from institutional bloat is the best way to put it in every sense. So big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And also, folks, I was just wondering, hey, he just mentioned Chicago. Y'all want to see what New York City looked like in the 1940s? I mean, kind of a similar city. Take a look. Look at all that trash.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, there's a lot of trash on the streets.
Oh.
Yeah, like right down there, look. It's like newspapers
Oh.
and everything everywhere.
I mean, yeah, a little bit.
You're literally looking at a landfill. There's nothing wrong with that. It's like, what the hell? It's like New Delhi, man.
I think they're out here picking it up, though, aren't they?
No, it looks like they're just like wandering around. It looks like there's a scene going on here in the middle. Like it looks like two people are like getting in maybe an altercation or something. But
A little fight.
man, maybe a little fisticuffs. Here's another look at. Oh man, that looks beautiful.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Just a low-cost tenement house, It's just how they did it back in the day. Let's see. Let me pull up Chicago in the 1940s. Chicago. Oh, let's take a look. Oh, look at that. Oh, my goodness. It's a railroad.
Pass.
Oh,
Blue ribbon.
man, they got that beer out here. Let's see here. What do we got here? A lot of people like to look at the good old days as the good old days, but I can tell y'all, folks, I've seen pictures from back in the day. It was all right, but in some areas like that, not so much. Like, not so much. Southside is a shithole,
Yeah.
like, forever. Like, it's never really been that great of a place.
What, Chicago?
Well, the south side of Chicago, it's been a shithole for, like, forever. Like, literally as long as you can go back. I don't think there's anybody who's alive today that was a kid back when, like, 100 years ago, and they would tell you from Chicago, oh, yeah, the south side was a nice place. Man, the south side has always been like a damn war zone, nearly.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, look at that. Look at this. Man, it's like, damn. I don't know what it is, but a lot of people always think that, the modern day is like kind of run down. I mean, the reality of it is that every era is kind of run down, really. I mean, truth of it. I mean, look at that. I mean, like these buildings are literally basically collapsing. They're almost condemned. And I mean, nowadays you can see that here and there in America. But the point of me saying that is that times never really change. It stays the same, and it just looks to change. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Plutonium Fever, who said, fake news, LOL, and you are true enforcers.
The hell's wrong with you? I was just playing with you, but I gotta thank you greatly for the support, and thank you for the kind words and helping this channel to keep it running, Plutonium Fever. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
We also have a 5 from Kibor Siri, who said, hello there, I'm from Romania, and I hear fighter jets in Romania near Tulcea County.
Yeah, we actually heard that they were up in the air a little while before the show, and it looks like they're still up. And according to what you're saying, they're still there. And so a big thanks to you for support, and help this channel to keep running. Hopefully all of y'all stay safe out there in Romania. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Honeycutt. He said that Putin represents blatant aggression combined with narcissism on a global scale, and one person's ego shouldn't decide foreign policy. It sounds familiar in the LSA.
I'd agree with you. It shouldn't be just one person handling the foreign policy. And if it is, then they ought to be handling it with the concept that they're representing their whole country, and it's not always about them. I think that's a pretty solid sort of a statement to make. And so a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from San Juan Suzy, and thank you for that 5. They said, why is the U.S. not using seek and destroy drones like Ukraine?
Because our military industries and the Department of Defense is slow to adapt because they have gotten complacent. It's a big threat. It's a big threat whenever a military and even an industry or even a nation starts to feel a little bit too confident in itself, a little bit too ego driven to where they say, oh, we're just the greatest. Nobody can ever really compete with us, because one day someone's going to come up and they're going to, knock your teeth out. And that's what the problem is right now, is that the government keeps saying, like, oh, America's fine, there's nothing to improve. when, countries like China and Russia are trying to gear up to knock our teeth out. And it's like, we've got to be careful about that sort of a thing because we don't always keep that in mind that, if we sit around and we get idle, someone is going to do that. We're going to get our teeth knocked out one day as a country. And I would say that's our main problem right now in a short and simple way. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Blind Man once again, who said top German comedy movies include Goodbye Lenin. Also another one here, which I'm not sure about. And also Look Who's Back in 2015.
Huh. Oh, wait a minute. Look who's back. Oh, no. Man.
Oh?
I know that one. Man, Look Who's Back. That's a specific
pull it
person
up.
who came back.
Let's see.
I said,
Look
well,
Who's Back, German comedy. Let's see here.
oh, boy.
Oh no!
Oh, no. Like, oh, no. Like, oh,
That's
no.
crazy. Who the hell made that?
Man, I tell you, man, like you read that one off, man. I saw my life flash before my eyes. I was like, holy moly. He didn't read off the other one, but he read this. Why would he read this? Oh, I'm just kidding with you, by the way. It's no problem. I mean, they literally have movie reviews of it on YouTube, but, I would say, I guess, but, I'll have to look into them a little bit more because I didn't see the comedy in that one, but big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. With that, we're on the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Plazath and San Juan Susie for each putting in a $2 support, and we do appreciate the both of you very much for supporting the channel once again. And we also have a 5 from Crispy, who said, play points amazing.
I'd have to take your word on that. Play points must be amazing, I suppose. I'll have to look into that, research it a little bit, see what I can find out about it, and then report back to you. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Honeycutt. He said, making money is equivalent to genius and is certainly a hallmark of a person who has the best interest in making society better, including everyone.
Of course. You see, this guy gets it. But I'm just playing around. I see what you're saying there. It's a good one. But a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Caddy Want Bass, who said, thanks, and you've been my #1 news for the past year.
Oh, thank you so much for the kind words. And we're always happy to be people's #1 source of news. Always our pleasure. And so big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Harmonious, who said, no worries, I've been watching for a long time, and thanks.
Oh, you have? Well, we thank you for it. We thank you. And we thank you for spending your time here every day, every night, as a matter of fact. And we're honored by it, truly. And so big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, you ever think about a man in a high castle if that was real life? Also, that was a lewd series. That was very lewd.
Very lewd, lavicious, and lewd. But man, it's like that one meme I showed you, man. That guy from the CIA, he's like, "It's corn but close." Like it's like that out that show. I mean, that was something else right there. But beyond that, though, I would say I don't really think about it too much because the reality of it is that no matter how the Germans did in Europe in World War II, they would have never made it to the United States. And honestly, also the reality of it is that extremist governments like fascist and communist governments, they don't ever really survive long. And so honestly,
Jeez, I wonder why.
yeah, I wonder why. But the truth is that Hitler's government would have collapsed when he died. Like the Reich, as they called it, wouldn't have survived farther than him because Francisco Franco's fascist government in Spain didn't survive longer than him. And hell, Benito Mussolini's government literally kicked them out. Like it's like they literally kicked them out in the middle of the war. Like a lot of people don't know that, but I believe it was in 1943 the Italian government actually voted to oust Mussolini from his role as basically the supreme leader of fascist Italy, and that just happened. They just kicked him out. And then Germany went and occupied whatever was left of Italy and disarmed the Italian military afterwards and all that. But beyond that, though, I would say, it's an interesting movie concept, but in reality, those sorts of governments would have never survived, and they also would have never been able to defeat the states. But a big thanks to you once again for support. And we actually have breaking news coming out right now. What do we got here? What do we got?
So it looks like the Polish Air Force has finally put out a statement about what took place earlier, and they've put out a pretty detailed report about what's taking place. If you want to read this off to the audience, and we can get an update, an official update from the military.
All right, folks, here's the report. I haven't read it yet, and I'll be reading it along with you all. So here we go. Attention! During nighttime hours, national and allied reconnaissance systems detected intense combat activity by the Russian Federation's long-range aviation. To ensure the safety of Polish airspace, the combat readiness of air defense system assets was elevated, including pairs of on-duty fighters and an early warning aircraft. The operational command of the armed forces branches continuously relayed information about the potential threat to the relevant services and appropriate centers responsible for security and crisis management. Continuous information exchange was maintained, enabling coordinated response to the situation's development. The country's air defense radar assets observed the activity of at least a dozen missiles operating over western Ukraine, which, due to their flight path, could pose a potential threat to Polish airspace. One of the objects came closest to the border of the Republic of Poland, approaching to a distance of approximately 5 kilometers at 3:29 a.m., after which it changed its flight direction and headed east. At 3:40 a.m., an unidentified object moving westward was detected in Polish airspace. To identify and intercept it, an on-duty F-16 was directed to the area. At 3:46 a.m., before a definitive identification could be made, the object disappeared from radar system indications. To verify and ultimately confirm the radar system's technical readings, an Mi-24 helicopter was sent to the area of the object's last indication. The helicopter crew located the probable crash site of the object in an undeveloped area in the village of Tarnowa Kolonina in the Lublin Voivodeship. A ground search and rescue team and the relevant services were dispatched to the scene. Operational and securing actions are ongoing at the incident site. The operational command of the armed forces branches remains in constant contact with the services involved in the operations. So this does confirm that there was a missile impact on Polish territory.
It sounds like it does confirm it, but I'm not sure if all the details line up with the other report that we got about where it apparently hit.
Tarnowa, I believe Tarnowa is actually near to the area that we just got that picture from of the impact site, somewhere down here, I believe. Let's see, that's the trucks one. Let me see if I have the other one somewhere. I actually didn't put that one on the map, but it was one that we posted a little while ago of the crater. I think that was close to a village called Tarnowa or something along those lines. But it's somewhere down here in this area, like this general area amongst these small villages.
So Russia did attack Poland. I mean, people can say whatever they want about, oh, it was just an accident. That they attacked Poland with a missile. I mean, that's what they did here. I mean, Romania's been dealing with several days, 5 or 6 consecutive days of drone incursions from the Russians, and now Poland's dealing with a missile attack. So it didn't go for anywhere populated, thankfully. Like it just apparently impacted into the ground. Also, by the way, it's like, why did it impact into the ground just out of the blue? It just hit a random field out of the blue. It's like, how to do that?
I would suppose it was probably aimed and targeted in that area.
Yeah, it might have been. So I wonder if it was just one or two, because they might have maybe not gotten a read on the second one if there was a second. But they were saying 1 to 2 earlier.
It might just be that they have confirmed one for now. There might be a second one, but once again, folks, we're still trying to get the information along with everyone else. So it might have just been one missile, because the original report was 1 to 2 missiles enter Poland, and it looks like it may have just been one. But regardless, one is too many. So we'll hopefully get some more information on this and be able to report to y'all on that, maybe on a shore video tomorrow or a normal nightly stream tomorrow once we get further updates. But with that breaking news out of the way and that official statement finally released by the Polish governmental agencies, it's now time for us to move on and into the next one.
All right, so moving into this one goes to Omnis Intel, who puts in a 25. And thank you, Omnis, for that support. He said, how quickly could U.S. interceptors in the Middle East be depleted? And do you think Iran will escalate or engineer reasons to escalate to burn them faster? And worst case estimates suggest roughly 3 to 6 months, and maybe Muwafaq might be the first one to run out.
Generally, we don't know. There isn't really a lot of public figures on how many interceptors we have left and how many are available within the Middle East. It's a little bit unclear, so sadly, I wouldn't be able to give you any reliable numbers on our end. We just get the kind of the wafting of the scent of a report coming out that they're low, but they don't even give a number usually, and they also don't say how much longer they could last. It's just that, we generally get the indication that there's a concern that they're running low. So I hope that does address that the best we can, and a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Swad, who said, "Why isn't it pointy? That's hilarious." And thanks, Jens.
Why isn't it pointy? I got that from the movie The Dictator, which was made by the guy Sacha Baron Cohen, who did Borat and also Ali G. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping the channel keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Robert Planting, who said, "Support independent journalism."
And we thank you for that because we work hard here. We do. And we're very appreciative and thankful for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, folks, it's now time for us because crazily enough, folks, we have gone overtime. Shocker. We're at 4 hours and 30 minutes in. So we are going to be getting 3 questions from the live chat and the Morse code decode. Well, actually, the Morse code is the same as last night. But we'll be making sure to get the 3 live chats and then round out the stream for the night. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And also a big shout out to the Morse code decoders anyway tonight, because it didn't change. We sadly didn't have time to update it tonight due to going live early. But a huge shout out to y'all once again for solving it, regardless of that. Well, we also have our first super chat, or excuse me, our first live chat, that is, from XXSTR, who said, "Could this be beginning preparations for boots on the ground?"
It's always possible. Generally, all of our air operations could be explained as a preparation for boots on the ground because it can either operate as a standalone air operation or as a preparatory work for a ground invasion. So you can really look at it either way. But I would say there is a possibility that this could be leading up to an invasion of the islands in the Strait. So I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to TS Actual, who said, "Do Poland and Russia have a deconfliction communication system or a direct line?"
I believe most countries do in that area with Russia, I think, but I'm not entirely sure on that, so don't quote me on that one. I'm kind of 50-50 on it, actually, come to think of it. I'm not entirely sure, and I would unfortunately probably have to declare ignorance on that because I'm so heavy on the fence on that. But still, I hope that does address that at least the best I can with my ignorance on the topic, sadly. And also we have a 2 from Game Theory, who said $2 for Costco hot dog and Coke. We greatly appreciate that, Game Theory. You know, honestly, I'm kind of getting a little hungry right now. I'm getting a little peckish. I could go for some good food right now. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on and into the final question of the night. And so, who is the last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to Brittany, who said, "What is China's current involvement on Iran? And didn't they send people a few days ago?"
Generally, China is not taking any overt, heavy involvement with Iran, but we are hearing of quiet weapon shipments, including another 400 manpads that are being sent to Iran right now to be able to be used against the United States. So China is trying to play the long con, if we want to call it that. They're trying to pretend like they're all right with the United States and they're not trying to do anything to screw with us while they're quietly supporting the enemies of the Republic, as usual. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, folks, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and extremely appreciative to know that so many of y'all were here with us to listen to this breaking news that was happening quite literally through the very middle of the stream. We had a peak viewership tonight of 28,000 people. Good, like, man, good golly, man, that's a lot of people.
Man, you're gonna start cussing.
Yeah, man, like, man, I said good, damn. Man, I was like, oh, man, I didn't even know what to do with that. Honestly, I went back and looked at it. I was like, dang, that is huge. But I got to give a huge shout out to the 28,000 people who were here. And also, we little turtles threw in a 5. I had to do it again. It's all right. We thank you greatly for the support. And Cerberus threw in a 10 and said, "Last rabbit hole. No, it's late for everyone, considering you two are educated in different aspects than me. Can you explain why the Pentagon does not pass audits and why it's allowed? You two are awesome." The short explanation, and also thank you once again for the kind words, Sir Bruce. The short explanation is that there's some black budget funding that goes through the Department of Defense that they really cannot account for, because you know, then that could start to violate some sort of national security reasons or provisions, and so that is one reason why they don't pass an audit. And another one is that there's so many moving parts within the armed forces, it's impossible for them to account for every single dollar. Stuff's going to go missing, stuff's going to get broken that they don't know about, and it just disappears, and so they'll never really pass an audit, truth be told, because of all that stuff. But beyond that, though, I do thank you incredibly for the support, Cerberus, and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world, which I'm sure is going to be quite eventful like today. And if there is a short video to be made tomorrow, I will be the one making that short video. Me, the enforcer. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and of course, long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a huge shout out to the literally over 250,000 people that watched the stream by the end of it. And we appreciate all 28,000 of the live viewers that were here at the peak tonight. That is a whopping amount of people. And we're honored that y'all choose us as your news source during these very trying times of breaking news. Literally, possible World War III breaking out in Europe. And then at the same time, a absolute like a firestorm happening down the Middle East too. But we will see you all tomorrow. And also subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We have a lot of new people that were here tonight, so feel free to subscribe to get those notifications too. I'm sounding like a typical YouTuber, but we'll see you all tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern on the next nightly war news stream, and maybe midday for a video as well. But with that, of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, get some rest, and good night.
Future